This boy's name is Logan, the oldest son of a noble family that is completely broke. The housemaids were very afraid of him. And they were right to be. I mean, just look at that crazy guy's face. One day Logan wanted to visit his father at the castle. But the soldiers would not let him in. They said the prince was not worthy. He is just the son of the baron's ex-wife. You know, people were either afraid of Logan or just hated him. Because until then he was just an arrogant and despicable guy. But things were about to change. Because Logan is no longer the same person they think they know, the protagonist gets annoyed with the guard's attitude. Then takes off a pair of gloves from his outfit and throws them right in the guard's face. The humiliation he made the prince endure will be paid back in a duel. Logan insulted the guard by saying that he is the real failure here. That he has always been a mediocre soldier. Dominant gets furious and completely overwhelmed by emotion. He accepts the fight against the prince. They go to the duel arena and are going to use wooden swords. A knight can use aura. You know, and even with a wooden sword, he could kill a weak warrior. Everyone feared for the prince's life. It was obvious he was a complete loser. Dominant attacked with all his strength and used his aura. But Logan dodged with a super precise movement and struck right over Dominant's sword. The force of that disarmed the guard. He simply could not hold onto his sword. Everyone was completely shocked. As the loser, Logan knows how to fight. He was not satisfied and said that Dom could not have a second chance if he wanted. But the soldier was on the ground, just looking at his hand. He could not deny that the blow was incredibly heavy. Even lethal. Logan did not wait for the guard's response. He simply dealt more blows with the wooden sword. A revenge for what happened before. This fight left all the castle soldiers terrified. Prince Logan was not the weakling he used to be. The reason for this none of them could know. The truth is that in the future, when Logan was 40 years old, he was just an ordinary soldier after his family was destroyed. The other soldiers mocked him because when Logan was young, he lost a duel to his younger brother. They simply did not understand how he became a soldier after his family was exterminated. Back then, the kingdom was betrayed and enemy soldiers invaded. All the soldiers fought bravely, and Logan did too. But still, the kingdom could not win, and everyone was eliminated. On that day, Logan died in battle. He regretted so many things in his life. He had always been a terrible person and wanted to apologize to his father. Suddenly, Logan woke up in his room completely terrified. He was injured after taking a blow to the head in the duel against his younger brother. The protagonist could not believe it. Was it all just a nightmare? Definitely not. He remembers everything. Logan looked out the window and saw his family's castle, where he lived when he was young. His younger brother came to visit him in his room. Scared of how Logan would treat him, he was trembling with fear, because Logan had always been terrible to everyone, including him. Logan remembered that last time he treated him like absolute trash. And that was the last time Romion tried to get close to him. Logan's head was pounding with so many memories, flooding his mind and Ramva with his brother. The servants knew all about Logan's horrible personality. Then Rick told young Master Romion to leave. But for the first time, Logan did not yell. He spoke gently, telling Romion to come closer. The boy was surprised. Just like the butler Rick, young Master Logan is acting strange today. Logan wanted to compliment Romeo's strength, but the words got stuck. He needed to do more than that after treating him like trash all this time. Logan hugged his brother for the first time and apologized for everything he had done. He admitted he was a terrible brother and that Romeo was amazing. No one could hold back their tears in this scene. After talking for a while, Romeo left Logan alone. Our protagonist looked out the window and knew for sure it was not a dream. He had gone back in time. And this time he would do things differently and save his family. A maid accidentally walked into the room and apologized. Rick came in right after her and apologized to the young master on her behalf. Mary did not do it on purpose. That was so annoying. Logan now realized how ridiculous it was for everyone to act that way out of fear of him. How miserable he was back then. Logan said it was nothing and asked them to bring him paper and pens. Rick and Mary began to panic. Is the young master really going to work now? When they brought what he asked for, Logan thanked them. Rick could not believe it. Did his master just thank him for something? Now the servants think they are dreaming, and once again, Logan realizes what kind of trash he used to be. He asked to be left alone to work. But before that, he remembers that the war against the Empire will happen in 10 years, and that will destroy his family, because they will be weak and drowning in debt. His goal is to change not only who he was in the past, but also his family's situation. Besides that, an internal war in his region in a year was the first thing that started to shake the reputation of his territory. After working hard writing for a while, Logan decided to go see his father. On the way, he noticed that the staff turned their faces to avoid him. They knew Logan could ruin their lives on a whim. A maid was carrying clean clothes and did not see the master, so she fell to the floor. The girl froze. She was done for. Her life had ended. But that is not what happened. With a gentle hand, Logan helped her up. Maybe it was a miracle. The girl then saw the master's face. This was not the face of a kind guy. So she begged for her life, and then ran away without looking back. Logan then realizes that just acting differently won't change things so quickly. After all, He is used to smiling like a condemned killer. When he arrived at his father's office, and they announced that he was there to see the Baron, Logan went cold again. It had been over 20 years since he last saw his father. When he walked in, the cold treatment was expected. The patriarch of the McLean house, Patrick McLean, had no reason to respect his eldest son. Logan was there to ask for permission to train alone on the family's mountain property. The protagonist had the memories of his past life, and knew the training to become a knight. But his current body was that of a useless and lazy guy. Moreover, he needs to make money to change things. And getting stronger will help with that too. He has to be ready because in 3 months that girl will come to them. Patrick asked if Logan was trying to run away after his defeat against Romian. Logan denied it. He just realized that he is weak and has wasted his time until now. He decided to improve. But Patrick had heard those excuses before. He won't allow it because the son's problem is not just a lack of effort. Logan should have expected that. He admits to his dad that his behavior is the biggest problem, and that he is going to change it. His dad is not willing to believe his lies anymore and sends him away. The request was denied. This is the consequence of it all. But Logan tells his dad that he has been foolish and immature until now, and it is through this training that he will take the first step to change. Not even the most bitter of parents can abandon their children. Then Patrick says this will be Logan's last chance to change. However, before leaving, he asks if Logan thinks 3 months is enough time to reach Homian. Logan then firmly says that the training is not to defeat Home, but to defeat himself. When he left the room, it had been a long time since Patrick felt respect for his son, and our boy realized this. Even though his dad had not said anything out loud, Logan felt that changing was worth it. Logan went to the mountains and will stay in this place for 3 months. His goal is to train his body. More importantly, reach something greater. True warriors are capable of defeating even a dragon using the vital force in their cores. 3 months passed with the protagonist training every day to his absolute limit, until he finally managed to form his core. Something he only achieved at 40 years old in his other life. With this, he could push the limits of his body beyond the breaking point. On the last day of training, he stood in front of a huge tree to use his strongest strike, focusing all his aura. He transfers his energy to the sword and muscles. The strike is capable of cutting through space to hit the target, and then split it in half. This is the power he gained at the end of his life. And now he can do it even at this age. Although he succeeded, the cost to his weak body is enormous. This should only be used as a last resort. Now he can go home and start making changes. And the first thing to change is his clothes. He smells like a sewer. When he got home and went to visit his father to show his progress, the guard denied him entry because only those with direct blood from the Buchanan family can pass without permission. It was that day that Logan realized his authority in the family was at risk. It was in that moment that Logan challenged Daman to a duel and shocked all the castle guards by easily defeating a trained soldier. This was the result of his training and knowledge in combat, and will prevent other guards from trying the same. Later, in his father's office, Logan and Patrick start talking. His father says what he saw was impressive, acknowledging his awakening, and asks what happened during his training. The young man thinks about the fact that his father was watching, something he never expected, and says that he simply let go of his greed and let everything go. As he continued to train with this mindset, he reached a point where he could feel the strength filling him from within. Logan reflected that, even though it seemed like a lie, this was an insight he gained in his past life, that only after giving up on avenging his family was he able to become a user of the Force, and how he only awakened after 40. His father seemed impressed that this simple realization had done this to him, said that he had really changed. However, he was furious because after that breakthrough, the first thing the boy did was attack a knight. Logan insisted that the guy deserved what happened, and asked his father if he had heard the whole story from the other soldiers. His father said yes, but still thought those measures were not necessary. They were, he retorted, surprising his father. After all, the man was trying to deceive his lord's blood and make a fool of him. If they let it slide, the guy would become a poison for the family's discipline. The young man then thought about how hierarchy is the foundation that allows an organization to function, and when the hierarchy is shaken, the organization itself weakens. After 10 years as a mercenary, one thing he learned was that when dealing with a group of armed men, you need to establish order in a single move. What happened today would serve as a lesson for the other knights. His father kept saying that the dominance was largely to blame, as he failed in his duty and tried to deceive Logan, but what he did was too much. Reckless, and it was better to wait for now. Logan was shocked at how easily his father forgave him, a striking contrast to his previous life. Seeing his face, his father even joked, asking if he wanted a punishment. His father went. Logan replied. His father went on to say that he did not think what he did was right, and that he should never do something like that again without permission. Since he had not even officially received his rank, Logan respectfully said he would remember that. Soon after, his father announced that his fiancée, Reina, would be coming to visit soon. At first, the young man seemed surprised by the news, But it was not surprise. It was pure excitement. Because the day to receive the money was finally coming, and as if that was not enough, Princess Reina Wolf was introduced. All the women present are speechless, and all the guards envy Logan. When she approaches, she gracefully greets Lord Mikol, saying it has been a long time and asks about his well-being. The patriarch, stunned by Reina's beauty, comments on how she has become a beautiful woman since the last time he saw her. Rick also watches her from a distance, impressed to see her all grown up. However, he looks at Master Logan, who does not seem the least bit impressed by her presence. Reina says she has a letter entrusted to her by the Count, her father, and then starts to read it. The letter was addressed to Baron Patrick McLean, and was so dull that, for the next 30 minutes, even the guards nearly fell asleep. However, the conclusion of the letter brought everyone back to reality, as the final request was that, due to some unavoidable circumstances, the arranged marriage between Reina and Logan be cancelled. After hearing all of this, the young man concluded that the message was simple. They thought Patrick McLean would become a stronger aura user, but instead he got stuck as a high-ranking knight for over 20 years. And to be honest, Logan is a loser. So it does not make sense for the Wolf clan to join the McLeans. They prefer to go their separate ways. Patrick was furious, as they were ending the marriage for no apparent reason. He understood that the Wolfies were trying to humiliate the McLeans. Reina responded that was not the case, saying that she even asked to be the messenger, because she feared Patrick would come to that conclusion. She wanted to clarify the misunderstanding. She then spoke about her vivid memories of her year at the McLean residence as a child. The good memories she had with Logan in that beautiful, serene place, and how she did not want to let go of those precious moments. However, there is nothing she can do, as she is bound to her family and has no choice but to follow the decisions of her superiors. The best she can do is come and apologize in person to Logan and Patrick. Everyone is shocked by her words, saying that her heart is as beautiful as her face. Everyone, except Logan, his stepmother, Mary, and Karos. Then, Logan directly asks Reina what exactly the reason for this breakup is. He said he would like to know what these supposed inevitable circumstances are. Meanwhile, Logan thought about his stepmother, Rainian's biological mother, and since she always saw him as an enemy because of the succession issue, he thought she would not get involved. But it seems that family honor is a different story for her. Reina apologized again and avoided the question, saying he did not know the reason for the breakup, arguing that she was just someone who would marry into another family. Your dad does not discuss important family matters with her. Mary is furious and concludes that, considering everything, she understands why Reina came to announce the separation without any apparent reason. Reina, scared to death and with her white dress getting brown stains, looks at the missins and announces that due to the inconvenience caused, the Wolfies are willing to pay 3 million gold pieces as compensation for the end of the engagement. Seeing this, the financial manager Wayne Fossner almost had a heart attack, and Logan got excited hearing it too, thinking he was about to get his hands on the money. But no way. Upon hearing this, Patrick almost had a fit of rage, asking how she dared to propose such a thing. A knight from the House of Wolf jumped in front of Princess Reina to protect her and pleaded with the patriarch to calm down. Patrick asked if he was a high-ranking knight like himself, acknowledging that it was impressive for someone so young to have come so far, and he continued saying that perhaps hurting the rising star of the Wolf family would be a fair trade for the disgrace of the McLean family. The knight replied that his master Chiron Wolf considered Lord Massin an honorable man, and that he would never go after the young princess or anyone younger. Reina then spoke, asserting that she also did not wish to buy honor with money, asking them to accept the gold as a sincere gesture to maintain the friendship between the two families. Lord Meeson gritted his teeth, thinking that if he insisted on the matter, he would become a man without honor. He realized that was exactly why Kyan had sent these young men. Patrick continued saying that a visitor is a visitor, even if he brings bad luck, and stated that the McCalls were not the type to chase their guests. However, he did not accept the unilateral offer from the Wolves. The McLean family asked for just one thing, that the messenger, Princess Reina Wolf, sincerely apologized to her son. Patrick also made it clear that he would refuse any other kind of compensation. After all this, Logan intervened, saying that as the person directly involved, he had a request to make. Logan pondered that they need to accept the money, thinking that letting them escape with just words is madness, especially considering that 3 million euros is the entire annual budget of the McLean house. Moreover, half of the current funds come from his stepmother's family, the Charons. He thinks they will go bankrupt the moment that support is cut off. And for what honor? He thinks everyone has lost their minds and they have to accept those 3 million, no matter what. So Logan starts talking to his dad and says he would like to accept Wolf's terms of apology. Patrick gets angry again, asking if Logan is going to make him go back on his word. Logan thinks about the pressure his dad is under, remembering that even without an aura, he is still a high-ranking knight. But unfortunately, that is nothing compared to others in the realm, and he thinks that if he can't handle this, he will never be able to move forward. Patrick tells the young man that the McLean house is not so poor that they need to abandon their honor for money. Logan lets out a deep sigh and replies that, in fact, they are exactly that poor. He continues arguing that the McLean house owes the bank 3 million gold pieces right now. 1 year's interest is about 150,000 in gold, and without Kion's money, they would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. They are the largest family of beggars in the realm. In fact, they owe more than 2 million gold pieces to the realm they serve as lords. Therefore, resolving the issue with a simple apology makes him fear that rumors will spread that they bowed to the wolves. Reina then intervenes, saying that the House of Wolf is not such an unreasonable family, and that they have the utmost respect for the honor of their claims. At that moment, Logan asks if she does not find it ridiculous to talk about reasonableness, since she is the one who unilaterally broke off the engagement. A memory from the young man's past surfaces, and he remembers how back then he believed Reina was genuinely sad about the inevitable separation. But that was before a certain incident. Reina and Logan are alone in a room, and she thanks him for coming. Reina says they may be ending things today, but she still wants to create one last memory with him. Logan, thinking his life as a master is over, asks Reina to run away with him that night. That is when she throws a knife at his face, forcing him to draw his sword to defend himself. Reina tears her own clothes, trying to shame him, asks if he really thinks someone like him deserves someone like her. Then she tells him to learn his place and disappear. She asks about him carrying a sword since he lost to a child and says he just made things easier for her. Logan does not understand what is going on and Reina starts screaming as a storm unfolds outside. Reina accuses Logan of becoming aggressive and trying to take advantage of her, and since his sword was already drawn, it was an easy lie to believe. The young man remembers that he had been blamed for so many mistakes that even his family did not believe in him. As a result, the McLeans were forced to apologize to the wolves and pay a heavy compensation. He thinks to himself, because of her he could never trust women again, calling Reina from the streets, but promising that this time she would not escape. After these events, Logan thinks about his plan and how he would change his reputation in the family, realizing that by gradually showing he had changed and convincing them, they would change too. But it seems that the fight with Dominion made him realize something. The soldiers closed their eyes even when someone disrespected him, and the rumors that he lost to his brother spread while he was away. Therefore, you can't transform the family by gaining the recognition of people like them. With only a few months until the start of the regional war, his reputation did not matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was saving his family. Logan set aside his pride and told Reina he would accept the Wolf family's compensation, ignoring his own family's wishes. Reina was left speechless. The patriarch was furious and asked how he dared to challenge his will. Logan replied that he would not be satisfied with mere empty apologies, leaving his father perplexed. He went on to say that their honor could not be bought with words, carried away by the wind. Will the value of that be as light as those words? Hearing all this, Reina tries to make the best of the situation and says that the Wolf family wishes to obey the Baron's will. The McLean household. Then she asks Patrick what he chooses. Logan sees her move and thinks that everything she is saying is to save her father's reputation, and that she is probably scared to death of having to pay 3 million euros. The patriarch, looking at Reina, states that as a representative of the Messin family, he is satisfied only with a sincere apology. However, he will leave it to Logan to decide whether the apology is sincere or not. Upon hearing this, his stepmother Marion becomes furious. Patrick turns to the young man again and tells him to think carefully, because if he accepts money for his dishonor, he will be opening the door for his honor to be negotiated in the future as well. Logan, without a second thought, decides that he cannot give in to his father on this matter and states that, as the person involved in the broken engagement, he accepts the compensation offered by the Wolf House. This surprises Marion and visibly disturbs Reina. After Logan made his choice, his disappointed father said he thought Logan had improved a bit, but in reality, he had gotten worse. He even adds that it is his fault for not teaching him the true value of honor. Logan, although he does not say this to his father, thinks that everything he does is for the good of the family. In his room, after receiving the generous compensation from Reina, the young man is interrupted by a knock on the door. Thinking it is Rick, the boy invites him in. But instead, Duan, the family's financial advisor, enters the room. Seeing him there, Logan wonders what he is doing. An internal monologue of Dane unfolds, recalling how he, as a financial advisor, had to manage the McLean estate with an ever-decreasing budget. He had to deal with soldiers demanding new weapons, as well as with the servants, who were running out of supplies for the winter. To make up for the lack of money, he was constantly begging the patriarchs. He wondered if he was a financial advisor or a king of beggars and thought that, if this were not his hometown, he would have resigned a long time ago. However, now he had the chance to rest for at least a few years. He thought the only person in his way was the idiot, thinking to himself that Logan would have to split the 3 million with him. Duel told the young man that he only stopped by to greet him, since he had made a great impression the day before. Given how he defended himself and did not yield an inch to the unfair external pressure, he was truly an incredible apprentice, worthy of being the heir of the Mean family. While Duel was saying all this, he imagined that his praise had deeply touched Logan. After all, he had never received compliments before, since he usually just messed things up. He thought it would be easy to take his money, but Logan was not impressed at all. Din kept saying that in tough times like these, 3 million gold was like rain in the desert, and that Logan's cunning had allowed the family to breathe easy once again. The young man remained unfazed, saying he did not see why the family would feel relieved since it was his money. Upon hearing this, Dane lost all hope. He thinks Logan is really going to use all the money for himself, but tries to stay calm. After all, in 20 years as a financial consultant for the McLeans, servility had become a normal habit in his life, and this situation was no different. Then he started to cry, leaving Logan a bit shocked, who asked if the family's situation was really that bad. Den continued saying that he did not know if the other was aware, but the family owed 3 million euros to Cooper Bank. He wanted to continue explaining that the interest alone was 150,000 in gold, but Logan interrupted him, finishing the sentence for him. Duan, surprised, asked if he already knew this, and the young man replied that the interest should not be a problem. After all, it was harvest time, and he should be able to pay with the harvest money. Dune tries to convince him that just managing the barony costs a fortune, that they are always on a tight budget. He tries to say that if he could help a little, things would change. But he is interrupted again by Logan, who does not want to listen. Dune asks why he would not help, since he thought it was against the Baron for the sake of the family. Logan agrees. He says he will use the money for the good of the family, but not to cover the immediate expenses of the barony. Instead, he needs to prepare for the future. Dune, furious, thinks Logan has no idea what he is talking about, and should just hand over the money right there. Logan then asks, Dune, is he right in saying that even if he paid the family's debts, it would not change much about the situation? Dune argues that having a bigger budget would make it easier to manage the property for at least a few years. The young man then asks what would happen after that, saying that even if this were true, they would just end up in debt again, since they had no special products to sell. He concludes that it is a vicious cycle, and he is trying to break it with his own plan, for which he also needs money. Den is left speechless, wondering if this is really the same delinquent he knew, thinking to himself that he thought Logan was just a kid who did not care about family matters. The young man says he has a favor to ask Day, and that if he helps, he might even share some of the money to help cover some of the family's expenses. Dune asks what he needs, and the young man says he needs to gather some mercenaries. Later, he talks to Rick. It seems like he is getting ready to leave again, and Rick asks where the hell he is going, saying it has not been long since he returned from his isolated training. Logan replies that he is going out to make money. Rick points out that he already has a good amount, but Logan insists he needs more. He continues saying that the Patriarch is certainly not going to let him leave now, because the atmosphere in the castle is incredibly tense. But Logan responds that he is not going to ask his dad for anything. He is going to leave quietly. Rick is shocked, but Logan does not care. He thinks that if he can't change his reputation now, it will never happen, so he needs to gather outside forces. Luckily, he is aware of what is happening in the outside world, just like when he was kicked out of the family in his past life, and he concludes that his first step is to find a certain guy. Rick tries to talk to him, saying that he is not thinking straight, and that becoming a fugitive right now won't do him any good. Logan gets irritated with Rick's persistence, who asks what he plans to do if he just runs away. Rick even says that if he really leaves, he might as well just run over him, which, by the way, he is close to doing since he does not seem to care, not caring at all. The young man replies that everything will be fine for his friend, because he will write a letter to his dad, so that no one blames him. Rick asks what he is going to write, but Logan just smiles. Rick let out a sigh of relief after Logan disappeared. He took the letter to the Patriarch, who seemed about to make D-Day look like child's play. The letter began with a formal greeting and went on to say that, heartbroken over the engagement, he had decided to step out for some fresh air, but he would be back soon. Signed, Logan McNean. After that, poor Rick just cried, wishing for the young man's return. The story of the Mucklin family is then introduced, revealing that just 200 years ago the family did not hold the position they have today. Their vast lands stretched into neighboring counties, and they were revered as rulers of the southwestern region of the Grandia Kingdom. But until the current Mir Patrick Meeson, the useless work of the last 3 generations of ancestors has downgraded his title and considerably reduced his territory. The vast grain depot, once called the Meeson Plains, was handed over to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among others. The place where they ended up, as if they had been expelled, was the arid and dry land near the southern mountains. The Minkel were doomed to financial difficulties. There were no suitable regional products, and the common copper mines in mountainous territories did not exist there. Logan believes that even if they win the regional war, they will need to keep asking for help from Kairos. To break this vicious cycle, he needs a lot of money. Much more than the 3 million he already has. He says there is someone here who can help him when he enters Cairo, the largest trading city in the Grandia Kingdom. Various voices call out to customers, offering rings, shields, and even fresh fruits and vegetables. The young man thinks that coming here helps him remember how remote the Mclellian barony is. He goes on to say that based on his memory, the person he is looking for spent his youth in Cairo, and he was informed that the man lives nearby. The man he is searching for, his golden beetle, Philip Cloud, is a key figure in the Ares Empire, the strongest nation on the continent. It is a centralized power based on a merit system, meaning that as long as you have talent, regardless of gender or age, you have a chance to succeed. It is a nation where you can enjoy power and wealth, even as a foreigner. A perfect example of this is Philip Cleudio from the Kingdom of Grandia. He is one of the richest merchants who moved to the empire, and the biggest arms dealer on the continent, known as the merchant from the Kingdom of Grandia. However, in reality, despite being called the Golden Beetle, he supported people from his hometown and used his money to create the miracle of Grandia's sovereignty. While walking through the streets, Logan saw a person and wondered, is that him? The boy in the middle of the street had just been deceived and was wondering how he would survive from now on without a single penny. Logan watched him, thinking about how he had heard that the man's business had gone bankrupt due to a scam. But seeing the scene with his own eyes was much worse than he had imagined. When the boy thought about ending it all, Logan approached, trying to strike up a conversation, and asked if he was Philip Cloud. Philip confirmed, a bit suspicious, and asked who Logan was, assuming that by his appearance, red eyes, and intense gaze, he could be dangerous. Logan said he would like to talk to him for a minute, but Philip remained skeptical, wondering how the young man knew him. At that moment, Philip felt a strong emotion in his eyes. It was something that businessman Philip had seen countless times. Greed. Philip began to theorize that given the moment and the ancient armor, he was a mercenary gangster. Logan tried to explain his reasons, but Philip freaked out and started shouting that the payment date had not arrived yet, and that the sale of his commercial property would be finalized in 3 days. Then he should come back. Logan assured him that he was not there to collect any debt. But Philip barked like a rabid dog and repeated that his sales had not been processed yet, telling the young man to leave once again. Logan tried to calm Philip and said he was not there to collect anything, but to invest money, leaving Philip shocked. When asked if that is really investing in him, Logan confirms. Philip starts to think that if he did not come to collect money, then he must be a lunatic, crazy for wanting to invest in someone like him who had completely failed. But at the same time, he wonders if Logan is telling the truth and asks how much he wants to invest. Logan retorts by asking how much he needs and claims that he will help him enough to pay off his debts and get back on his feet. Philip, still suspicious, analyzed the expression on Logan's face and the dirt on his armor, concluding that he must have come from very far away. It was then that he understood. Logan tried once more to ask how much he needed, but Philip interrupted him, calling him a filthy scoundrel. He said that if the plan was to trick him, he should have prepared better. Like the other guys who had already made a fool of him, he kept insisting that he was not an investor, and that his armor must belong to the McLean barony in the southwest. To Philip, they were just a family of beggars living off their wealthy relatives. How could they want to invest if this family can't even pay their own debts? Besides, he tells Logan that if he gets caught pretending to be a noble, he would be executed, and complains that he picked the wrong person because he is completely broke. Logan analyzes the situation from another angle, thinking that even at rock bottom, Philip shows good sense. As expected from a future magnate, he wonders how he can calm the guy down while Philip complains in the street that he has no money to eat, let alone to die. At that moment, Logan has an idea. He asks Philip to pay attention for a second and shows him his aura, leaving him perplexed. Philip thinks that someone as brilliant as him, who awakened his strength so early, would be foolish to throw it all away on a fraud. He apologizes, saying that a lot has happened and that he is a bit sensitive, and asks what Logan's interest in him is. Logan says he wants to hire him permanently and as a bonus, pay off his debt. Philip is skeptical again, asking if the McLean family has money for something like that. Logan asks about the young man's debt, estimating it around 250,000, and says he will pay it and give him an additional 300,000, revealing the money he had been carrying all along. Philip looks at Logan and thinks he is an angel, so he signs the contract. The terms are as follows. If the subordinate Philip tries to harm the boss on purpose, he will feel excruciating pain, as if his soul is being torn apart. A surreal formality. The witch who sealed the contract tells Philip that if he does not like it, he must strive to awaken and become at least a high-ranking knight, or pay a 4-circle wizard, or hire someone for several hundred times the value of the contract to break the curse. leaving Philip speechless again. She dismisses them, telling him to say hi again. And Philip wonders if he just got tricked. He thought he was delusional imagining Logan as an angel. Especially now that he realized he just paid a fortune for a magical contract just to make him his savior when a single page of the contract is worth 30 slaves. Logan adds that they can trust each other now since they barely know each other. So if he is going to invest a fortune, he needs a reasonable guarantee and assures Philip that once they build trust, things will be different. He will get rid of the contract and extend his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Philip thinks this contract is a mess, with no details about deadlines or conditions. But he has no choice but to trust Logan for now. Then he shakes his hand. Philip asks what Logan needs him to do, to which he replies that first they need to buy monster meat. Upon hearing this, the young man calls Logan a psychopath. Logan thinks Philip's reaction is normal since monster blood and meat contain poison. Burning it would be the wisest thing to do. However, in a few years, the situation will change drastically as soon as the news spread that you can make a monster blood neutralizer with common ingredients. Some food-scarce areas began consuming the monsters. That winter, they started treating deficiency cases after consuming the Kellogg monster. Even those examinations in intimate areas that caused sterility began to show results. A year later, the Royal Magic Tower confirmed everything. The Kellogg vanished from the map across the continent because the species simply disappeared after research results showed it was good for virility. With that in mind, Logan thinks he can easily earn 3 million or even more, depending on what he can get. Walking around with a crazy person like that, Philip looks at Logan with disappointment and wonders if it would not be better to just run away. In a tap, Philip and the young man start discussing what to do next. Logan tells Philip that he wants to buy monster meat worth 1 million gold pieces and thinks he has completely lost his mind. The warrior tells him to calm down, assuring him that he will make money even if he spends more on it. Philip says he is against the idea and asks if he is sure about what he is doing. He says yeah. Then Philip asks what the price range per unit is to buy Kellogg meat. And he says that Kellogg meat is worthless now, that people are mainly burning it due to a lack of buyers. If he sent someone at level 0 to bring back the bodies, it would cost about 200 gold pieces because of the kingdom's transport fees, and that fee is charged per unit. In other words, if you brought a bunch of Kellogg's at once, the transport would be much cheaper. Philip is impressed by the fact that Logan even thinks about the transport fees and agrees that he is right about the costs. He asks if with that price per unit and a budget of 1 million in mind, he is going to hire a bunch of mercenaries for a hunt throughout the kingdom and buy everything for them. Logan confirms that he is right and asks if he sees any problem with that. Philip explains that the plan is completely wrong because all the monster meat is being thrown away. Now he should hire a guild of merchants for the price of the meat, and everything would be solved. He keeps saying there are merchants out there who will bring and sell anything for money, even if it is garbage to be thrown away. They will offer to get it for him. The young man is so confident that he even says they will probably bring all the meat from Kellogg in the kingdom as soon as he asks for it all cut and ready. Logan is impressed with Philip's idea, thinking that his investment is already paying off. A bit suspicious, he calls Philip cute punk for some reason. Philip tells him not to worry about money from now on and to leave everything to him. After all, his faith depends on Logan's future. Then the young man hands Philip a list of various things: ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue. He tells him to stay in Kale and buy all of this in large quantities. But Philip is skeptical again and asks if he is trying to open a toy factory, to which the young man replies that he has something even better in mind. In fact, Logan asked Philip to buy the raw materials for war weapons and remembered how the weapons made from those materials were used in the invasion of the Grandia Kingdom in his past life. Depending on the battle conditions, a single soldier could even hold a knight in check with those weapons. He also remembered having tasked Wayne with hiring mercenaries before getting there. Just putting those weapons in his hands would be enough to gain an advantage in the regional war. But first he needed to find a craftsman capable of making those weapons and an instructor to train the mercenaries. 2 days later in Heron, the mercenary city, Logan was talking to Kaizelin, a class of mercenary, trying to hire him as an instructor. But Kalan said he had never trained anyone productively before. Logan insisted that the job would not be too hard, since he would just be training the Class C mercenaries he would hire. Still reluctant, Kaizelin explained to Logan that he did not know what he had heard, but all he had managed to do was guide some young people, and that he should trust this mission to professional educators. Logan thought that Kaizelin could not fool him, since he knew all about this from working with him in his past life. He acknowledged that Kaizelin could handle all existing weapons and besides that, had great skill with horses. But where Kaizelin really excels is as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he trained after retiring due to a serious injury was more skilled than any other. But he does not seem very interested in that now. Logan offers 4,000 gold coins for the service. Kaizullin is playing hardball and does not accept the offer. Logan raises the proposal to 6,000. But the guy keeps refusing, so he raises it again to 7,000. And once again the stubborn man does not back down, trying to explain to Logan that money can't buy everything. But the young man raises the offer to 8,000 again. It was then that Kaizullin gave in and accepted the proposal, even thanking him in advance. They talked, and Logan revealed that he was the firstborn son of the Baron McLean family, asking if he was not curious about why he was hiring mercenaries from the countryside. Kaizullin replied that he did not care as long as he got paid. As they walked through the streets, they saw a man whipping a group of people, shouting that if they were late, he would kill them all. Kaizullin continued saying that, as Logan might already know, Harran is known as the city of mercenaries and slaves, and they would see much more of this ahead. From there, the city turns into a slave market. Logan replies that he is familiar with the situation, thinking about buying a slave in this market too. A trader watches him, thinking he must be some clueless hick, and calls him over to show his goods, saying he offers slaves at unbeatable prices. But upon seeing Kaizullin, he becomes terrified. Seeing this, the young man relaxes, thinking it was totally worth hiring him. He arrives at a shop with more guards than the others and quickly realizes this is the right place. An elderly man greets Logan, saying he imagines Logan knows what he is getting into. The young man replies that he is there to buy a dwarf. The old trader confirms that he has come to the right place and explains that races from other worlds are rare. That is why they take such good care of them, inviting him to come closer. Then he shows a pair of elves, commenting that they were very hard to get and asking if Logan has seen elves before. The old trader tries to talk about the two elves, but Logan does not care at all. He simply tells the merchant to deliver the chained dwarf to the back of the place. The merchant responds, quite obviously, that he can clearly see it is a dwarf by his appearance, and that he will find many uses for him. After all, even among dwarves who are known for being great craftsmen, this one is one of the few with expert-level skills. Hearing this, the young man is a bit surprised. He always thought that dwarves were born with incredible manual skills, a race that creates, repairs objects, and finds meaning in that from youth to old age. And a non-expert was beyond what he was looking for. He would not even have to worry about the work it would take for the guy. Logan asks about the price, and the merchant says that since he is an expert, the starting price would be at least 200,000 gold coins. The young man looks the man up and down and asks if he looks like a fool. The old man nearly wets himself and lowers the price by 50,000 coins. Kaizullin thinks about how he got the old man to lower the price so quickly. The dwarf looks at Logan and comments that what he did was ruthless, but the young man thinks it is just basic. The dwarf keeps asking where he is going now. Logan responds that he is taking him to the Malin estate in the southwest, and that he will do the things he asked for. The dwarf simply agrees. It was exactly as he thought. Dwarves are famous for their craftsmanship, but not the slave dwarves, because although they are a race of artisans without passion, they do not create true works of art. Logan wanted to awaken that passion in the dwarf, and said that if he gave his best for the next 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. Since 20 years was nothing for his kind, the dwarf was happy with the promise and tried to thank him, when suddenly another slave broke free and started running away from his master. The young man watched everything unfold. However, he did not get very far. A soldier managed to catch him. It turns out Logan found that slave familiar. A slave with blue hair and differently colored eyes. Also blue. Suddenly, he remembered and ended up thinking out loud, leaving Kaizullin curious about what he was saying. Logan wondered how it was possible to find the noble hunter here. This made him recall his past life, when there was an incredibly famous aura user in the kingdom, an ex-slave who escaped after killing his masters, starting a wave of murders, killing nobles and knights. Finally, he hid for the next 10 years. When he reappeared, he used art, proof that he had transcended his humanity, making his life mission to kill every noble he encountered, which earned him the title of Noble Slayer. Logan continues explaining that the slave escape incident happened about a year after he became a mercenary. By the timeline, he would still be a slave now. If he rescued that boy now, he would have a future aura user by his side. But the problem is that the guy is an unstoppable homicidal maniac. The young man thinks that if he becomes a lethal weapon that attacks his own allies, he can just lock him up. When the master tries to strike the boy once again, Logan pulls out his sword and blocks the blow on his leg, catching the master off guard. It is then that he notices the family's big guy. He tells the guy that he must be a client, and gets all smug about it. The slave trader keeps saying how ashamed he is, and says that the merchandise was not obeying, so he had to find a way to train them. He asks Logan how he can help. Logan replies that he would like to buy some slaves, referring to the two kids. But the trader warns that, since both are rare, one a redhead and the other with blue eyes, the price is very high, and asks if he is sure about that. Logan insists on the price, and the trader informs him that it is at least 10,000 for each. The young man thinks that a young strong slave costs about 300 euro, And the guy still has the audacity to charge 100 times more for 2 kids who barely have any meat on their bones. Logan continues saying that considering the value of the noble sile, 10,000 gold coins is cheap, but there is no way that guy could know that. Besides, he does not want to let that scoundrel make money at his expense. The young man says that 30 times the asking price for a strong slave for 2 kids about to collapse, with one of them almost dying, is a bit pricey. The master argues that they are the only ones there, and Logan retorts that he will pay 500 euros for each, a higher price than that of a healthy slave, which would be more than enough. The master tries to negotiate, saying that for that amount he won't even recover his investment. Logan gets irritated and asks the master if he thinks he is so stupid as to not know the price of a slave. And the master gets flustered. He thinks Vior always causes him trouble, so he is sure he will continue to do so in the future, and eventually accepts Logan's offer. Kaiselin carries the injured boy on his back, saying it is impressive how he is already standing, since the injury should not have allowed for such a quick recovery, and Logan keeps saying he recovered quickly. Easy peasy. But the reality is that he was gradually releasing strength to heal the boy, which is even better than the magic of most low-level priests. But he gets annoyed when he realizes that the other boy might have sensed his aura, when even Kaiselin could not feel anything, but he ignores it, thinking it is just a coincidence. Vior jumps off Kaiselin's back and tries to attack Logan, but does not even come close to landing a punch. The young man grabs him by the neck and says he does not know if he is brave or just stupid, but he is leveling up. He asks if he understands the situation he is in, and if he looks as weak as that insignificant slave trader. He says it is great that Vior is full of fighting spirit, but he needs to learn to choose his opponents better, and hopes this will be the last warning he needs. Logan continues saying that if he obeys, he guarantees his safety and that of his little sister. But if something like this happens again, he will get rid of both of them. He lets the boy go, thinking that was enough, and reveals he plans to raise him as a knight. Vior asks if he is serious, and Logan confirms, adding that he needs to know that knights are honorary nobles, and that he should naturally be able to escape his status as a slave, and not just him, but his sister too. Hearing this, Vior looks at his sister and says he will do whatever it takes. Logan watches the two and realizes his assumption was correct. The sister is the key to controlling the noble assassin's violent nature. He continues saying that he will start the training as soon as they get home, and then asks Ramar, the dwarf, to come closer for a moment. The young man says he will start drafting the contract, a magical contract that will state the following: if Ramar works for him for the next 20 years, he will send him back to the mountains. Ramar was shocked, unable to believe that Logan would really send him back to his people. The young man continued saying that it is hard to trust a promise that consists only of words in the wind, and asked if something was wrong or if he did not want to move forward. Ramar responded gratefully that he wanted this with all his heart and would do anything he asked. He kept thanking, saying he could not believe that Logan would do this. Seeing the reaction, Logan thought that if a contract was all he needed to motivate him, then he was coming out ahead here, and he continues admitting that he got everything he could want from this adventure and more. Since he managed to get his hands on the noble killer, he says that the preparations for war between the clans are going very well at that moment. Meanwhile, Logan had no idea that rumors about his strange behavior had already spread throughout the McClellan property while he was away, that his reputation had gone down the drain and was sinking, and that Rick was drowning in confusion, trying to fix things and thinking, what the hell is Logan up to? Soon after, it seems he came back home, and no one in the world is happier to see him than Rick. The young man looks at Rick and asks how he is. Rick responds by asking Logan if he is serious when asking something like that, almost having a fit. He continues asking what Logan has been doing while he was gone, and if he heard the rumors going around about him, that he is a perverted monster who spends 150,000 on monster meat. A few days before, Philip gathered all the merchants he could find, said he wanted to buy monster meat in the name of the young master, Logan McLean. Apparently, even before all this, people had already heard about Logan, how his engagement was broken off, and how he basically stole his fiancée. Philip himself started some strange rumors about monster meat, trying to get more sellers. He had no idea that his master Logan had such a past, and just thought he was some crazy old man. However, Philip saw an opportunity in the rumors and lowered the price of monster meat as low as he could, while still ensuring that the merchants would chase it like it was hot bread. 1 gold coin per kilo. He figured no merchant would refuse to sell junk to a guy willing to pay for it. He added that if they wanted money, they should bring all the monster meat they could get. Philip's aggressive sales pitch seemed to work, with merchants gathering monster meat and rumors about Logan spreading throughout almost the entire thieves' neighborhood. Hearing all this, Logan comments that Philip did his job perfectly, and Rick is perplexed, not understanding how he can laugh at a moment like this. Logan goes on to say that he should look at the faces of those who came with him, and think about how many rumors they must have heard to feel that way. To all of this, the young man simply replies that he should not worry because it will all be over soon, but Rick warns him not to be too calm. Because the next stop is facing the patriarch and he is furious. In the father's office, Patrick asks Logan if he enjoyed running away from home. It was a valid trip. Yep. Logan replied. Patrick continued saying he had heard some rumors, that he had done some crazy things, but at least it was worth it. The young man defended himself, stating that nightclubs are just that, meaningless lies, and he did not regret anything he had done. His stepmother then intervened, telling Patrick that it was exactly as she had said before. Logan had no sense of his position and how his actions could dishonor the family name. But the young man did not let her finish and interrupted, saying she was overreacting a bit. After all, he just spent the money from the broken engagement as he saw fit. Mar enters the conversation again, asking Patrick if he heard what she said, and if he is still on her side after everything. But Patrick yells that that is enough and calmly asks her to leave, as he wants to talk to Logan alone for a moment. Patrick warns Logan that this is the last chance he will give him. Logan looks scared, standing there in front of his furious father. He asks his son what is going on in his head, says they need to have an honest conversation about what is happening. Logan thinks to himself, knowing that his dad won't let it go this time, so he tells Patrick that he would not understand even if he explained. Patrick retorts, asking Logan if maybe he is the one who does not want to be understood, and if Logan realizes what the people around him are saying, that he is violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and even insane. He continues asking Patrick how much longer he will have to cover for him, and if that moment comes in the future. He asks him to let him know. That way, he can at least have the excuse that he did his best for the sake of the young man's late mother. The young man thinks he can't believe Patrick mentioned his mom, since he never spoke of her in his previous life, not even when he was kicked out, and maybe Patrick has not completely given up on him yet. Logan asks his dad for a year. He says that in a year, he will prove to Patrick the reasons behind his actions, and once again begs for this last favor. Then we see Patrick alone in his room, reflecting on what just happened, admitting how strange it is, a favor request between father and son, and thinking that if Logan does not prove his words after a year, he will have to make a decision, because he is the patriarch of the mercenaries before being a dad. A photo of Logan's mother appears, Reina, to whom Patrick apologizes, saying he does not understand what is happening with their son. Patrick then starts a monologue saying that he promised to protect him at all costs and raise him well. In the end, everything fell apart due to his own negligence. Walking through the castle halls, Logan finds his younger brother, and what he sees leaves him speechless. Ronian had awakened his strength. How did you guess? You caught up to me pretty fast. Ronian comments. The young man is happy to see the boy awaken his strength so early at just 14 years old, and thinks that in his past life, Ronian's strength only manifested during the war between the clans. But this time it happened much faster. It is all thanks to you, Ronian says, leaving him confused. He then explains that the knights were trying to stop him from finding Logan when he came back. That is when he awakened, apparently. He defeated the knights while trying to meet up with Logan. Logan started laughing and told Ron that he did a great job. He thinks that if he teaches him the secrets of the divine sword, once his strength stabilizes, he could become much stronger than he was in his past life. In a cabin south of the McLean property, Logan meets with Duan, who informs him that the 35-level sea mercenaries he asked to recruit are all there. It seems that the mercenaries are furious with the young man, wondering if this is some kind of scam. It has been 10 days since they were called, and none of them have met Logan yet. One of them mentioned that the family of an insignificant baron would not dare face a guild of mercenaries unless they were crazy. Another replied that they might never know, since the rumors about him had reached them too, and they were pretty heavy. Then they started talking about the young man's appearance, how he was carrying a sword and armor, trying to pass as a soldier. Hearing everything, he thought he needed to control these scoundrels, who were fighting to live, or he would never be able to communicate with them. So Logan approached one of the mercenaries and asked if he thought it was funny to wear armor and carry a sword. The man replied that he did not understand what Logan meant, and wondered how he had heard his comment from where he was. The young man then started mocking the guy, saying he could think that way, but only if he had the talent to back it up. He then said he was nothing more than an insignificant Class C mercenary, and asked what non-existent skills he thought he had to belittle others. He then sarcastically asked if he had offended the man, acknowledging that even a low-level guy like him had pride, and told him to come closer to settle it. The warrior made a proposal. If the guy could land a single hit on him, he would let him go right away, and even pay a full year's salary, sealing the promise with the honor of a noble at stake, and ensuring that everyone there was a witness. The mercenary stepped closer, and said that was great for him since he could not go back on his word now. And he shot a look at Logan, trying to intimidate him. But how do you scare someone with that gorilla face? The crowd started commenting on the mercenary's size, wondering if he was not a B level. Another guy replied that he was not yet, but he could get there after this job. Hearing this, Logan scoffs, realizing that must be the reason for the mercenary's confidence. The mercenary tells Logan to attack first, and he responds by saying the other will regret that decision. But the mercenary ignores the danger, saying he has been using a sword for much longer, so he does not need to worry. He even asks Logan if he needs any advantage at this moment. The young man gathers his strength and punches the guy in the face. Everyone is left speechless by the power of the punch, and it seems Logan ended the duel right there with the man sprawled on the ground and his teeth flying through the air. The other mercenary looks on in disbelief while Logan simply rolls his shoulder, grunts, and asks if anyone else wants to speak without thinking. The mercenaries can't believe that at his age, he already masters the strength. They think it is ridiculous. Kizan watches him and thinks he always found him different, but never imagined he would be this good. The young man continues saying that no one else will make comments from now on. After that, he formally introduces himself as Logan Massin, the one responsible for calling them, and he goes on to say that many of them are probably wondering why he is spending money hiring mercenaries. He then explains that he wants to train them to be crossbowmen. Din and Keelan seem surprised, and the mercenaries did not know what to think of this idea. One of them even commented that they would spend all their time reloading. Kazalan then whispered to Logan that crossbows were not efficient weapons for knights to use, but he replied that he already knew that. Kazalan asked why on earth the young man wanted them to use crossbows when he already knew. Logan explained that crossbows were much more destructive than bows, but for an inexperienced shooter, it took over a minute just to load while on horseback. You would be out of firepower in a minute, even loading 3 or 4 crossbows, and is no wonder they are confused. Logan tells Kaizalan that, although he thinks he is wasting money pretending to be a soldier, he should train them well first, as he will find out the reason later. And as a final comment, he says that the crossbow will be a great asset for McLean, even beyond the upcoming war between the fiefdoms. Kayala is not sure what to think, but she accepts her master's request. A few days later, the young man looks at a piece of paper in his room and thinks that out of the 350 mercenaries they hired, only 312 passed the simple qualification test. He says, "It is good enough," and suddenly someone interrupts him. It was Ramar wanting to know what was on that piece of paper he received. Logan explains that it is a design of the crossbow he is going to make and continues, saying it might look a bit rough to a professional's eyes. The young man thinks this was a weapon he used for decades in his past life, so he sketched out pretty much all the structures he could remember. And since Hamar is a master craftsman, he should be able to build it. Hamar agrees that he will have to put a cartridge that stores the bolts in the back of the crossbow and make it reload automatically, and that it needs to fire 3 shots in a row. He asks who the hell came up with such a stupid idea, to which Logan responds that it was him, and Ramar seems annoyed. Then Ramar comments that it is a wonderful idea, but with the string twisted in such a structure, the strings won't hold and will break. Moreover, if you put a wooden box like that in the back, it will be uncomfortable for the shooter too, and he asks Logan what he is going to do about it. The young man replies that it is not his problem, and that Ramar should handle it himself. Upon hearing this, the dwarf got furious. Logan explained that it was just a joke and continued saying he needed to reduce the size of the screw to decrease the cartridge itself, agreeing with Ramar that it would be a single shot. He proposed instead that they make prefabricated cartridges and reload them after each shot, calling the loaders magazines for convenience. Hearing this, Amar was astonished. He commented that even for a skilled shooter, a crossbow could not fire 2 shots in a minute, and that it would be like a weapon out of its time. Logan pondered that it was because, in fact, it was a weapon created in the future. Amar then tells Logan that people think all you need to make something like that is a spring cartridge, a piece of wood, glue, and a bowstring. That is a motivating challenge for him, and he says he will try. Hearing this, Logan asks Ramar when he will be ready, to which Hamar responds, asking if Logan is asking him to build something he has never heard of or seen with a deadline. Logan continues saying that it is still a weapon that humans made. Hearing this, Ramar is perplexed, asking where and who made it. Logan brushes off the subject, telling Ramar that he does not need to know that and challenges him, saying that if he thinks he can do it, he might as well give up. Amar says he only needs a month and during that time he will build something far superior. Seeing the situation, Logan is pleased to discover what happens when you mess with a dwarf's ego. Later, in the castle's training fields, Vior is seen running. Logan warns him that he is slowing down again and that he can do better, so Vior tries to speed up again. Logan thinks about how he has only fed him and made the boy sleep for days since he arrived, but he can't believe the difference that a little food has made. He orders Vitor to rest, and at that moment, his little sister runs up to him. Logan thought once more about the big investment he made by hiring Vior, a 14-year-old boy, much smaller than others his age, ran 20 kilometers nonstop, showing great talent. But what he admired most was the young man's courage and perseverance. who seemed not to worry about anything. It was clear to him that the young man was not a noble killer by nature. This big change in his life likely happened because of his sister. Quickly, Logan interrupts his thoughts and tells Vior that the rest is over, and it is time for the next training. He throws a sword into the young man's hands and says that from now on they would learn the sword technique of the Grandia Kingdom, which every aspiring knight in the country learned. Soon the instructor asked for Vior's attention to demonstrate. The young man held the sword firmly and cut through the air with force. Vior, however, seemed indifferent, thinking that all he wanted was to faint and sleep. Even so, he bit his lip and thought that if the price for that good food and a decent night's sleep was tiredness, he would do whatever it took. So he took his sword, like Logan had done, and cut through the air perfectly. Watching the scene, Logan thought that what he had done before was perfect. Just like Vior's strike, not just the movement, but every breath, and he had only shown it once. That is why he is surprised to see how easily the boy keeps up. He comments that not even Ron was that good, and they are the same age. Seeing this, Logan tells Vior that if he increases his endurance and executes the sword technique perfectly more than 1,000 times in a row, he can consider himself a knight. Hearing this, Vior's eyes shine, imagining himself in that position. Logan then asks if he can do it, and the young man happily replies.
Yep.
Logan continues telling Vior that if he needs anything else for his training, he can ask Rick. He would probably sort out most things. But Vior responds that he does not need anything. Logan insists, asking if he is sure, and Vior says that his only request is for him to take care of his sister. That would be enough. Logan thinks he is perfect while training Vior. He thinks that maybe the young man is not ready to go to war right away, but he will be a great help to McLennan in the future. He also concludes that both the mercenary body and the weapon Ramar will create will be a formidable force. Still, he should not get too excited. After all, Ramar not be able to make a good crossbow, and even if he did, the mercenaries might not know how to use it properly, since he put everything in someone else's hands. He needed to come up with another plan. Next, Logan went to his father's office and said he wanted to join the night training, and it seems that his father accepted the request. In the knight's training field, Captain Hinckley introduced Logan to the others, informing them that he would be participating in the training from then on. Apparently, the knights did not take the news well and began to whisper among themselves, thinking that Logan might consider the Order of Knights a joke, since he had defeated Dominion. A memory of the captain came to mind. He found himself in the chamber of the Patriarch, where they were discussing the young man's entry into the order. The captain did not seem happy at all. In fact, Hinckley told Patrick that if he joined, the knights would not be pleased. But Patrick retorted, stating that he was not asking for special treatment. In fact, he asked to be treated strictly, like they would with any other rookie. Currently, Hinckley thinks that, despite Patrick's request, he is still the Lord's son, and it would have been easier if Patrick had asked to treat Logan more kindly. Logan notices the captain's concern and reassures him, saying not to worry. He states that if he fails any of the Knight's Order exercises during the next week, he will simply pretend nothing happened and get out of Hindley's way. Hindley is surprised by the young man's attitude but ultimately agrees. Upon hearing this, he decides that next week the Knight's Order training will be 3 times harder. Shortly after, a knight is seen running with a colleague on his back. Wondering what kind of training this is, the warrior shouts to his students not to die and reminds them that they are cavalry knights and cannot ignore what it is like to be a horse. He tells them to feel what it is like to be the horse that carries them across the battlefield while they are fully armed. The knights realize this is why they have been training in full armor and also comment that all of this is happening because of that damn troublemaker. They speculate on how long Logan will last with this training. 1 day. Maybe 3. However, they might all be wrong because Logan is running at full speed, weaving through the crowd and leaving everyone speechless, even the captain. And to top it off, the young man is smiling while doing it. Hinckley was furious, thinking that at this rate the knights would fall behind. Right, Logan. With that said, he ordered everyone to stop and take a 10-minute break. Then he went to ask how the young man was doing, if he was tired after that run. In reality, what was going through his mind was that it was obviously exhausting, and all he needed to do was give an honest answer to get out of that crazy training. But he did not even finish his thought when Logan interrupted him, saying it was a piece of cake. Hinckley was taken aback. He asked what he meant by that, and the young man replied that it was great training. If the knights go through this every day, there is no way they won't be strong. Then he tells Hinckley that he is looking forward to the next training session. While 2 guys on the ground look like they are about to give up at any moment, Hinckley thinks this is not exactly what he wanted, and Logan once again seems to not care. Later that night, the young man looks around and realizes he is alone in the training field. All the knights must have gone home already. He then starts to reflect, thinking that training with the knights is his insurance policy, in case all his plans fail. If that happens, He will join the knights and fight on the front lines, so it is better to start going out with them now and trying to build connections. Another reason he is doing this is his strength, since he can develop it through meditation. But equally important is training his body. That is where the Order of Chivalry comes in handy, and as he imagined, as his core strength grows and he does not feel fatigue, the young man picks up his sword and with a quick strike releases a force cut demonstrating his power. He thinks about how he has all this strength, and it all comes from just one core of a star. He imagines that when he reaches 2 stars, he will have the power to rival a high-ranking knight like his father. The next morning he tests crossbows, considering all of them a failure, and asks Ramar if that is all he can do. Then the young man asks about the rope he ordered, saying that this thing only fires once, and that he also is not seeing the loader. He also tells Ramar that he needs to be integrated. Ramar gets furious and Logan keeps apologizing, saying he was too harsh. To which Hamar responds that he is right, and that even being his master, he should never insult a craftsman's pride. However, what Logan really means is that if this is the best Ramar can do, then there is nothing they can do about it, which makes the dwarf nearly explode with anger. The young man continues saying that maybe he expected too much from him, since it has been weeks of work and he has not managed to do anything right. That is when Logan made a big mistake. He started provoking Ramar, saying that he had judged him wrong, that he was mistaken and had wasted money on him. That was the trigger for Ramar, who asked for 1 more month, assuring that he would come back with something worth the investment. Furious, he broke the crossbow he had in his hand. Logan watched Ramar leave, thinking about the anger that consumed him and how it would make him start from scratch. A cruel smile appeared on his face, wondering if Ramar would be able to create something amazing if he was pushed even harder. A month later, in one of the training fields, Amar demonstrates the power of his new and improved crossbow, which fires 2 arrows at the same time. The invention leaves Logan speechless. Amar comments that, despite having 1 shot less than Logan originally asked for, this one is easier to hold with 1 hand and allows for quick reloading. Logan, however, is impressed with the speed at which he loaded and fired, taking only 2 seconds. The young man thinks it has a shorter range than the weapon from his previous life, and it is smaller too. But for a mounted soldier, this is much better, exceeding expectations. He can't believe they have come this far, and there are still months until the war between the fiefs. Hamar asks if Logan is paying attention and Logan lifts him up, saying he did a great job, continuing to brag about the dwarves and wishing a long life to Rama and his people. Ramar, however, is not as happy as Logan, because he thinks someone might see him if he says he is not a child and wants to be put on the ground. Logan looks calmly into Ramar's eyes, preparing to ask a question, and when Ramar asks what it is, the young man returns to his psychotic state and says he needs 400 of those in 2 months. Then, Logan hands the crossbows to Kisun and the other mercenaries, and they are all impressed by the distance the dart reaches, and also by firing consecutive shots. Kian looks at the pre-invention and wonders how that is possible. How could a crossbow do something like that? A front-loading crossbow with that range, power, and speed. With that, an army of 300 or more mounted soldiers could do things that terrify him, just to think about. Then, Kenan tells Logan that he is truly amazing and realizes that this was the young man's plan from the start. Logan confirms that he is right and thinks that Ramar has been through a lot, even with extra help from craftsmen. Logan did not expect him to finish the order 2 months ahead of schedule, and still make 100 extra crossbows. As expected from a specialist dwarf, it was undeniable. The guy was really good. He even thought about sharing this with the knights and soldiers. But money was an issue, and there was still the risk of the technology leaking. Better to wait for now. Then, Logan asked Kian to equip the mercenaries with crossbows and clear the monsters from outside the territory. Kian thought the idea was impossible, but the young man was confident they could handle it. In the end, Kian admitted it might be possible, but Logan was not satisfied with that and told Kian to figure it out, because if he could not, nothing else mattered. Kian thinks the young man would not have created a weapon like that to subjugate monsters, and realizes he is preparing for war. During one of the night training sessions, one of the guys comments on his incredible physical endurance. Another one asks if this ridiculous physical ability is genetic, to which a third replies that if he is anything like the patriarch, he must be good with a sword. Then they talk about Logan's fight against Dominion, and one of the warriors tells the other not to even dare compare the young man to the old one. Even before awakening his powers, Logan had already lost to his younger brother, but still, it is impressive how he kept up with the training for over a month. This training, which at first was meant to make him give up, has now become the new symbol of the Night Order. It is tight, but much more rewarding than just running around. It seems like the right level of training for a member of the Order. It ended up becoming an unexpected incentive for the low-ranking knights who were slacking off in their training. Moreover, the knights began to truly understand and identify with their horses, and the bonds between them also strengthened. Hanley thought he was only insisting on the training because the young master would not give up, but he could not believe all those results. His lucky charm had come pretty close to him, At night in his room, Logan thought that after pushing his body to the limit with training, he would stimulate his inner consciousness with meditation. In this way, the repetitions were working in synergy, and he was making real progress lately. He had been noticing signs of a change in his strength. If he could improve his martial powers as he hoped, he could overcome all the monsters he had seen in his previous life. That is when something unexpected happened. Logan's core grew. He started babbling. And suddenly his core became a dual-star core. He remarked that he now had the basics to learn the next secret technique of the sword secrets. Iron Cut. Killer Iron Cut. Thinking only of the power the first technique gave him, he was sure the second would be much stronger than he imagined. And if he could master this technique before the war, not even a high-ranking knight would scare him. Next, Kian and the other mercenaries were hunting a pack of goblins. Their soldiers shot at the goblins, killing them instantly. Noticing how there was almost no recoil with these beasts, one of the guys commented that his bolt pierced a man's head and still lodged in the head of another behind him. Logan thought that the swarm of over 100 monsters had been decimated in less than 10 seconds, and that the mercenaries' old habits of using basic crossbows had been left behind. They were much quicker in changing the magazines. The young man thought to himself that the effort to hunt so far in the territory was worth it, and Elian asked if he was satisfied. More or less, he replied, remembering how they were a complete disaster during the first monster hunt. But they had improved a lot. After that, Khan asked Logan why all the preparations, saying he has never heard of a mercenary army with such firepower, and questions if he plans to kill monsters all over the continent. However, Logan does not have time to answer Kin, as a mounted knight comes galloping in to deliver a message from Rick. Apparently, the day before, Viscount Tesseran declared war on the McLean house. In the war room of the McLean, Patrick and the other family heads are looking through a crystal ball, while Viscount Tesseran declares that due to the ancient grudge of his unjustly murdered ancestor, he blames the McLean house, leaving Patrick perplexed. Some nobles exchange glances, wondering if what he is saying justifies a war. Hanko and Marion ask Patrick about their next steps, and continues to explain that only Tesseran's Knight Order has many more soldiers than they do. Even with Patrick on the battlefield, the chances of victory are slim. That is when one of the other nobles suggests that they defend the city and call for reinforcements. However, this is a terrible idea. If that happens, the knights using force will take advantage, and the city will fall into complete chaos. While the other man proposed sending an envoy to seek peace, Patrick erupts in a fit of rage, telling everyone to shut up, and starts explaining that even though the authority of the royal family is not as strong as it used to be, these people just declared war without even asking for permission. It is as clear as day that they planned everything. Therefore, peace is completely out of the question. He orders everyone to prepare for war and tells his generals to come up with a winning plan, as he won't tolerate any dissent. After all this, in that tense atmosphere, a random noble asks Patrick if the young master Logan will also go to war, and Patrick confirms. Marion continues saying that Renan's forces have awakened, and that he is also old enough to do his part. Upon hearing this, Rick realizes that Logan is not in the castle and rushes to send a messenger to inform him. When informed about the situation, he thinks that based on the memories of his past life, the war should not have started for another 2 months, and wonders what could have expedited things. The messenger hurries Logan, warning that the Viscount is breaking all customs and has attacked right after declaring war, so he needs to hurry to at least arrive in the middle of the conflict. Kaiselin and the others shout that Logan's mercenary troops are ready at any moment. Seeing this, he comments to Kaelan that he does not seem surprised by the situation. Kaelan responds that for a mercenary, if there is no war, they want to start one, and he continues saying that they have got a big weapon, so it is natural for them to want to use it. The young man looks at his army and thinks these guys are too confident, but he does not worry too much about it and says that what they are feeling is valid, since they have trained a lot in the past few months and overwhelmingly crushed the hordes of monsters. He goes on to say that it does not matter when the war starts, because all they have to do is win. He believes they have enough combat power now, so he commands his troops to march to the plains of Mechalin, sure that this war will end in victory. Back in the Barents Sea, the war started earlier than the Mechalins had imagined. The day after the declaration of war, Tesseran and his troops appeared on the Mechalin property, and their numbers exceeded the vassals' expectations. Captain Henkel informs Patrick that the Viscount's army consists of 100 knights, over 1,000 regular soldiers, and almost 10,000 recruits, explaining to the patriarchs that this was a large-scale war. Hearing this, Patrick thinks that Tesser has not completely lost his mind. Not only was he facing a main force of knights, who are practically superhuman to the average citizen, but he was also using recruits in a war that was not even between nations, but just a simple domestic feudal dispute. This makes Patrick question about Raymond. The Viscount is going so far, and it seems like things are only getting worse. The captain informs Patrick that the House of Kiraz has notified that they will not send troops, leaving him and Mary speechless. Mary tries to argue that the situation is impossible, that it must be a mistake. She reminds him that both she and Dean checked everything, and everything was prepared to prevent this from happening. With no choice, Patrick orders Henkel to gather all the men capable of bearing arms, saying they will respond to the attack with full force. Patrick thought about how Karaz, whom they trusted so much, turned their backs on them, putting them in a tough spot. He gathered as many men as he could to fight against Tesseron, mustering 53 knights, 552 regular soldiers, and 4,418 recruits, totaling 5,023 combatants. But this force was not even half the size of Tesseron's army. On the battlefield, 2 soldiers were talking, and one of them asked about the whereabouts of young Master Logan. The other one replied that he had left a long time ago, and still had not returned. Some soldiers commented that he probably would not come back, and must have run away when he heard the news. Hearing this, Hannon turned around and asked what they were talking about, saying there was no way Logan would do something like that. He believed that Logan had already expected this war to happen, and for that reason had taught him that secret move. There was no way he could run away. Other soldiers heard what Rand said, and began to think that the rumors were true, that the Lord's son had deserted. Shortly after, Patrick appeared beside Rand and told his younger son that he should take his brother's place, and not hesitate at all. He keeps thinking he does not want to believe these rumors. But that does not matter now, since the only thing that matters is winning the war. Then he orders all his troops to advance and crush that scum attacking his home. Next, Tesseron appears with a smile on his face. Thinking that Patrick has finally drawn his sword, he shouts that his knights are his sword and tells Patrick to face them. The young man channels his attack with aura and tries to break through the vanguard, but fails when a knight with a shield blocks his attack, leaving Patrick speechless. Rick is also seen on the battlefield and does not seem happy at all. He is watching people being killed and decapitated right in front of him. The young man thinks about how they are losing the fight, how they were forced to send people like him due to the huge disadvantage, and that anyway they will lose if they stay surrounded where they are. While he is at it, he is hit in the head by a soldier from the Tesseran army, who was about to finish him off. But the warrior manages to dodge the blow and an ally saves him, killing the enemy and telling him to get up quickly and prepare his spear. Rick reaches out and holds his hand, trying to express his gratitude for saving him. But before he can, an enemy knight kills his comrade and splatters blood all over Rick's face. He understands that his only chance of survival is to run as far away as possible from the enemy lines. Suddenly, mounted soldiers charge towards him as he passes between the bodies of his allies and foes. Rick realizes they are also surrounded from behind and fears this is a place where everyone will perish. After fighting against the knights who interrupted his attack, Patrick's opponent assures him that he does justice to his name. They made several preparations, but it was still hard for Patrick to trust in his own condition. Watching the man, he thought about how this man had withstood his deadly blows, which also had explosive force. Moreover, he was surprised to see that Tesseran also had a high-ranking knight. Continuing to ponder, Patrick assumed that the other knights must be at least of intermediate rank. Was that why they did not fear him? He asked if they were the ones prepared to face him. The other knight replied with another question, wanting to know what he thought of the preparations. Surrounded by 4 knights, the young man thought that if he got stuck there, the situation would become very complicated and the order of the knights would barely hold. So he grabs his sword and charges at the enemy, swearing that this would never happen. The young man clashes swords with the high-ranking knight, but is attacked from behind by another guy with a spear. Fortunately, he manages to dodge. Seeing that everyone is attacking from all sides, Patrick asks if they have any honor as knights and calls them scoundrels for fighting dirty. However, they seem to not know the word, let alone care about it, and one of them even says that this is his last battle before he dies. Then, they should leave him alone. Once again, the warrior advances with all his strength, clashing swords with one of his opponents. This time he was not so lucky and ended up being hit by a spear in the stomach, becoming seriously injured. He thinks that while the high-ranking knight blocks his attacks, the others jump in and attack him, an obvious trap from which there is no escape. And since the enemy managed to flank him, he thinks Logan did well to run away. Facing defeat, the warrior hopes that at least Logan can continue the family legacy. In the distance, the tyrant watched the battle between Patrick and the knights. He thought he had made a brilliant move by keeping his high-ranking knight a secret. Now, all he needed to do was finish off Patrick and take Castle MacLean. He was about to proceed with his plans when he heard a strange noise behind him, the sound of cavalry troops. A servant ran up reporting a cavalry unit approaching from the rear. About 300 of them. Maybe more. Tesseran thought for a moment and asked if the MacLeans had other hidden troops they did not know about. The soldier replied that it was strange. The approaching knights were not even carrying lances. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Upon hearing this, Lord Tesser let out a loud laugh. He sarcastically asked if crossbows meant those little things that hunters use, and ordered the soldier to gather the rear guard, and the archers to get rid of them, calling them a bunch of second-rate soldiers. As he spoke, an arrow struck his soldier's head, making Tesseran freeze in his armor. It seems Logan joined the battle, and he was furious to see what was happening. He gave the order for his mercenaries to shoot. A storm of arrows rained down on Tesseran's army. The mercenaries' projectiles pierced the knights, decimating hundreds in seconds and tearing through shields and flesh. A soldier thought anyone who did not raise their shield was already dead, and he would have been one of them if he had hesitated for a second. Tessa's archers were not prepared to shoot back, but their arrows fell short. Their bows were too weak to reach Logan's troops. The mercenaries fired again, killing even more of the Viscount's soldiers. Watching the chaos unfold, Tesseran wondered how this could be happening. His rear guard was in shambles in a matter of seconds, and Logan's mercenaries were not even using magic. Just those damn crossbows. He wondered what kind of weapon Patrick had created. He then shouted to his knights, ordering everyone to fall back to take down those bastards. The cavalry charged at high speed toward Logan's troops, which made Logan smile. He was happy to see them coming straight for him. Meanwhile, a fight was about to start between Rainian and another knight. Rainian dodged an attack, and his enemy mocked him, saying he did a good job. As the soldiers began to fight, one told his comrade to stop playing around with the kid, because the fight was getting serious. But the other replied that he was doing his best and that Rainian, despite being just a boy, could not be underestimated. Hearing their conversation, Rainian understood. After being exposed to a real battle, instead of just training, he realized he was not a genius, just a simple boy who had awakened his powers. Even so, he could not afford to lose. There was a lot at stake. He thought of his dad and how he was counting on him to play Logan's part in this war. He also told himself he could not afford to hesitate here. While he was lost in thought, an opening appeared and Rainian immediately took note. He saw one of the soldiers from behind and wondered what the hell he was doing. Whatever the reason, he thought, this was a chance he could not miss. He drew his sword in a decisive strike, cutting through the soldier's body. It was so easy that even he was surprised. He noticed the bolt lodged in the enemy's chest, and looking up, he was very happy to see his brother shouting his name loud and clear. However, the joy lasted only a moment. Other knights were furiously advancing behind Ragnar toward Logan's position, following the Viscount's orders. Logan observed the kite shield formation the cavalry had adopted, noting it was a remarkable defense but would not stop him. His evil plan was about to be revealed. The young man instructed his soldiers to aim their crossbows diagonally to the ground, which made them question his judgment once again. It was then that he showed his psychotic smile and ordered the mercenaries to shoot the horses. This warrior was really using every dirty trick in the book to win. Hearing the command, the mercenaries got excited, showing the same killer smile as Logan. A rain of arrows fell on the cavalry's horses, bringing all the soldiers down. Logan thought he had arrived in time to help Rainian, but there was still the issue of his father. He reflected on his vow to save his family in this life, and that winning the battle meant nothing if he lost them. He gave an order to Keelan and ran toward his father. Keelan told Logan that this was not part of the plan, and began to worry about what could happen. He felt that victory was already in their hands and wondered why Logan would take such a risk. Even though Logan was stronger, finding a mid-level knight could complicate everything. Keelan finally took the initiative and ordered Gerald to cover Logan while he pushed through the enemy troops. Patrick was still dueling with the high-level knight, and things looked bad for him. The knight mocked him, saying he could not believe Patrick charged in knowing he would get pierced. At the last second, Patrick managed to dodge the attack and jump back to catch his breath. He noticed something strange about the way the enemies were fighting. Everyone was giving it their all, practically throwing themselves at him. Peacock wondered why they were so desperate when they had an advantage. Once again, he managed to dodge two spears that came at him a second later. Suddenly, Logan jumped in front of his dad, taking down two mid-level soldiers in the blink of an eye, leaving Patrick speechless. He remembered seeing Logan arrive with a group of mercenaries behind the enemy, but he was sure that was far from where they were now. Turning his head, he wondered how Logan had made it there through so many enemies. What he saw left him in shock. Behind him was a sea of corpses. Did his son really take them all down? Patrick wanted to ask his son how he had become so strong, but he knew it was not the right time, and could not make sense of anything. Instead, he asked if Logan's presence meant they were winning. His son nodded. Hearing that, Patrick placed his hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "You did a great job." The high-ranking knight looked at Logan, trying to understand what he had just seen. How could a mere 20-year-old country boy take down two mid-level knights at the same time? He remembered that at that age he worked until exhaustion, just to become a knight. But none of that mattered now. He would kill the boy right here. He then ordered his fallen comrades to return to their positions. After witnessing what had just happened, Patrick thought Logan was strong enough to handle most mid-level knights, even if he himself was not of high rank. If the young man decided to face them all, while he focused on the high-ranking knight, they might have a chance to win, but that is not what happened. Logan stretched his arm in front of his father and announced that he would face the knight alone. Patrick tried to dissuade him, saying it was too much for him. He acknowledged his son's progress but reminded him that this was a high-ranking knight. Patrick did not even finish the sentence before Logan punched him in the stomach and knocked him to the ground. The young man said that in his current state, even he could defeat his father. He asked his father to trust him and to leave it to him. Peter, though reluctant, agreed. He told Logan to be careful, and the boy replied that they needed to be quick and finish this. The high-ranking knight was surprised to see Logan charging at him instead of Patrick. He got angry thinking how a kid like him would dare to do such a thing. The warrior crossed the battlefield, channeling his strength, and clashed swords with his opponent, pushing him several meters back with a single attack and leaving him dazed. The knight wondered how this was possible, even with his injuries. He felt no remarkable power or high level coming from Logan, but the fact that he was being dominated could only mean one thing. Logan was trying too hard as he prepared to attack again. He thought that none of this made sense. He charged with the intent to kill, and they jumped back and forth, dodging each other's strikes, with their swords locked again. The knight thought that if he were not injured, he would have the advantage and would kill him. But as he thought about this, the young man saw an opportunity and managed to cut his opponent, wounding him in an instant. He jumped back to avoid a counterattack. Watching the scene, he thought there was not a single opening. He needed to exploit any gap to attack. It seemed he noticed something that Logan also noticed. The force of Logan's sword was being absorbed by his opponent, who thought this was his chance and said that Logan had fallen right into his trap. He prepared to strike the young man, and it seemed like the blow would land this time, since he had lost his balance. But that was not the case. Soon Logan was standing again, leaving the knight wondering if he was getting too slow. Logan began to charge his aura again, getting ready to use his sacred technique. Upon seeing this, the knight knew he needed to get out of there fast. Logan unleashed a cutting wave of energy, eliminating his enemy instantly and leaving everyone around speechless at what just happened. Then he shouted that he, Logan McLean, had killed the enemy general of the Tesseran army. Hearing this, the soldiers of Tesseran were terrified, wondering how a knight of such high rank could have fallen. As they could no longer see the Viscount's banner, they began to drop their swords and ask to be taken prisoner. Rick started chanting Logan's name, wishing health to his master, and everyone followed suit. However, the Viscount was fleeing the battlefield, wondering where everything had gone wrong. He could not understand how his 3 years of preparation had been in vain. He had asked for help from other nobles, gathered without knights, and that damn redhead with his men and weapons had ruined everything. Thinking quickly, he concluded that he needed to return to his territory first. That way he would at least come out of this alive. Upon arriving at his castle, he ordered the guards to open the gates, who were surprised to see him there. Meanwhile, another guard spotted something in the distance and warned that knights were approaching with Logan in the lead. Tesseran was petrified at the sight. Logan dismounted and told the Viscount that he was quick to run away. Then, standing in front of the Viscount's territory gates, he shouted for everyone to hear that Tesseran had lost the war. The young man then ordered the garrison to open the gates and welcome the true victor of the conflict from the walls above. The soldiers wondered if it was true and thought that might be why the Viscount had returned in such a hurry. But suddenly a general shouted at them, asking if they were going to cower after hearing the enemy's words. They got out of that. The general continued, saying there were just over 300 enemies, and when Logan charged his aura once again, he claimed they could not be defeated in a siege with such a small force. The soldiers guarding the gates wondered what the hell he was doing. And then Logan jumped over the wall that was dozens of meters high and told the general to open the gates unless everyone there had a death wish. Otherwise, he would kill them and open the gates himself. Inside the palace, Tesseran was gathering his most valuable belongings and money, thinking he should take some gold coins with him. Suddenly, Logan shouted from behind Tesseran, saying he finally got him. Falling back, Tesseran asked Logan how he got in. Logan replied that his own servants turned him in before he even had to draw his blade. According to him, that said a lot about Tesseran's reputation as lord of that fief. Seeing the situation, Tesseran became furious, wondering how his own servants could betray him. Then, reverting to cowardice, he told Logan he surrendered and would compensate him with reparations and his due share, according to the conventions of feudal wars. He pleaded for Logan to spare his life and his family's. Hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked about the conventions. He then looked at the other man, basically saying, "You have no right to talk about rules, since you declared war out of nowhere and invaded everything in a single day." Logan was furious. A vein throbbed in his forehead as he asked Tesseran if he had any conscience. Tesseran still tried to appeal to the warrior, saying he had to defend the honor of the nobility, and that the conventions guaranteed the lives of all prisoners captured in feudal wars. Logan agreed to the terms and said he would respect the honor and customs of his own house, the House of McLennan. He would spare the man's life and give him time and permission to take a certain amount of wealth and leave. Upon hearing this, Tessa did not want to thank him, but Logan interrupted, saying that if it were his father, he would certainly do all that. He stated that Patrick is an honorable man, so much so that he would accept an unconditional surrender. Suddenly, Logan noticed a diamond-encrusted dagger in a chest behind Tesseron. Picking it up, he commented on its beauty. Tesseron insisted that the young man keep the dagger, saying it was made by the best craftsman in the kingdom. Upon hearing this, Logan refused the gift and told him to take the dagger with him. In a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into Tesseron's chest, who let out his last breath. Tesseron accused Logan of being a liar, as he had promised to spare his life. Logan replied that he never said such a thing, just commented on what his father would have done. But tough luck for you. I am nothing like him, he added. Tesseron tried to murmur something about the honor of nobles, but the young man interrupted him, asking if he had any idea how many people died because of his greed, and told him to end his filthy life right there. Tesseron fell dead to the ground, looking at the body. He thought the man should thank God for having such a simple death. As he ground his fist, now stained with Tesseron's blood, he huffed and said that the crisis was finally over, and that he needed to add the finishing touches. He announced loudly that Viscount Raymond Tesseron had taken his own life, thinking that would be enough. As soon as he finished, Keishan entered the room and told Logan that he should check the castle's underground prison. A few days later, outside the walls of Viscount Tesseron's castle, Logan and Patrick were talking. Patrick said he went straight to Tesseron's castle as soon as he recovered. He asked about Raymond's suicide. The young man confirmed and said that Lord Tesseron must have been in great despair to do such a thing. But Patrick did not believe the story and asked directly if Logan had killed Tesseron. He got straight to the point. A tense confrontation, both looking like they were about to fight. Logan admitted and confessed that yes, he had eliminated Tesseron on purpose, arguing that they needed to regain control. He also told his father that he did not want Tesseron's blood left alive to cause problems in the future. Hearing this, Patrick looked at his son and praised him, saying he was a grown man and surely had his reasons. He then continued telling Logan that it did not matter what anyone said. He was the key player in this battle, and he thanked him. Hearing this made Logan happy, and he looked at his dad with a big, genuine smile. Good job.
Good.
Patrick said, blushing and stuttering. Then he tried to share even more good news. He kept telling his son that he would be named the official heir of the McLean house. Hearing this made the young man happy. He then waved with a smile and told his dad he was sorry, but he would have to decline. Patrick was perplexed and asked why he would do such a thing. Was he worried about his reputation? If so, Patrick assured him that his achievements in this battle were enough to change the situation. But for Logan, that was not the reason at all, which left his dad thoughtful. He continued his reasoning, explaining that Ron would be much more qualified to take the position, since the McLeans came from a family of knights. He then mentioned that Ronan became a force user at 14, 4 years faster than he did. It was impossible to predict what the boy would be capable of when he reached adulthood, and Patrick was simply left speechless. Still, he argued that even if all of that were true, fighting ability was not the only factor in becoming the lord of a family. Logan then thought that according to current beliefs, maybe that was the case. But if Ronan received the title of the youngest force user on the continent, as he did in his previous life, there would not be any problem. More importantly, there was no advantage for Logan in becoming the successor. He also was not interested in wasting time being the next Baron. Logan told Patrick that as the older brother, he wanted to give the younger one a chance. Therefore, he hoped his father would wait until Ronan came of age to finally choose his successor. Patrick replied that he never imagined Logan cared so much about his brother, and said he would grant his wish by delaying the choice of an heir. The decision would be made in about 5 years when Ronan became an adult. Upon hearing this, Logan thanked his father. However, Patrick was still going to give him another reward. They would return to the Mucklin mansion to calculate the profits from the war, which would likely amount to several 100,000 gold pieces. But it seemed Logan already had something in mind for his reward. Suddenly, a guard shouted to open the gates. As the Memson Knights were back, the townspeople began to comment on how they had returned just a week after the war, and that they heard it all ended in a single day. 2 guys started talking, and one of them kept wondering how this was possible. He questioned whether their knights had always been this strong. The other one responded by asking if he had heard the rumors that it was all because of the young Master Logan McLean. He continued saying that, according to the soldiers who returned first, the young Logan's mercenaries turned the tide of the battle. They appeared behind the enemies, as if they knew exactly what was going to happen. Another guy commented that they annihilated the enemies with a mysterious weapon, and that Logan even defeated a high-ranking knight on his own. Then, A girl asked if the master had always been this amazing person. Another guy replied that he always thought Logan was just messing around. The citizens began to think that maybe he had bought all that monster meat in the past, for a good reason. That he must have had a bigger plan in mind. The crowd started to theorize that maybe the boy had been acting the whole time, and everyone got chills at the thought. They even praised him, saying that prodigies are on another level, all thanks to the fact that he was now a Force user. Logan heard everything and found it super embarrassing to hear people talking about him that way. Then, Ronan asked what it was like to receive so many compliments, and Logan replied that it made him blush, asking his brother not to exaggerate. But Ronan insisted that it was impossible, since everything they said was true, and that he should smile at people because they were very happy to see him. Logan thought for a moment and, seeing all those excited faces, decided to try. He flashed a charming smile. Or rather, it looked like he was holding a poop until he got to the castle. Frankly, he looked like the rich kid. Rich me G. Or maybe Medusa. As soon as everyone turned and saw Logan smiling, they froze, certain he wanted to rip their heads off with his thumb. But the boy had no idea what he had done wrong, and Ronan just felt sorry for him. Patrick turned his head to look at Logan, looking genuinely proud. He then shouted that the next applause would be for the champion of that war, and that the grand reception was about to begin. Long live McLean. Long live young Master Logan. Soon after, they showed the castle gardens, and Logan was walking through the courtyard, finding it impressive that a welcome ceremony could last until morning, especially for those who had just returned from war. But the peace did not last long, because his mother Marion yelled at him from behind, asking what he was doing. Ronan pulled her arm, trying to make her stop, but Marion kept saying she had heard everything. She asked Logan if it was true that he had refused to be the successor, and what the hell he was planning, because he might have fooled the others. But she was not an idiot. Ronan tried to calm the situation and told Logan that Charos's story had deeply affected Marion, but he replied that everything was fine. He turned to Marion and thought that, despite the resentment she still held at that moment, she had lost all real power because Caro attracted him, and she could no longer be a threat to him. The young man kept thinking that if he handled this right now, she might accept his apology. He honestly admitted to Moron that his actions in the past months had been untrustworthy, and that even he regretted what he did, driven by jealousy and insecurity. Hearing this, Marion yelled at Ronan that she was right, since Logan admitted it was all his plan. Ronan interrupted her, pleading once again for her to stop. He apologized to Logan again, and explained that she was not in her normal state at the moment. Logan, however, did not seem to care much about Marion. He then turned to Ronan and asked him to pay attention, as the one who really deserved an apology was him. Ronan was surprised by the statement and asked what he meant by that. Logan continued saying that he had been apologizing since he came back, but he never managed to say exactly for what. It seemed that the regrets and cowardice accumulated over the years were not so easy to overcome. Ronan then questioned his brother about what the hell he was talking about. Logan implied that Ronan already knew what was going on, that for the past few years he actually hated Ronan. He went on to say that he tried to hide his own incompetence by hating his brother, and that he truly regretted those pathetic years of his life. He asked Ronan to accept a formal and sincere apology. The young man bowed his head and asked for his brother's forgiveness. After all this, Ronan looked at his brother without saying a word, and Logan, still with his head down, thought that in the end, the bad things we do are not erased by the good ones, and he felt naive as always. Ronan finally broke the silence and told Logan that it was okay. Logan was shocked to hear that. He continued saying that he believed that as long as he was kind to Logan, even when he was cold, one day the brother he knew would return, and he smiled at the young man. It was enough to make a grown man cry. Logan was happy and wondered if perhaps he had hesitated for so long to do something so simple. Then, he spoke with his mother. The warrior told Marion that he really cared about Ronan, and sincerely hoped he would become the successor. He continued saying that he knew asking Marion to trust him immediately was a big favor, so he asked her to keep an eye on him, since everything he would do from now on would be for the greater good of the family. And as Marion walked away, Logan thought that this apology should be enough for now. Later, in some forest, Logan and Hamar were walking together. Hamar asked where the hell they were going right after coming back from the war, but Logan said he had rested enough, and it was time to get back to work. Hamar replied that he was just anxious about the task, mumbling about how he was going to make the most of it this time, but Logan assured Hamar that he would definitely enjoy this task. Hamar hesitated, thinking that Logan had no idea what he was talking about. They stopped in a clearing, both looking at the horizon, and Hamar seemed to be in shock. Apparently, the young man wanted to open a mine. The discussion about the barony of Tesseron was concluded, and Patrick continued telling what Logan wanted as a reward. It seemed that what the warrior desired was the chance to explore the hill near the border of Tesseron. Patrick remarked that they could call it a hill, but in reality, It was a wasteland because there was nothing there. Then he asked the fighter why it had to be that specific place. But Logan just smiled and said there could be gold buried under that land. Apparently, the real reason Tesseron forcefully initiated a war came to light a year after the conflict ended. It turns out that Tesseron had started exporting gold from a hill in the Mikul territory they had taken. The gold from that mine alone made Tesseron much more influential than an ordinary family of counts. That is, until Mikul took revenge on his family in the underground prison of the Tesseron barony. Kazan mentioned that there were some peculiar people there, and thought Logan should take a look. One of the prisoners claimed he did nothing wrong to be imprisoned, that he simply fulfilled a request from the Count to bring gold from the mine, as they were contracted to do, but the Viscount locked them up anyway. Logan put his hand on his incredulous face, thinking about how stupid Tesseron was in not believing he had imprisoned 5 of those precious mining specialists. Seeing this, one of the prisoners asked if he was getting mad at them. But what was really happening was that the young man's business side had emerged, and Logan thought he had found a way to make an unexpected profit. The old man looked at him and wondered what was up with this guy. He kept thinking they had won the war against Tesseron, but that was like barely getting through a small wave. If the Empire's invasion led to the collapse of the nation, the event that would be the final blow occurring in a year was the death of King Samuel von Grandia. The sudden death of the king would cause a fierce dispute among the 3 princes, leading to a 3-year civil war that would drastically reduce the kingdom's forces, and before the kingdom could recover, the invasion of the Empire would truly begin. This was the first cause that led to the kingdom's downfall, since the McLeans were not part of any faction. Staying neutral like this could end up leaving him just a spectator, but Logan saw an opportunity and was not going to let it slip away. He said he would use this instability to reclaim the old territories of the country and become the Lord of the Southwest again, and, if possible, end the civil war and something more. But just as he was about to say what that other thing was, someone interrupted. Amar asked Logan what he was daydreaming about since he had called the young man, and he was not even responding. Logan realized he had not noticed and needed to focus because they had just survived a crisis. Thinking about the future, he had to gather strength as quickly as possible, but for now, that would sound like madness. No matter what happened, he had to do this with his own money. That hill was going to become the goose that laid the golden eggs to fund his plans. Logan informed his servants that there was gold in the middle of the hill, and that he wanted to dig to create a mine, and asked for the estimated cost. The servants were somewhat hypnotized, and Ramar thought it was just another one of those crazy ideas. The old man thought Tessa did not pay them well, so he agreed on the spot, but 1 gold mine might be too much. He asked Logan if he was sure there was gold there. Logan confirmed, saying he had seen it with his own eyes. The old man asked how that was possible. Logan explained that it was a secret operation, so only the 6 people present would do the drilling. Hearing this, the old man thought Logan might be trying to get rid of them. The old man asked how just 6 people could handle all the drilling. Saying he was exaggerating, he meant to say that even with Dorrit it was too much. But he did not finish the sentence and hoped Amar would get the job done. Amar looked into the young man's eyes and said he could prepare to die, sleep a little less, and give up living like a normal person. Seeing that look, the old man thought he was screwed. Logan thought that, as expected from Ramar, he had the mindset of a worker. The young man said that now Ramar and the old man were ready to work and once again asked to hear the budget. The old man informed them that they needed a drill to get an estimate of the gold deposits inside the hill, but the initial investment alone would have to be 5 million gold. Amar also mentioned that the safe development of the mine would take a long time. Just the preparation would take about 6 months, and the complete extraction would take another 6. Logan said it was just as he imagined, indicating that he would need a lot of money and time, but that my girl had made Viscount Tesseron richer than other families of earls, and he needed to exploit her anyway. He argued that if he could sell the monster's meat now, he would already have enough money, but its effects would only be known in 6 months. However, Logan realized that he might not need to wait. If he addressed the toxic nature of the meat, he could use it as a remedy immediately. He thought that, since he had neutralized numerous toxic agents as a mercenary, he could do one too. If he created the formula and sold it, he would get rich. A week later, in the village of Southwest McLean, Rick brought Logan the fake remedy made with crushed nightshade, herbaceous plants, and dripping grass. Logan told Rick not to call the product fake, since it was just a neutralizing agent. He then asked where the monster's meat was, and Rick replied that it was in the village warehouse. Just as he had requested, Logan commented that it was great, and that they would put the remedy on the meat. Hearing this, Rick freaked out and asked Logan if he really had to go with him. Logan confirmed that, of course, he would go. But it seemed that Rick was not excited at all and warned that he had never been there, so he had no idea what they were facing. Logan was annoyed and wondered why that kid was being so dramatic all of a sudden. But then he realized, the smell was so strong it would make a sewer smell nice. Logan remarked that he knew it would smell bad, but it was making him want to vomit. And it seemed like the boy was already throwing up, but Logan found a solution. He used his aura to block the smell of the monster's flesh. After that, he got ready to go in and told Rick they needed to start. Rick, however, was shocked to see Logan fine, while he himself was still about to throw up. When he asked how he managed it, Logan replied that he had paralyzed his sense of smell using the Force. Rick called him selfish, and the other shot back that if it bothered him so much, he should awaken the Force himself and do whatever he wanted. Logan handed Rick a white powder, the neutralizer, and instructed him to sprinkle it over the flesh. He explained that he should use enough for the outer layer to turn white, and that the remaining black part was the poison, so he needed to be careful. After that, he needed to chop it well and turn everything into small balls. Once he prepared a sample, he asked Rick if it looked like medicine, and he confirmed. Logan kept saying they would sell it as medication, and that Rick would prepare everything, so he needed to pay attention and not forget. Rick protested, saying he would not do that. No way. Logan then said he would pay 100 gold coins for each pill produced, which made Rick change his mind quickly. However, Logan got irritated because he thought he could get everything for free. Then he told Rick he needed to test the product's effectiveness. Rick asked what it was for, and Logan explained that it was a good medicine for men, but Rick did not understand what Logan meant by that. Logan said he was very annoying and that he would only explain once, so he should pay attention. An image of two rabbits appeared, a male and a female. The male looked a bit down because he was weak and could not move his paw inside the pot. Then the female rabbit gave him a boost of encouragement. The tea transformed the rabbit into a super rabbit and made his little paw 4 times bigger than before, so he could use it better to stir the pot. After hearing all this, Logan asked Rick if he understood, and Rick confirmed, saying he got the idea and had the perfect person for him to test this out. Logan was curious and asked who it would be, and Rick replied it would be Mar. In the next scene, Den is knocking on Logan's office door and hears an enter. He apologizes for bothering him and says he heard Logan called for him. Upon entering, Den can't find Logan anywhere. Suddenly, he appears like Dracula behind the young man and gives him a big scare. Logan says he was waiting for him, and Den jumps back like a professional basketball player, nearly having a heart attack. He tells Logan that he can't just show up like that out of nowhere. Logan approaches Dane, saying he just wants to massage his shoulders, since he has been so tired lately from dealing with things after the war. But Duan insists he is fine, and that Lord McLean is having a much harder time. Logan mentions that his father even fainted from exhaustion, but Duan retorts that only happened because Logan scared him. Logan tells Den that he knows he has been through a tough time. Suddenly, Duan starts shouting that they are broke. They spent every last cent on the war, and the servants and knights do not even know this, but they keep bothering him for money, causing a huge headache for the administration. Dune thinks he must have misinterpreted Logan all this time, not expecting him to be so considerate with the administrators. But he can't finish the sentence. Logan interrupts him and asks if that is the reason for his problem in bed. Upon hearing this, the poor man freezes like a statue. He lunges for the door trying to escape, but Logan asks him to at least listen and hands him the medicine. Logan tells Din it is a patented product from Philip Kale Merchantry with guaranteed results from just 1 pill. Of course, he immediately thinks to himself that he never really tried it. Den reluctantly swallows the pill, looking at it while Logan keeps asking what he thinks of the deal since he is giving the pill as a gift before offering it to anyone else. A while later, Dune is seen running through the castle halls towards Logan and Rick. The two turn around when Rick hears Dune shouting for them, and Logan already knows his plan is working. Dune is back for more. Rick starts scolding him for running in the halls, but the man does not care at all and immediately asks Logan how much he wants for the pills. The poor guy looked like he would kill for them. Upon seeing this, Logan flashed a predatory smile and said the medicine was a success. Rick, annoyed by the scene, grumbled that no one was paying attention to him while Logan told Rick to give him a hand. Dune was panting, sweating, and kneeling in front of Logan. It seemed like he was about to propose, and Logan looked like he was about to accept. While Rick just watched in shock, Logan hands a wooden box full of pills to Dane, who accepts it as if it were the greatest honor in the world. It turns out that after the first successful test, the men were bowing before him, and the experiments continued a few more times. Some time later, in the office, Logan talks to Heinel, saying he heard rumors that he and his wife were fighting every night. Heel denies it and asks who would dare spread such lies, but can't say anything more. The young man tells him to shut up and pushes a pill down his throat. He was Logan's second test subject. Heel swallows the pill and feels the effects instantly. He turns to the door and tries to say something, but Logan interrupts him, telling him to go see his wife, and that he will take care of things with his father. Hearing this, Hank thanks him with a smile and like the force of nature he is, bolts out of the room to what we can only imagine will be a great night. Then we see Patrick in his office. He was the third person the young man experimented on, and Patrick also seems pleased with the results. Looking at his father's room, Logan thinks to himself that he feels sorry for Rainian. It seems like he is going to gain another little brother, and won't be the youngest anymore. Seeing all the chaos, Rick got mad and asked Logan why he never asked him to test the pill. After all, he was the only one who worked harder. Logan gave him a blank stare, looked at his private parts, turned his back, and left while Rick yelled, asking what that strange look meant. Logan stopped, still turned away, and replied that anyway, he would not have a chance to use the pill, so it would just be a waste. He even told him not to follow him because he stinks. At that point, you could swear Logan enjoyed torturing the poor guy. Next, he is seen talking to Philip through a magic orb. Philip admits that if the medication is as good as Logan claims, there will be a big demand. He asks how much the young man plans to charge, and Logan answers that it will be 100 gold for one pill, and 10,000 for a set of 10. Philip seems hesitant about the price and asks if he thinks the nobles of the capital are fools, warning that he will get into trouble at this rate. Logan confidently replies that they are not. He explains that in his past life, the medicine was so successful that the price skyrocketed. He insisted that if Philip provided just a small limited quantity, the product would sell for even higher prices. Philip listened carefully and agreed it made sense, then paid for 10 more minutes of communication. Logan continued, sure that they would achieve incredible results if a famous person tried the product and gave a testimony. Someone famous who needed that medicine. Philip was left speechless, arguing that no noble would be willing to announce that their impotence was cured after taking a pill. Logan then comments that they do not need to announce anything. So many people are watching the nobles that even if a secret rumor spreads, they will come running like bees to my hive. Hearing this, Philip gets an idea and tells Logan to go to the party in the capital. Logan gets furious and asks if Philip is serious. He points out that the only party he has ever been to was with mercenaries after a war, and that his family did not even have money for parties. Philip continues saying that parties are great for making connections. Even if it was for business, it would take time, and it is not like Logan could sell the medicine alone at the party. But this ends up giving the young man an idea. Philip quickly asks if he is really thinking about doing something like that, saying that his family would be rejected by high society. Logan replies that, of course, that won't happen if he does not sell anything. He then tells Philip about a great informant in the capital and asks him to find the guy and get all the information he needs. Philip is reluctant, asking which informant he is talking about and what he is planning this time. Logan just replied that he would be going to Grand soon and would tell him everything when he arrived. Hearing this gave Philip a bad feeling. A week later, Logan arrived in the capital city of the Kingdom of Great Gran. Philip looked at him in disbelief that he had actually come and asked how he got permission from his family. The son of a noble coming to the capital to sell aphrodisiacs was not something you saw every day. The young man assured him that he did not tell the truth to his family, although bringing about 3,000 boxes without a servant was a bit problematic. He thought to himself that his dad let him go easier than he expected, probably because of his accomplishments during the war. Philip comments that thinking back, Logan also did not have a servant when they first met and asks if he is sure it is okay for a noble to be like this. The young man replies that having a servant actually slows you down without mentioning that the servant has his own work to do. He thinks of Rick and the big task he entrusted to him. He continues saying that although he sometimes treats him harshly, both in his past life and in this one, Rick did everything for him and he is grateful. And an image with Rick and his monologue is shown. This is how Rick stole a bunch of pills from Logan. Annoyed, Logan warned him that if he shook him and any pills fell, Rick would take a punch for each one. This is what I call tough love. So Logan declared that he had made a decision because he just had an idea. In a flashback, Logan announced that to celebrate all his hard work, he would name the medication Empiric. The best way to honor a man's legacy is to name an impotence pill after him. Confirming what Logan had just said, Philip had no doubts. Logan had to be a lunatic. Inside the dorm, Philip told Logan he must be tired from the long trip, and it would be great if he could recover at a bar. Logan replied that he should watch his words when talking about someone who has difficulties in a situation with so many listeners. Philip agreed, saying the environment was more suitable for discussing such matters. He then mentioned that he had already met with the informant and asked if he was sure about paying 900 gold coins per document. Logan admitted the guy was expensive, but also very skilled. He explained that as long as the request was correct, they would get the perfect information. Philip assured him he made the request exactly as instructed. A document with the names of nobles who married in the last 10 years and still had no children. Secondly, names of nobles without lovers or second wives. And third, names of nobles who often sought food for energy. Upon hearing this, Logan agreed that everything Philip said was correct, and that they would be fine. He praised him for his excellent work, not just on this task, but on all the ones he had asked Philip to complete in the capital. Philip replied that it was not that difficult, and that the real crisis was the day he heard the news about the war. He told Logan that he could not even imagine how worried he was. Upon hearing that the war had ended that night, Logan, who was looking at a piece of paper, was happy to see that Philip cared about his clients. The joy, however, was short-lived, as Philip soon commented that just thinking about the mountain of monster meat he would have to give him made him lose his appetite. After all, who would buy that junk? The young man threw a piece of paper hard at Philip, telling him to shut up and read it. When the paper hit him, Philip wondered why it hurt so much. He began to read while Logan asked which name on the list he thought would be a good first client. A tear rolled down from Philip's right eye, and he seemed to notice something. Seeing this, Logan watched him, hoping he would say something. The young man pointed to a name on the sheet and asked Logan what he thought of a certain person. Logan looked at the name he was pointing to, and suddenly his expression changed to one of shock. He recognized that name. Later, in a ballroom with a huge chandelier, people were drinking champagne. The figure of a very large man stood out among them, wearing a red jacket and black formal pants. He was talking to some beautiful women. That man was Count Davis, and his name had just been shouted by Logan to get his attention. The Count looked back in disbelief with a look of disgust or fear on his face. Logan approached to introduce himself, saying his name was Logan Musson and his title, the eldest son of the McLean family. Count Davis tried to maintain his composure and stifle a laugh, greeting his new guest and welcoming him to the party. Looking at Logan's clothes, he found them tacky and wondered which farm he came from, thinking it must be Southwest fashion. Logan thought he was wearing the clothes that Philippe had recommended and, as he expected, nobody liked them. He concluded that the clothes were a good final choice. He did not have time to make useless friends at a pointless party like this, and his only target was Count Davis. Davis the Fallen, despite being an important figure in the treasury of the Kingdom of Greya and marrying at 20. He was a guy who still did not have children to this day. Logan was shocked when Philip pointed him out on the list, since in his past life he had become quite famous, not for a good reason, but because he was the Count who killed himself over his wife. An old fight between Count Davis and his wife was shown with her screaming and calling him a worthless bastard in the middle of a party. Because of that incident, the bombshell his wife dropped at that party led to him taking his own life. Logan commented that reputation and others' perceptions were very important, and that he fit all three conditions he had given the informant. He was perfect to be the first client of Emperor Rick. The young man approached the Count, saying he came to the capital on a business trip and had heard about his prestige. So he went over to greet him. The Count asked Logan what kind of business he could be running in the capital, since the city already had everything. He then mentioned that being from the outskirts, there must be fascinating products not available in the capital. Logan replied that he was sure the product he was selling was not available in the capital, and that was why he was there. He continued by saying it was a specialized medication for men. He leaned closer to the Count's ear and revealed the stimulant. Hearing this, the Count looked shocked, bit his lip for a moment, and then shouted for everyone to hear how the son of a noble could be selling stimulants. Two girls watched the scene, finding it all very embarrassing. The Count thought that a bunkin like Logan had a lot of nerve acting in the poor capital, and felt he had put him in his place, based on the expression on his face. However, the young man took a deep breath and prepared to say something more to the nobleman. Logan then told Davis that, as a sign of courtesy, he had brought a gift for the influential people of the capital, and kindly asked him to accept it. He handed the man a small box and said it was from Puick, and that each one would be sold for 100 gold coins. He continued explaining that he had brought these three especially for the Count as a gift, and assured him it was a great remedy, with no side effects, swearing that on his honor as a noble. Davis listened to all this and began to sweat. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rang. It was a servant of Count Davis sent to buy more of the Puick remedy. Logan and Philip greeted him, confirming that he was the Count's servant. Later, he could be seen leaving with a leather briefcase with Philip right behind him, thanking him for the purchase and inviting him to visit again. Philip returned to the room and counted the money for Logan. They made 10,000 gold with 10 boxes, saying it was not bad for the first sale. Logan, however, was not so satisfied, saying they needed to do more than that since the rent for that little shop alone cost 10,000 gold. Philip, on the other hand, commented that this was expected since they were in the heart of the capital and Logan had no idea how much work he put into renting the place. He then continued saying that strategically they needed a store, as seeing people gather with their own eyes has a much greater impact. Logan agreed with Philip and announced that he was leaving now for a party. Philip did not seem happy, complaining that he had been to parties almost every day since he arrived in Gran, and sometimes he even went to 2 parties a day. The young man explained that having Count Davis as the first client was not enough, and that he needed to promote the store to as many people on that list as possible. A week later, Count Davis's servant was walking down the street, unable to believe that the Count asked him to buy that medicine again, especially after seeing that no healthy food had worked for him in the past. When he arrived at the store, he was shocked. A huge line of men wanting to buy the medicine stretched around the block, watching the people in line. The servant was thinking about the massive crowd until he recognized each one of them. One of the men was the chamberlain of Viscount Talon, and the guy in front of him was the butler of Count Hamel. Adjusting his hat to cover as much of his face as possible, he thought this would generate unnecessary gossip, and that it would be better to just buy the medicine and leave. As soon as he did that, Philip left the store to talk to the people in line. He said he was sorry, but unfortunately the stock prepared for today was sold out. Upon hearing this, the servants waiting to buy medicine for their masters were shocked. One of the guys went to talk to Philip about it and asked what he meant by sold out, since no one had said anything before. Philip apologized again and started to explain that the Impic was super popular, but production could not keep up. Sales were limited to 50 boxes per day. Two guys got really tense upon hearing this, pleading with Philip to sell them some, since if they went back empty-handed, their masters might not be very understanding. Meanwhile, another noble accompanied by his servant passed by and saw the commotion. The noble sent his own servant to see what was going on, and Logan watched everything satisfied from behind a corner of the building. He thought that by limiting the supply, customers would be more eager to buy, and seeing the crowd would spark the curiosity of other nobles. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Philippe shouted for everyone to hear that the day's stock had run out and insisted they come back the next day. The next day, he sold out again, and the situation repeated on the third day, leaving the nobles wondering how many consecutive days this would happen. The young man continued saying it was incredible, because daily sales had been booming for over a month, and today they sold out as soon as they opened. He commented that at this rate, 4,500,000 in gold in a month might not be so impossible. Hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked who knew the capital had so many impotent nobles. He remarked that they had tripled the price since mid-year, but people were still willing to pay more, which made him worry about the future of the kingdom. After saying this, he looked at Philip with a serious expression. Suddenly, he broke into a manic smile like someone who just found their next victim, and started laughing loudly. His voice echoed out of the store, making people on the street turn their heads. In the end, he was just very happy. He grabbed Philippe by the neck and started ruffling his hair, saying he was an admirable boy and had done a great job. Philip, meanwhile, was starting to turn purple from lack of air. He bent down and thanked Logan for all his effort. Logan looked down at Philip and said it was great that he recognized his work, and that starting next week he would receive 1% of the total sales for himself. Suddenly, Philippe started shouting that he would do his best and tried to kiss Logan. All this happened while a mysterious figure watched from the street, their wrinkled face covered by a hood and a blonde beard. Next, in a witchcraft shop, Logan used the communication line and yelled from the back of a room that it would be at least 10 tons of gold per year, making everyone look at him. He quickly fell silent, looking at the person he was talking to, and asked if he was serious. And that person was Ma, who confirmed the information. Ma explained that, according to the miners, there was a good chance that the gold nuggets were in a deeper layer. The young man looked at the communication orby like a madman, gritting his teeth and fists. He thought that even with a rough estimate, 10 tons of gold amounted to 100 million gold coins. That was his prize, the biggest lottery he could imagine. Ma commented that the mining costs were no joke and asked Logan if he could afford it, since starting would cost about 5 million euros. Logan assured Ma that he had everything he needed. He told Ma to wait, saying he would get all the money and workers quickly. Ma did not seem too worried and just asked Logan to take it easy on the crew. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan was walking the streets thinking that the initial investment for the mine was about 5 million euros. That is, if he kept selling as he was, it would yield him about 4.5 million euros a month. Thinking about it, even if he sold for just 2 months, he would still have money left over. Since he had about 700 boxes of medicine remaining, he wanted to keep thinking about going home to get more goods and start working on mental development. But something caught his attention and pulled him out of the trance. The young man looked at the store and felt that someone was inside. In an instant, he ran to the place thinking it could be thieves. The warrior kicked the door violently, sending it crashing against the wall, and began to search everywhere. But apparently, the room was empty. Logan drew his sword, wondering if the culprits could have disappeared, but reminded himself that there was only one door. They still had to be inside. Just as he thought that, a shadow passed by him. The young man realized too late and swung his sword at the hooded figure, but missed. He shouted, demanding to know who was there. When he turned around, no one was in sight. He stood still, his sword pointed at nothing. Impossible, he thought. He was sure he felt someone there. And there it was again. That feeling. He looked up, thinking the thief could be on the roof. Without hesitating, he jumped up, pointing at the hooded figure. He brandished his sword, ready to stab the culprit who had moved at the last second. Logan faced the figure on the rooftop, sword in hand, ready to attack again. Once again, the young man demanded to know the identity of the man, but received no answer. Instead, The figure simply disappeared without a trace. Logan was stunned by what had just happened. He continued to think that there was no sign of presence. Even though the guy had been right in front of him just a moment ago, he looked at his own hand, realizing he had a piece of the man's cloak, and wondered what the hell had just happened. The next morning, it seemed Logan told Philip what happened, and they concluded that a thief using aura had infiltrated their store. Logan said he was just speculating, but that it was at least an advanced user of force. It was a term used to describe those who are even more powerful than high-ranking knights. The young man added that it was not just a feeling that he was a high-ranking knight. The guy was on another level. Philip was shocked to learn that someone who knows aura was committing petty thefts. They said that aura was enough to turn even a slave into a noble, and he wondered why someone like that would be stealing around. He asked what the men stole, and Logan replied it was exactly what Philip was thinking. They only took 2 pills of the medicine in Pull Rick. Just that. Upon hearing this, the young man concluded that if he only stole 2 pills, it was not for money. In fact, he stole the pills to use them himself. Philip now asked if there were also impotent people among the aura users, and that is when Logan realized he agreed with him. Logan then asked if there were any names of aura users on the informants list, but Philip said there were not any, as the informant asked for an extra fee for that information since it was ultra secret, and Philip declined the offer. But thinking it over, maybe there was one person that came to mind, an aura user in the capital who had no descendants. A muscular and well-dressed nobleman with blonde hair and a beard was walking through the streets with his wife, watching some children play. His face was gentle, and his light blue eyes seemed full of longing for a child. He was surprised when his wife asked what he was looking at. He turned and said he was just admiring the scenery outside. Sweating, she did not seem to believe his lame excuse. The woman asked if he was looking at the children again. He tried to convince her that he was just enjoying the view and not thinking about such silly things. He then hugged his wife and said they should go home. However, she kind of ignored him and replied that she was very happy to have met him, asking if he knew that. The man looked at his wife with happiness in his eyes and a slight smile at the corner of his mustache. He hugged her even tighter and said he felt the same way. This man was Felix Esperanza, the greatest swordsman in the kingdom. It turns out that the deep sadness and remorse in his heart began with an injustice he suffered when he was young, fighting for the country. He was injured right between the legs. It was just a wound of honor for a knight who fell in battle, and since he was young, he did not think much of it. However, Felix reflected on what the point was of having the title of duke and being known as the strongest in the country, without a son to succeed him. To him, everything seemed to have been in vain. A scene from the past is shown with Felix explaining the situation to his wife, who was much more understanding than he expected, so much so that he was shocked. His wife acknowledged that he must have suffered a lot and asked with tears in her eyes if he was okay with it, saying she would like to serve by his side. Seeing this, Felix wondered if there was any way to repay the immense love he received. There was Felix walking with one of his servants on a path in the castle gardens. The servant advised that the family meeting was about to start and asked if he was sure he did not need to hurry. Felix replied that there was no reason to arrive early, because the only thing that would happen was being pressured to have an heir. The servant, somewhat excited, looked at the young man and cautiously commented that a very effective medicine had recently started circulating in the capital. Hearing this, Felix sarcastically asked if that was really true. The servant continued saying that, apparently, it even cured physical injuries. But again, he did not pay much attention. The servant insisted, saying he knew he did not believe in these things, but there were many reports of people who had great results. Upon hearing this, the young man lowered his head, embarrassed to admit to himself that he had already tried the medicine and, moreover, by stealing it. Even though his wife's tears bothered him, he could not believe he had stooped to the level of theft, a shame for the discipline he had always maintained. Not to mention that after taking the medicine, absolutely nothing had happened. He told his servant not to believe everything he heard. He began to think that what he said was completely right, that the story about the medicine working was a false rumor, and that there was no way it could fix something that not even the aura could, and he thought he should have already given up at the gates of the property. Logan was talking to a guard who told him he could not let him meet Felix without an appointment. The young man just asked the guard to tell Felix his name, as he was sure he would want to meet him as soon as he knew who was looking for him. Before that, it seems Logan and Philip talked, and Philip was impressed, asking if he was really going to visit the Duke in person. Logan nodded, and Philip started teasing him, asking if he was going to confront the strongest man in the kingdom to ask if he stole something, or if he was impotent. Philip got worried and asked if that was Logan's plan, but he calmly asked if the other was imitating him. Philip said he should act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, he would get into trouble for no reason, saying that if things went wrong, they would be screwed. Sitting in a chair in the hallway, the young man thought Philip was not wrong. But if the guy from yesterday was really the Duke of Swords, he could not let this chance slip away. The butler came out of a room, opening the beautiful wooden door, and told Logan to come in. Inside, Felix was waiting for him near the window as he approached the Duke of Swords. Logan thought this was his opportunity to make a positive connection with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. The young man greeted the Duke elegantly, stating his name and that he was the eldest son of House McClin. He looked at Felix and noticed something. Even though he was around 70 years old, he looked much younger. Logan thought he must be suppressing his aging with his powerful aura. The Duke confirmed that the McLean house was in the southwest region and asked why Logan had come from so far away. The young man thought he did not need to reveal the reason right away, and said he had recently opened a business in the capital, so he brought the products as a gift. Logan slid a small box across the table towards the Duke, explaining that it was an excellent remedy for men with proven effectiveness among numerous nobles. The Duke examined the box, asking if it was true. Without giving any hint that he already knew something, Logan kept his head down, finding everything very confusing. Not really sure if Felix was truly the thief from yesterday, he decided to raise the stakes. He continued saying that a superhuman like Felix would not need such things. Then he brought something more special, which made Fix show a slight reaction. Logan was happy because the reason for his initial disinterest was that he had not noticed any effect after using Puric. It turns out that in its current form, the poison in monster meat is neutralized for consumption as an aphrodisiac. But this trivial poison has no effect on a superhuman's body like Felix's, so he concentrated this poison repeatedly, creating a potent concentrate. Logan told Felix it was a limited edition of Imperwick, and that seemed to spark the man's interest. He thought that, despite calling it a limited edition, there were actually only 50 concentrated Empiric pills in one. He guaranteed the effect since the excruciating pain alone could kill a normal human. But if an aura user took it, the story would be different. Logan told Felix that if the pill satisfied him, he would be happy to hear from him, and would prepare another batch of pills in the quantity Felix wanted, ensuring, of course, total discretion. The next day, Felix was beaming, a sign that the pill worked. He then told Logan that he would grant him any favor within his reach. Logan almost burst with happiness inside but managed to keep a straight face, and replied that he did not understand what the Duke meant. He then explained that an aura user is a master who controls the body and the vital energy, so Felix could be sure of the treatment's effectiveness. The medicine worked perfectly. Not just the first time, but after about 30 uses. The effect built up until he completely recovered. That longing and pain in his chest were finally going away. Felix looked at Logan and said he could not believe he had been so thoughtful in bringing a gift without even mentioning his mistake. He also mentioned that his skills with the sword that day were unbelievable for someone his age. Therefore, he was certainly the type of person you would expect to have such a miraculous remedy. Poor Felix. He had been so unlucky for so long that he went crazy. He told Logan that he might have spoken too soon, and revealed that he saw the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness, thanks to Logan's gift, so he would like to give back. He then asked again what he desired. Logan looked down with a cold expression and replied that in this case he wanted a useless book on fencing. Felix searched the library and brought a book for the young man, warning that training by only following what was in it would hurt his body. But it would be worth reading. After that, Logan thanked Felix and asked for one more favor: to write a letter as proof that he took the book. Felix replied that it would be no problem at all. Logan thought that now he had what he needed and commented that it was a shame he was only taking a book on fencing, just when the Duke was willing to give him anything. But his true goal was different. As soon as Logan finished that thought, Felix said he had thought about it, and that the situation did not seem right. The young man asked what he meant by that, and Felix replied that he would personally teach him a sword technique, leaving the young man speechless. The greatest sword master in the kingdom offered to teach him. Felix continued saying he understood Logan's desire to be humble, but just giving him a basic swordsmanship book would not reassure him. Logan thought that even if he had the secrets of the divine sword, he should not refuse when the strongest man in the kingdom was offering something like that. Euphoric, he thanked Felix for the opportunity, thinking he had hit the lottery once again. In the training fields, Felix and the young man stood face to face. Felix remarked that evaluating the talent of remarkable youths was one of the pleasures of an old man. Then he told Logan to focus, as he would not make it easy for him. Logan braced himself, firming his stance. Felix told the young man to draw his sword, but he was frozen, overwhelmed by the master's aura. A massive force pressed down on him, preventing him from even touching his weapon. That was the power of a true aura user. The young man wondered if they all could do this, imagining if this ability to paralyze the body was common among them. If that were the case, all battles would come down to a duel of auras. He concluded that this was not pure brute strength, but some special technique. Finally, he managed to draw his sword a little. Logan thought he needed to use his strength to sharpen his senses, not his bite. and then analyzed that energy. Every time he tried to move, the Duke's force spread from the starting point. The young man thought he did not understand how it was possible, but he knew how to handle the situation. He realized that when Felix was about to disperse his force, he had to move half a step faster. That is what Logan thought, while he took a fighting stance with his sword fully drawn. Felix looked at him and said he was talented. Logan was sweating, barely able to stand while Felix told him to pay attention. Felix seemed to be concentrating his aura at the tip of his blade, preparing an attack as the young man tried to resist the overwhelming presence. Fear paralyzed him. Looking up, he realized what he was facing. Felix's force blade. He stared straight ahead, aware that the attack was coming. However, he seemed to have a serious problem. Felix's aura was too strong for him to handle. He felt like the Duke's force was invading his body, disturbing his senses, and the energy of that red blade was getting even more intense. He looked desperately ahead, wondering if there was anything he could do. Suddenly, he noticed something. His own strength was neutralizing the Duke. Looking inward, he felt he could not avoid the attack. But maybe there was another way. The warrior summoned the strength within his body, shaping it into a protective circle around him. Upon seeing this, Felix was stunned, wondering if he really would use force against his attack. Immediately after, the fighter took an aggressive stance, his sword behind his back charged with energy, ready to take down Logan. He stepped forward and lunged at the young man with a deadly look. Logan, in a defensive position, his blade in front of him and Jinvolto in his protective aura, felt a shiver of fear. As expected, Felix's blow hit him squarely and sent him flying backward. Logan crashed against the wall, and even his sword seemed to have taken some damage. Felix, on the other hand, did not even seem to break a sweat. He was looking at the fighter with a cold gaze. Using his sword as support, Logan tried to get up, but he was still shaking. His sword was in pieces, and all he could think about was what had just happened. Felix turned to him and asked if he really thought he would teach him something he could not figure out on his own. He then revealed that he had seen everything and pointed out that, without realizing it, the young man had become serious in the end. With a proud look, Felix praised Logan, surprised by how he faced the attack head-on, thinking that some are just born to stand out. When the young man fainted, Felix commented that it would be fun to see him get even stronger. Shortly after, Felix's butler asked Logan if he was leaving. He continued saying that the Duke had invited him to stay until he fully recovered. Logan replied that he was fine, and that thanks to the potion the Duke gave him, he was completely okay. Upon hearing this, the butler told Logan that he would accompany him to the door. Outside, the butler wished him a good trip, and he thanked him. After that, the young man quickly walked away, disappearing from the butler's sight, who wondered where Logan had vanished to so quickly. Logan turned the corner, still limping from the pain of Felix's attack. It hurt a lot, but he was not going to waste a potion like that on a silly injury. He could not believe that the Duke had given him a high-grade potion, practically impossible to find. As if it were nothing, the young man continued saying that his power had evolved precisely to heal his internal wounds on its own, but the ones caused by the Duke would be hard to deal with. In the end, he looked at the potion and said that in any case he gained more than he lost. Then the warrior took a note from Felix, giving the coordinates for the mansion's communication channel. He said that if Logan had any problems, he just needed to get in touch. Logan was happy, thinking who would have thought that Felix would see him in a positive light. For him, Felix was practically treating him like a disciple, and this relationship would certainly be very useful in the future. Just as he had that thought, Philippe appeared from behind, completely surprising Logan. He turned his head, asking what Philippe was doing there, and Philippe replied that he was waiting from a distance for him to show up. As soon as he appeared, Philippe asked why he looked so pale and worried. He practically shouted at Logan, wanting to know if he had said or done something rude to upset the Duke. The young man replied that it was exactly the opposite, that he had just had a little fencing lesson with the nobleman. Suddenly, he coughed, and blood sprayed from his mouth, frightening Philip a lot. Seeing this, he said he would prepare everything for them to escape, and that he would get the fastest horses. Logan tried to explain that he was misunderstanding everything, but Philip kept murmuring without listening. A week later, at Logan and Philip's shop, a notice on the door informed that Impul Rick was sold out, asking customers to come back later. Inside, Logan appeared with a victorious look, announcing that the total profit from Impul Rick's sales had reached an impressive 4.1 million pieces of gold. Impressed, Philip replied that if sales continued at this pace, it would not be difficult to surpass 4.5 million pieces of gold in a month. They exchanged confident glances and let out a joyful shout that echoed outside the shop. But the celebration was brief, as Logan, always serious, asked Philip if he was so happy that he did not need a bonus this month. Philip, quickly coming back to reality, begged him not to ruin his daydreams. Then, the young man commented that he had assured that the monster meat bought at the market would be handled without issues, and Logan praised him for the good work. Later, Philip suggested that Logan consider buying a house in the capital to offset accommodation costs. But he dismissed the idea, explaining that they would only be in the capital for another year and a half. So it did not make sense to commit that much. He advised Philip to focus on Impulric for now, adding that they would eventually have to move. When Philip asked what Logan meant, he simply replied that it was something he did not need to worry about. Finally, Philip urged Logan to take care of his health, as he was shocked to see him coughing up blood. To which Logan responded that that was why he had locked himself in his room for an entire week. Hearing this, Philip asked if Logan was really focused on his recovery since every time he entered the room, he saw Logan at his desk doing something. But once again, Logan interrupted him, saying it was none of his business. Philip complained that he kept too many secrets, but Logan was happy that even while complaining, the young man did not press the issue. If it were Rick there, he would certainly be digging to find out everything. Philip then asked if he was already going home, and Logan confirmed, asking him to find a way to calm the clients until he sent more Impuric. And besides that, Logan still had one more thing to tell Philip. He instructed to send food rations worth 100,000 gold pieces per month to the Terran and McClone properties. Hearing this, Philip was stunned and asked if he intended to feed the whole region with so much food. The young man replied that there was enough murmuring already, and that they needed to do this for an entire year. So Philip should start looking for a supplier. Philip realized that Logan was serious and commented that he never imagined he valued his people so much. However, that did not seem to be the case. As he prepared to leave, he thought that he did not value his people. But that was exactly what he needed to do. It would take at least a year to resolve the food shortage in McLean. The young man said that the work of the people was an important part of his plan, so he could not let them go hungry. Logan got ready to leave and casually told Philip that he had work to do. Then he was going away. Philip, however, did not even bother to ask for details, knowing it was just another one of his secrets. Elsewhere, a group of poor people huddled on the cold floor of what seemed to be a warehouse, using any piece of fabric they could find to keep warm. A guy with a bleeding face looked sadly at the ground. Meanwhile, Logan was in a magic shop handing a piece of paper to a wizard. The wizard, looking at the paper, asked if the young man really intended to find the people on the list. He hesitated, explaining that with just names and a few characteristics, the task would require searching the entire continent. The warrior, without hesitation, asked the sorcerer if he could do the job or not, adding that he would compensate him generously. The sorcerer, looking uncertain, glanced at the paper once more and, after a pause, reluctantly agreed. As Logan left, he thought that, as expected, it would probably be difficult to find them. After all, even the names he had could be fake. Still, the young man knew he had no other choice. He needed to gather all the independent superhumans, whatever the cost. Those who reached that stage in their past life but never joined any organization. Each of them would be a crucial ally in the looming war against the Empire. Especially a certain mercenary who had already fought for the Empire. As he walked, Logan suddenly stops. He exhales sharply and realizes he was rushing things too much. With everything going well in the capital, he was going too fast. The young man looks up at the sky and remembers that he has plenty of time. He can afford to take it slow. However, that belief that he has a lot of time may not be true. In a dark room that looks like a dungeon, a man tries to calm an angry elder chief. The old man is possessed, complaining that someone is mistreating his disciples, and wanting to know if the man has other henchmen. Mentioning some master from the tower, the man explains that he is just there to relay information. But the elder does not care. His fury remains uncontrollable. Then the elder asks why his disciple was called this time. The man replies that the young one was sent inland, to the far southwest, to the McLean area, for a 6-month business trip. Hearing this, the elder puts a heavy hand on the man's shoulder, and declares that he won't let the master of the magic tower escape unpunished. This time, he insists, the matter must be resolved once and for all. Next, we are introduced to the grand location of the Earth's magic tower. In the Grand Day realm, inside, a man approaches a table where another man is sleeping deeply. He greets him, and the sleepy attendant blinks, looking up to see who it is. As soon as he recognizes the visitor, he gets up cheerfully and offers his welcome. Curious about the young man in front of him, the employee wonders what his purpose is. At first, he thought he was a noble, but now seeing him in a cheap suit, he starts to doubt. The man in question is Logan, who came to the tower to research magical scrolls. The clerk deduces that there is no way he is there to meet a high-ranking wizard, expecting Logan to buy some basic scrolls. With a smile, the clerk listens as the young man asks for 150 destruction magic scrolls, which catches him off guard. However, his expression remains cold. Then, the young man presents his Cooper bank account certificate and asks the clerk to take a look. As he starts counting the money, the man becomes even more incredulous. The total reaches an astounding 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looks down, visibly shaken, but finally stutters and offers a personal escort to the upper floor. Logan listens calmly. Destruction magic, a fourth circle area effect spell, has the potential to bring down stone walls. However, due to its drawbacks, such as slow activation time and obvious signs of use, it was rarely used in combat. Despite this, the young man sees potential in the construction, believing it could greatly speed up development. The fighter now speaks with an older man, who asks if he really wants to buy 150 scrolls. Logan replies that he does. The guy Radius Great is the master of the Earth Magic Tower, and he does not hide that he is a bit nervous, since it has been a long time since they had such a generous client. Logan remembers how just a few minutes earlier the master came running when he heard that Logan wanted to buy 155 scrolls. A rather strange reaction for someone of his level. It turns out that Radios has been the master of the tower for 5 generations, but he only has 15.5 million gold, which shows the precarious financial situation of the tower. Logan thinks that this vulnerability of the master works in his favor, so he tells Radios that his own house, McLean, is nothing but a bunch of petty thieves from the southwest, and he understands if the master has never heard of them. Upon hearing this, the master apologizes to Logan, acknowledging that his young apprentice made a mistake, and assures him that he will give him a severe reprimand. However, Logan brushes off the apology, saying it is not necessary. The master then responds, saying that it is very generous of him. All this time, the guy at the counter thinks he is lost. The master, however, seems quite irritated, as he almost lost an easy catch like Logan. Despite the young man's insistence, the master reflected in silence. In these times of peace, earth magic was more useful for agriculture or construction, so he wondered which noble would spend so much on expensive scrolls for something so trivial. Frustrated, he thought about the fools who gossiped, saying that the magic tower had weakened since he became its master. On top of that, it seemed like he had exhausted the tower's budget faster than he should have. Assessing the situation, he thought it was lucky that Logan seemed like an easy target. He decided he needed to deal with the young man carefully and try to get a large amount of money from him. With this in mind, the master comments to Logan that, to be honest, there might be a problem in fulfilling his request. Curious, the young man asks what the problem would be. The master explains that creating a fourth circle scroll requires the leadership of at least 1/5 circle mage, and unfortunately, the tower currently has no experienced people. However, the warrior is not intimidated by the explanation. He simply looks at the master and directly asks what he intends to do about it. The master returns the surprised look. This was not the answer he expected, but he decides to continue explaining that the unit cost to produce a scroll is very high. Hearing this, the young man calmly stands up and says it is a shame that there is nothing that can be done. Logan headed toward the door, telling the master that his intention was to buy 150 scrolls every month. But if the tower could not produce that quantity, he would take his business to the royal family's magic tower. Hearing this, the master panicked and jumped in front of the young man, blocking his path. Desperate, he asked if he really planned to buy 150 scrolls every month. The young man confirmed, adding that in the next 6 months he would need a total of 900 scrolls. The master seemed to have reached heaven, looking at Logan with admiration, as if he had seen an angel. Then, the young man commented that producing 150 scrolls at once was too much for them. Fulfilling a 6-month order would be an even greater challenge. When Logan was about to leave, the master made a dramatic move, throwing himself on the ground and grabbing his boot. He desperately shouted that they would handle the order. The young man asked if he thought it was possible, to which he replied that it was totally feasible while cleaning Logan's shoes with his cloak. The master continued informing that each scroll costs 10,000 gold pieces, so 150 scrolls would total 15 million gold. The master's eyes sparkled with greed, and he quickly realized that with Logan's planned purchases, he could earn over 9 million euros in the next 6 months. After finishing his demonstration, he stood up and proposed an alternative to Logan. He suggested that hiring a wizard might be a better option. Confused, the young man asked which wizard the master was referring to. He thinks that usually a mediocre wizard is preferred to avoid dirty work, so he wonders if the master would suggest lending him a wizard, which would still be more expensive. He considers that with a fourth circle wizard, he could achieve the gift of 300 scrolls per month and asks the master if they would have a fourth circle wizard willing to work on a construction site. The master responds, clarifying that there may have been a misunderstanding. He explains that he does not have the authority to command a fourth circle wizard as he pleases. Instead, the master offers to send 2 to 9 end circle wizards and 1 to 3 reed circle wizards. He explains that these wizards are disciples with extensive experience in teamwork. In return, the master asks Logan to reduce the number of scrolls. Logan considers the offer, thinking it might be a good deal. Sending a team of wizards could be more advantageous. However, the young man hesitates to hire wizards specialized in construction, wondering what kind of people they would be. Suddenly, a group of exhausted and ragged men appears before him, led by the wizard Gree. They look like they have just come back from war, and he is shocked by their condition. The warrior struggles to find the right words. It is at that moment that the master interrupts, telling the group that they could return to their quarters. The men ran out, visibly scared, leaving Logan a bit lost, irritated. He turned to the master and commented that they looked like they were about to faint. The master agreed but assured him that they were the youngest people with the most experience in construction at the Magic Tower, specialists in the field. The young man reflected and thought that, despite their appearance, the wizards seemed quite capable, with the master of the Circle of the Three Arts and several specialists among them, all in their 20s. They represented promising talents. Despite the success, Logan remains skeptical. He does not believe that the master will really send his disciples to the interior, so he confronts him, saying that trading second circle wizards for the scrolls does not seem like a fair deal. The master responded, assuring Logan that the team of 10 wizards would be enough. Hearing the response, the young man once again displayed that signature killer smile. Still smiling, he began to negotiate with the master. He proposed that the 120 magical scrolls and the sending of the 10 wizards be for the price of 1,200,000 gold per month. The master tried to remain calm but was visibly shaken by what he had just heard. The young man thought it was almost a steal, considering the talent of those wizards, and that he would not send common wizards for that price. He was still surprised to see the master agree to the price. The master then pulled out a contract and insisted the young man sign it immediately. Logan looked at the paper, wondering how anyone could agree to those terms, and in the rush, the ink did not even dry properly. Logan felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, the great chief Cleon walked in through the door behind him, with 2 disciples, trying to hold him back. The older chief told the master that he heard everything he had been doing with the disciples, and that they were going to have a little talk right there. The elder chief, a 5th circle wizard, was furious and confronted the master, wanting to know if he was going to send his disciple on another mission. The master replied that everything he did was for the good of the tower. The elder then questioned why only his disciples seemed to be assigned to the toughest tasks, pointing out that the master was not sending just anyone, but the young ones who had just returned from other missions. The master responded, saying that the young ones were capable of enduring hardships. The elder accused him of mistreating the disciples ever since Cleon became an elder last year. However, the master dismissed the complaint, claiming that Cleon had lost his mind. As Logan watched the scene, he started to understand the dynamics. Cleon, having reached the 5th circle at such a young age, seemed to be a threat to the tower master, who took out his frustrations on the younger disciples. Despite the tension, Logan remained calm, satisfied that the internal conflict was playing in his favor. The tower master then turns to Clayton and coldly declares that if he is not willing to follow orders, he does not care about their fate. He tells Clayton and his disciples to leave right now if they want to, and the elder asks if he is serious. Upon hearing the ultimatum, Clayton begins to channel his magical powers, clearly ready for a fight. Even with the imminent conflict, the master remains impassive and asks Clayton if he really wants to go through with this while already harnessing his magic. The ground around the two begins to tremble. One of the disciples notices the danger and says they need to stop those two. Cleon then shouts at the tower master, telling him to get ready. The master just watches Clayton take a fighting stance, when out of nowhere Logan slams his hand on the table hard. All eyes turn to the young man who seems completely indifferent to the commotion. The two were left speechless at what Logan was doing, and the young disciples were also incredulous at what had just happened. The young man showed the other man the piece of paper he had just stamped. It was the contract he was going to sign with the tower master, now finalized. He then simply told the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him. He also addressed Cleon and the tower master. He told them to sort this out, and warned that the contract would still be valid, even if the master of the magic tower changed. Therefore, there would be no problem with the deal. The tower master admitted how pathetic both looked in front of the guest, and told Logan he would send the scrolls as soon as they were ready. But Cleon interrupted him, saying he was not done talking to him yet. The master asked if he was trying to enforce the official contract of the Earth's magic tower right there, and scolded him, telling him to know his place. Cleon then retorted, saying that if that was the case, then his decision was final. He would follow his disciples as well. Logan and the tower master were perplexed by Clayton's attitude. The master then exclaimed that he must be crazy. An elder accompanying his disciples to a construction site was unprecedented, and Logan shouted that he never hired a 5th circle mage. Clayton responded that he did not want him to pay him separately, that he just planned to cooperate to help his disciples and finish the work faster. Hearing this, Logan bowed before the elder and promised to serve him with devotion. Cleon just asked Logan to delay the disciples' departure by a day so they could recover before leaving again. Logan accepted the request and told the master to meet him tomorrow at noon at the west gate. The next day, a carriage was seen leaving through the tower gate. Logan was outside, leaning against the wall, with a backpack on his shoulder, waiting for Cleon and the others. While he waited, He reflected on how yesterday's contract turned into an unexpected profit. Hiring a fifth circle mage through a standard contract would cost at least 1 million gold pieces. And he got much more for much less. The young man thought about how he wanted to return to his territory as quickly as possible. He needed to send more empiric to the capital and take care of other matters. However, his thoughts were interrupted when someone shouted his name. Someone was calling for him. It turned out to be Reina, who admitted it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Logan greeted her casually by name, and Reina interrupted him, saying they were not close enough for such familiarity. Finding the situation a bit awkward, the young man, catching the hint, immediately corrected himself and addressed her more formally as the Wolf Princess, agreeing that it had indeed been a long time since they last met. He even added that she was being rude as always. Reina looked at him from her luxurious car, hiding half her face behind a fan. She said there were some rumors circulating in the capital, and that she heard Logan was getting involved in some pretty shady business. She then asked if the McLean family was going through a tough time. Deep down, what she really wanted to know was if his family had finally gone bankrupt. Logan, keeping his cool, replied as politely as he could that, as Reina should know, he was very ambitious about making money and that his family's situation was none of her business. Once again, Reina irritated Logan and said that she knew the amount he gave her when they broke off the engagement was not small, but that it was probably normal for a thief like him. I swear, I would slap her just for fun. Eager to get rid of Reina as quickly as possible, the young man agreed with the comment and tried to walk away, making a derogatory remark about her being so dirty that he would rather avoid her. However, just as he was about to leave, Reina stopped him, mentioning that she had heard about his feats in the feudal war when he used a special weapon. Reina then asked what he would think about selling it to her, trying to be polite but wanting to escape the conversation. Logan downplayed the importance of the weapon, saying it was not a big deal and that, although he was embarrassed, he would have to decline the offer. The young man basically ran away from Reina's carriage, which seemed like the best thing to do. She watched him with disappointment through the window as he walked away. He thought about how, even after becoming famous in the capital selling tainted medicine, no noble had shown interest in the feudal war in the countryside. Not even Reina. Better yet, the wolves are really involved in this. He thought the structure of the beast he had built was very simple, so he just hoped to use it a few more times before the plans fell into the wrong hands, and everyone started making it. At that moment, a voice interrupted Logan's thoughts. It was Clayton with his disciples, who said they had hoped to find him at the west gate, and asked what he was doing coming over to their side. The young man started pushing Clayton and the others in the direction he wanted to go, and said he had found someone annoying earlier. Suddenly, 3 carriages came tearing through the forest. Logan, of course, was with Clayton in one of them, accompanied by one of his disciples. Clayton looked like a puffed-up parrot. He turned his head to face Logan and commented that the carriage was spacious, that 5 or 6 people would fit easily, and that the coachman looked very experienced. He then concluded that Logan had spent a lot of money to make them comfortable. Then Clayton's mood soared, saying he should not have bothered with all that pomp, that he had wasted money for nothing. Meanwhile, the disciple tried to calm him down with little success. Hearing this, Logan looked at Cleon and thought it would not be the first time a wizard had shown excessive pride. So he told Cleon that he was honored to serve such powerful wizards, claiming that everything he did was the least he could do. After all, he thought, he had hired a 5th circle wizard for free, so praising him was no trouble at all. Clayton, however, did not respond. Instead, he looked out the window, keeping his sullen attitude. After night fell, Logan and the others seemed to have set up camp. The young man commented that it was already late to travel, so they would rest there and continue their journey tomorrow. After that, Logan lit a campfire and began to meditate when suddenly a man with a knife appeared, ready to attack. He threw the knife at Logan, who sensed the danger and ducked to dodge. Then, without interrupting his meditation, he asked who was there. One of the men stepped out of the shadows and praised Logan's dodge. Logan stood up, and the man continued saying he had heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asked Logan if he was not the one who made a fortune selling a strange drug. Logan was surrounded by 5 guys and wondered if they were thieves. He huffed in annoyance and said he just wanted to practice what he had learned while meditating. But this was the perfect opportunity. When they interrupted him, he grabbed his sword and warned the bandits that they would have to be training partners. One of the bandits mocked the young man, laughing and jeering. Logan, unfazed, remained silent and, without hesitation, quickly slashed the bandit's throat, silencing his laughter instantly. 2 of the others looked at their fallen companion, not understanding how he moved so fast, and called him a bastard. One of them jumped to attack him. Seeing this, the young man took an aggressive stance. The moment the bandit approached, ready to stab him, the fighter dodged and cut his stomach in a swift motion, sending him flying through the air. Seeing this, the other bandits lost their composure, Impressed by the young man's strength, the guy fell back, hitting a tree and seemed to have passed out. 2 men were already on the ground, leaving only 3. One of the bandits realized there was no way to defeat Logan and shouted for the others to run. But that is when he noticed he could not move his legs. At that moment, the young man began to gather his aura, and the way he held his sword felt familiar. He was mimicking Felix's movements. Logan managed to put enough mana into his sword to replicate the attack Felix taught him. The aura blade was ready. Logan planted his foot on the ground and cut through the air with incredible force. He hit 2 of the opponents squarely, knocking them down instantly. Suddenly, something strange happened. He lost the aura he had managed to conjure, which left him a bit confused. The young man thought that this ability must be hard to maintain for long as he looked at the last thug, who had fallen to the ground terrified. Logan smiled. He managed to use the movement at its maximum level thanks to Felix. While he was distracted, the last thug crawled to a safe spot, trying to escape the danger. Then, the young man thought that focusing and compressing the force through the new authority gave rise to the aura. That day, besides the pressure blade he learned from the Duke, he also showed him the force blade, which was a weaker level attack. However, he thought it was impossible to imitate that at his current level. His cheeks flushed, and he said he could not believe he had managed to use the force blade, even if just for a brief moment. Next, he noticed that the last thug was trying to escape and turned his head in his direction. Logan looked at him as the man cried and wondered what trouble he had gotten himself into. The young man prepared to attack again, which seemed to terrify the poor guy. Walking toward him, he explained to himself that using the power emanating from the sword to dominate the enemy creates the ability known as pressure blade. And just when he was about to take down the last bandit, Logan flashed that predatory smile again. He said that this ability should be enough to use in a fight. Then he looked at the bodies around and wondered if he had gone a bit overboard. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, catching Logan completely off guard, saying that he had witnessed everything. The speaker was Clayton, and he looked very angry. Logan looked at Clayton, somewhat confused about the reason for his anger, and wondered if Clayton thought he had gone too far. Even though the guys were thieves, if Clayton decided not to work with him anymore, Logan would be in a tough spot. But that was not what happened. Clayton looked at the young man and, to his surprise, praised his skills, saying he was amazing. Logan was stunned, speechless for a moment, still grumpy as always. Clayton added that even though he did not understand much about force users, what he had just witnessed was not normal for someone Logan's age. The young man thanked him for the compliment, admitting that he was being very generous and realized that Clayton was not really angry. It was just his expression. Clayton and Logan walked together through the forest, and an awkward silence hung in the air. Logan looked sideways, thinking about how he had deliberately distanced himself from the camp to avoid exposing his powers. He wondered if Cleon had come all the way here just to find him. Breaking the silence, Cleon remarked that his disciples were struggling because they did not have the best teacher, and that is why he was trying to teach them as much as he could. The young man replied, assuring him that he was already doing a good job, and asked why Cleon felt the need to share that with him. Hearing this, Clayton stopped, turned his head towards Logan, and warned that even after they reached the young man's territory, he wanted his disciples to take breaks and have the chance to train with him. Clayton then told Logan that he would work as hard as necessary to give them that opportunity and asked if they could come to an agreement, to which Logan immediately agreed. The young man looked down and noticed something strange. He looked behind Clayton and saw mana flowing from the ground. Wondering where it was going, it turned out that the mana was flowing towards the tent, where the wizards were sleeping. Once again, Clayton was looking at Logan, asking if they had an agreement, while Logan continued to wonder why he would go so far to share his mana with his disciples. He recognized that Clayton was taking very good care of them. The master then replied that as a teacher, he had to do the bare minimum necessary. Logan questioned if fighting against the Tower Master for them was not going beyond the bare minimum, but Cleon retorted that the Tower Master was the one who started the fight. The next day, the flags at the Mucklin property were proudly waving in the wind in his father's office. Logan was talking to Patrick, who seemed to have heard the story of his son's travels, and asked if he had gained a lot of experience during his time in the capital. Logan replied, telling his father that everything he learned was of immense help. Patrick said that in that case, he was fine and asked if his son had anything else to report. Hearing this, Logan thought he could have approached the subject in a better way. He casually mentioned to Patrick that his business in the capital was going very well. This left Patrick speechless. Getting up from his desk, Patrick asked Logan what business he was talking about. Logan explained that he was selling the medicine he had given him before. Patrick looked like he was going to faint and asked if he really went to the capital to sell a stimulant. Putting his hand on his forehead, the father reminded the young man that, despite his promise not to interfere, this was still a big surprise. Then, Patrick asked him to be more careful with the family's reputation next time. Logan quickly promised his father that he would. feeling relieved that Patrick was handling the situation better than he expected. Patrick, however, raising an eyebrow, asked if Logan had answered without thinking much. Once again, the young man gave the same affirmative response. He then informed his father that he had also become friends with the Duke of Swords. Upon hearing this, Patrick was stunned and immediately asked if he was referring to Felix Esperanza. Furious, Patrick then asked if he had also sold the medication to Felix. With a smile, the young man replied that he had done exactly that. Enraged, the father shouted, demanding to know how far he planned to drag the family's reputation through the mud. Unfazed, Logan calmly picked up a book that Felix had given him and said that in exchange, he had received a valuable intermediate sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, took the book from the young man's hands and read the title aloud. The Iron Sword. He commented that it was a genuine intermediate sword technique, guaranteed by the Duke of Swords himself. However, the young man knew that this was not entirely true, as he was the one who wrote that comment. Logan then reflected on how the Imperial merchant unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It was considered one of the best intermediate fencing techniques of the time. Initially, the merchant had copied and sold the book only to a select few, but in the end, it leaked. Copies of the entire technique began to circulate in the market. Over time it became so common that even ordinary people managed to learn it, but he thinks this will only happen in about 10 years. Therefore, getting the family knights to learn this skill now will be a great help. Logan continued to think that if they also added the key of the sword and the divine secrets of the sword, his father and Ronian could use it as a trump card. That said, the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed strength to the limit to prevent internal damage. Patrick would never allow something like that to happen, but adding the Duke of the Sword's name to the book would certainly make him accept it. The young man read the book's content and commented that it was on a completely different level from the records that the family had passed down. As his hands trembled over the book, he thought that, in reality, acquiring intermediate skills with the sword was difficult and considered this the reason for being stuck at one level for 10 years. Patrick then explained to Logan that properly mastering this technique would increase the overall strength of the Knight Order by at least 30%, and he wondered how they could repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing this, Logan thought it was great that he thought that way, as he had a proposal for his father. He should also master the technique to show it to Felix. Suddenly, Patrick ran out of the room, interrupting him. He threw a seal to Logan and said that mastering the technique was now his top priority, leaving the young man responsible for everything until he succeeded. It was at that moment that Logan understood the gravity of the situation. Patrick just handed him the family crest, a symbol of his temporary authority. Patrick went through the door shouting for him to help Dune with the family responsibilities. He promised to return as soon as he mastered the technique perfectly, quickly thanked him, and disappeared, without giving the young man time to discuss the matters he wanted. There he was, standing in his father's office, holding the family crest. Completely lost, Logan looked at the seal, not knowing where to start. Realizing that having it in his possession meant he could now act freely, Duan walked into the room. The idea had barely been absorbed and he was already coming in, shouting that he had heard all about Logan's exploits in the capital. Now determined, the young man silently vowed to accomplish everything he wanted before Patrick returned. Din soon started asking for money in a suspicious way. He asked if the other had not already received funds from the battle with Tesseron. Duan shouted in frustration, explaining that those funds were far from enough to maintain both fortresses. The battle caused a huge labor shortage and production was going to drop drastically this year. To make matters worse, the Kiros also cut off all aid. Desperate, Dune fell to his knees and begged Logan for money, saying he heard about the fortune he made in the capital. But Logan just smiled and said he was very sorry, but he had already spent all the money. Upon hearing this, Dune could not believe it and asked where on earth he managed to spend all that money in such a short time. Logan just looked at him, smiling without saying a word. Dune looked up and told the young man to stop joking around, but the young man kept his composure looking at him. Seeing this, Den started to sweat. He then asked if the warrior was serious and Logan nodded. Den bowed again, desperate, and asked where he had managed to spend so much money. The fighter replied that he had spent 1,200,000 on scrolls and magical images and also bought construction materials and food. In other words, there was nothing left. Dune looked at Logan, repeating what he had just said, and mentioned that buying a bit of food and giving it to people would not make a difference. But then Logan revealed that he had spent 1 million gold just on food. Dune was not sure if he heard correctly and asked Logan to repeat it, and he repeated that he would distribute 1 million gold in food every month for a year to the people. Hearing this, Dune started shouting, asking if the young man had eaten something that made him go crazy. Logan thought that was a normal reaction. After all, becoming a war hero would not change Duan's opinion of him. Logan then told Duan that he was completely sane and asked if the food he bought was enough. Duum confirmed that it was and asked what he planned to do with the construction materials and scrolls, and if he was going to start any construction. The young man replied that they were going to build a dam. 2 weeks later, a notice began circulating through the town with the following message. The feudal lord has summoned everyone for mandatory work. For those at Fort McClin, and at the west gate of the city, and for those at Fort Storm, and at the east gate. Seeing the situation, a man from Fort Tesseran declared that they had finally reached their limit, that the nobles were exploiting them mercilessly. A man from McLean Fortress added that forcing them to work at the height of the harvest was madness. Another voice joined in, lamenting that they had barely survived the battle, only to see the feudal lord trying to crush them now. Furious, they questioned whether the message they received left them any choice. Die fleeing, wither away at work, or simply starve to death. In the end, they realized that all paths led to the same fate. Determined, they grabbed ropes and any tools they could find, ready to face the feudal lord in a rebellion. Everyone gathered in front of the McLean property and Logan asked if everyone was present. A young man turned to an older man and asked if they were really going to go through with this. The older man firmly replied that they were being treated like dogs while they could barely survive eating grass. He looked at the crowd and declared that this time it was worth entering this fight. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's forehead as he agreed, saying he preferred to take the opportunity to fight. At that moment, the castle gates opened, and the determined people took their positions. When the gates fully opened, the silhouettes of several knights became visible. One of the knights shouted for his comrades to prepare for the distribution. The crowd, which was eager to fight, calmed down and began to wonder what the noble meant by distribution. The elder stepped forward, warning the people that it was all a trick. At that moment, a man placed a sack in front of him, and the noble explained that, by order of the young master Logan, those who participated in the forced labor would receive a month's worth of grains. He told everyone to line up at the gate so the distribution could begin. Upon hearing this, the crowd dropped their weapons and ran to form a line. The old man held the sack tightly, silently looking at the ground, trembling for a moment. He then lifted his head and shouted for everyone to hear. Hail, Logan Muckle. The people turned in his direction, and he repeated the shout. A smile appeared on their faces, agreeing with the old man, and soon everyone began to greet Logan. Meanwhile, high up on the state walls, Dune and he were talking. Dune asked if it was really necessary to impose a compulsory order to gather the people, since they could have just made a request. The young man replied that if he had acted that way, none of them would have shown up. After all, nobody there trusted the nobles. He explained that the nobles see their people as property, but life as a mercenary taught him that for common folks, between good and bad nobles, there is only one difference. Which one takes more? Logan said that even his father cared more about the knights than the people, believing that the knights were the strength of a nation. That is why even without money, he still maintained an order of 50 knights. That is why the young man forced them to gather there, so they would truly believe. Logan then turned his head to Dune and asked why he was looking at him. Den replied that he was just surprised and that the young man had caught him off guard a lot lately. Logan told Den that he was being silly and that anyway, since Den was listening to him and trusted him so much, he could go ahead and start the construction. Dune got irritated hearing about this again and asked the young man to think one more time, as it did not make sense to spend 2 million gold on this construction. He then asked Logan if it was even possible to build it. At that point, Logan replied that Dune was sweating just like Mar and Cleon. He had already revealed his plan to the two of them, who were left speechless by the idea of building a dam. During dinner, they asked if the intention was to divert the water and build a gate. The young man confirmed, insisting that the project be carried out exactly as planned. He explained that the Messin territory was surrounded by mountains, making the land unproductive. He added that the mountains to the north were blocking the Luther River from flowing south. To transform the region, he instructed Amar and Cleon to make a big hole in those mountains for the river water to pass through. Amar, a little irritated, replied that it would be easier to believe if the young man had simply asked to knock down the entire mountain. Logan explained that instead, they would build a tunnel connecting directly to the Luther River, about 30 meters in diameter at the mouth, which would function as a gate. He added that this method was used in the western part of the continent, where they called it a dam. In fact, the warrior knew that this explanation was not entirely true. It was a flood control method that would become popular in the Empire in about 20 years. He did not completely understand the principles either, but with Master Dwarf and a fifth circle wizard at his disposal, Logan believed the project could take off. If the two led the project, it would be able to turn the western deserts of McLean into fertile plains. Cleon was about to comment on the plan, but Amar interrupted him, insisting that choosing the right location was crucial. He explained that the soil composition was fundamental, and that they needed to consider the water levels to avoid the tunnel collapsing. They would have to build an arch structure and ask the wizards for help. After hearing all this, Cleon turned to Amar and asked if Logan's idea was really feasible. Amar, surprised to have said all this out loud, could hardly believe it. Hearing all this, Logan, holding his glass of wine, confidently acknowledged that the plan was possible. This made both Clayton and Amar start to sweat. Amar, trying to explain himself, began to say that he was already busy with other tasks, including the new mining operation. But before he could finish, Logan interrupted him, explaining that was exactly why he had prepared magical scrolls and wizards. Logan then told Amar that he would leave the task of finding the right mountain to him. Upon hearing this, Amar replied somewhat reluctantly that he had already suspected something when Logan suddenly decided to take him out for a big meal. Seeing all this, Clayton wondered if everything that was happening was really right at the construction site. Clayton took his position, focusing his magic at a safe distance. Two workers watched nervously. One of them dismissed the worry, assuring the other that with Logan there, they would be safe. Amar then shouted to Clayton, telling him he could start when he was ready. Clayton pressed his magic-infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden wave of power, the surface shattered into millions of pieces. People immediately scattered to avoid the debris. Seeing the chaos, Amar pushed Clayton aside, reminding him that he had asked him to take it easy. Logan, watching the scene, began to explain that beyond physical strength, there was another power that humans could use: mana. In his past life, Logan could barely feel mana, but now he saw everything clearly. He was impressed by the power of the earth coming from the mana circle in Clayton's heart, weaving patterns to stimulate and break the stone wall. Impressed, Logan realized that the development of his strength core had overloaded his senses to an absurd level. Clayton turned to him with a small smile and told the young man to pay attention to the next trick, assuring him that this was just the beginning. At first, Logan was not impressed, but he watched closely as Clayton raised his hand and suddenly clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, all the debris from the previous explosion came together and began to float in front of him. Immediately, Logan understood what was happening. The wreckage was coming together to form a gigantic structure. The size of it was so huge that the young warrior could only look up, mouth agape, as a completely terrified Amar hid behind Logan's leg. Clayton transformed the scattered stones into a giant stone golem. Logan, surprised by Clayton's ability to create such a colossal figure without any tools, began to ponder the possibilities. He murmured to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, the construction would be finished faster, and they could even be used in the war. Overwhelmed by Clayton's power, Logan grabbed his hands enthusiastically and asked how many golems he could create. Excited, Clayton asked if his students could also create golems. He confirmed, explaining that since they were from the golem school at the Earth Magic Tower, they really could. Logan was beaming, but Clayton quickly dampened his enthusiasm, pointing out a significant limitation. He explained that the magical formula needed to create a golem's core could only be executed by fifth circle wizards. His students, although skilled, were not strong enough and needed mana stones. Even so, the golems they created would be much smaller and weaker than the one Cleon had just summoned. Hearing this, Logan's expression changed drastically. He explained that mana stones are a mineral as rare as calcium or mithril, which makes them a rare ore that cannot be produced artificially, and since they are used for magical assistance, they are also very expensive. This made Logan think that mana stones were not really worth it for this job. But was the young man really considering cost-effectiveness in a war? After all, what if he could win by investing a little money? Okay, then that is good enough. He asked Clayton if his golem would also get stronger with mana stones. Clayton confirmed, explaining that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last much longer. However, since he was a fifth circle mage, he would need the highest quality mana stone. Even so, for a second circle mage, a low-quality mana stone would be sufficient. It would last about 24 hours, and would be much stronger than an adult man. Hearing this, the young man thought that a low-quality mana stone must cost the same as a gold coin. Its cost-effectiveness did not justify all that money. But for a short war like the last one, it could result in a much greater effect. June arrived at the construction site and, seeing the giant golem pounding the mountain, was terrified. Logan tried to calm him down, explaining that the golem was digging a tunnel as part of the plan. But fear took over and he could not hear. Without listening to Logan, he panicked and ran away, shouting that he needed to warn the patriarch. Logan turned to Amar, telling him to take the workers to start the water canal, and said there was no need to leave anyone to build the tunnel, as the golem could handle that. Amar nodded and began giving orders to the workers. Meanwhile, the young man reflected on having 3 construction projects underway, feeling a mix of excitement and determination. First, the tunnel and the dam. Second, the water canal. And third, the mine, for which Logan already had the drilling results. Therefore, he sent workers there before anywhere else. The young man thought that, after returning from the capital, he was so busy with the dam that he could not keep an eye on the mine. That is why he was going to make a visit tomorrow. The next day, he saw people coming in and out of the mine with Amar in the middle, looking particularly irritated. Logan approached Amar and commented that they had not seen each other in a while. Amar snapped back, asking what Logan was talking about, and accused him of making him run back and forth. In a fit of anger, he yelled that he could not take this pace anymore, and suggested it would be better to just kill him. He lamented not being able to take a break and demanded to know why he had to carry this burden alone. Throughout the outburst, Logan remained silent. Meanwhile, one of the other workers noticed Amar's frustration and told the others they needed to intervene. Amar threw himself back on the ground with tears in his eyes. Logan gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. The young man acknowledged the hard work he had been doing and told Amar that from now on he would let him manage everything on his own. The young man's expression changed to disbelief, and he asked Logan if he was serious, asking if Logan really intended to leave all the tasks to him. Logan felt a pang of sadness realizing that Amar had discovered his intention. With a somewhat playful gesture, Logan extended his pinky finger, promising Amar that as soon as the construction was finished, he could rest as much as he wanted. Amar, feeling overwhelmed, tried to push the young man's hand away, but Logan held his finger tightly, almost making the poor dwarf scream in pain as he threatened to break it. Amar, standing on the ground irritated, saw Logan simply turn his back and comb his hair, saying he was just trying to be funny. He then looked at the mine, thinking it would be explored much faster than last time, even without being sure about the dam. He hoped it would work out. It was the only way for his plans to succeed. Then, Logan activated a communication channel to talk to Philip. His friend informed him that the construction materials would be delivered without any issues, and also mentioned that he had closed a deal for the wood that would yield an extra 100,000 gold per month. The news made the young man's face light up. Philippe, for his part, also did not hide his excitement and told Logan that, as soon as they finished building the mine and cleared the land, the territory would be completely transformed, and that he would like to see it in person one day. Logan stared at the Orby for a thoughtful moment before replying that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asked why, but soon added that he probably would not get an answer. Then he changed the subject, revealing that rumors were circulating in the capital about a problem with the royal family. Philip asked what the problem could be, and Logan replied that he had heard about it at the Duke of Swords' house, but he did not know the details. Though it seemed serious, he advised Philippe to try to find out more. In his mind, the young man dove into memories of his past life, recalling that the following winter, the king would die suddenly, which would lead to a civil war. However, he knew that the information he had might not be entirely accurate. If the king's death were indeed sudden, it would follow the same pattern as his previous life. Otherwise, the exact timing could be different. Logan understood that he could not start preparing until he confirmed the situation. His priority was to prepare the Muckon family. The young man instructed Philip to allocate the remaining budget for an emergency fund and buy as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 500 men. Upon hearing this, Philip started to sweat, commenting that this was not an easy task. He questioned why Logan needed so much equipment. Since the Messins only had about 100 knights, Logan explained that the equipment was not for the knights, but for the soldiers. This revelation left Philip furious, incredulously asking if Logan had completely lost his mind. He argued that no one fully armed their soldiers, considering it a waste of money. But Logan refused to listen to the complaints. In his thoughts, the young man pondered that, although his actions might seem strange, they were motivated by necessity. The last war resulted in many deaths, decreasing production. To avoid this, he needed to minimize recruitment as much as possible, while also increasing the strength of his knights and soldiers. Armoring the soldiers was crucial for this strategy. Logan then asked Philip if his judgment had ever failed, to which Philip reluctantly replied no. He then smiled and told Philip that in that case, they should proceed as planned. Philip said he understood, and would discreetly find out more about the rumor. With that, Logan stated that the next step was to secure funding through the mine, supply food with the dam, and improve the soldiers' weaponry. The basic preparations for a major advance were progressing well. A huge stack of papers was on Logan's desk, overwhelming him. Duan was next to him, directing his attention to specific papers. Read this one, sign the other, and so on. Duan said before adding that he would bring the next set of documents. Reading one of the documents, Duan informed Logan that he had signed a document again without checking it properly, asking if he intended to continue with this negligence. Then, Logan really had to control the territory's affairs. And that was when the door suddenly opened, and he immediately began to yell at Duan, insisting he was not the successor. Just asked if anyone else agreed with that at that very moment. It was then that Caselhau burst in, looking extremely worried, and said that Amar was trapped in a mine that had just collapsed. The news sent a shiver down the young man's spine. He jumped out of the chair and demanded to know what happened. Selhao explained that one of the tunnels had collapsed, and more than 50 meters had caved in. There was no way to know where Ramar was. Worried, Logan immediately asked if they had found Ram yet. Duan interrupted, asking since when his territory had a mine. But Logan completely ignored him. Upon hearing that the damage was over 50 meters wide, the young man ran off, shouting that they could not waste time and needed to head straight to the mine. Duan was left behind, completely lost, shouting about where this mine story came from. Logan arrived at the mine on horseback and immediately asked the workers which tunnel had collapsed. One of them pointed to the middle tunnel, explaining that it was the deepest and darkest. But Logan did not listen for a second and went straight inside. He used his aura to see in the dark, and what he saw really disturbed him. Huge boulders were blocking the way, and some people were desperately trying to move them. The old form, the one that supervises the mine, noticed Logan's presence. Logan had just ordered the workers to stand back. He touched one of the stones and filled it with mana. He could feel the presence of 10 people trapped, one of them with the same energy as Ramar. He told the foreman that they had escaped the worst, but there were still many victims. The foreman, completely perplexed, asked how he could know that. The boy simply ignored the question and wanted to know how long it would take to remove the stones. The foreman estimated at least 3 days, and that left Logan seriously worried. He knew that the longer they took, the lower the chances of survival for the trapped people would be. Outside, Logan asked Clayton and his apprentices for help. He begged them to rescue Ram and the trapped workers, promising that they would be generously rewarded. Clayton realized that Logan was talking about the place where Hamar had worked. He decided to help, but made it clear that it was not for the money. It was because people were hurt. Logan thanked him and promised to return the favor. Clayton found it strange, that Logan, who had always been so secretive about the mine, was suddenly revealing its location just to save a slave and some workers. He used his magic to support the tunnel, and his disciples used mana stones to summon golems. The disciples, holding their crystals, threw the stones into the rubble, and the rocks transformed into stone golems, which immediately began to clear the debris. The miners were terrified. They simply were not used to seeing such powerful magic. Logan was impressed by their efficiency, watching them clear several meters of rubble in mere seconds. Cleon rushed in and Logan did not just stand by watching. Oh no. He joined the workers and the wizards, carrying stones and helping with the removal. Cleon was surprised to see Logan, a noble, working so hard to save commoners and a dwarf. For him, that scene was something he had never witnessed before. Then, the master of the mine shouted that he had found the injured. Ramar was there and partially buried. Seeing this, Logan was terrified, but soon realized that despite the scare, the injuries were minor and everyone was okay. Feeling a huge wave of relief, he thanked the gods that everyone had escaped with just a few scratches. Later, in the infirmary, Logan asked Ramar what had happened. Ramar confessed that he had dozed off. He had been overworking himself lately. Logan was upset, but Hamar tried to reassure him, saying he would be back to work soon. Logan interrupted him, telling him to rest as much as he needed. Amar was surprised by Logan's concern and shouted that he was going to rest even if the world caught fire or aliens showed up. Leaving the infirmary, Logan was impressed that the rescue had only taken 2 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Clayton, who appeared out of nowhere, saying that Logan's mind was something wonderful. Logan wondered if the wizard had discovered that his mind was full of gold and if he would keep the secret. He explained to Clayton that the mine was crucial for his plans and that he had no one else to replace Hamar. Moreover, if he could not protect his people, there would be no one left. Clayton was interested in his answer and asked if Logan wanted a magical tower in his territory. The young man was surprised. Clayton explained that it was time to get rid of the old master of the tower, and that Logan's lands were perfect for a small magical tower. Logan was very happy and said it would be an honor. He wanted to know if Clayton's apprentices would come, and what the cost would be. Clayton replied that his disciples would definitely come, and that he did not need much money. He trusted Logan's character and skills. Logan was simply amazed. Ramar, who had overheard the conversation, asked Clayton if he had bumped his head, but Logan just told his friend to go back to bed. A week later, Amar reported to Logan saying he was fully recovered and returning to the mine to make up for lost time. Logan wished him good luck. As soon as Ramar left, Dunn appeared looking menacing. He demanded to know why Logan had kept the mine a secret and how long he had been developing it. Logan just apologized, saying he forgot. Frustrated, Dane questioned how he could forget something so important. To respond to Dan, Logan opened up a big smile and revealed, "It is a gold mine." Dan could not believe it and told the kid to stop being a smart aleck. "There is no way people like us could have a gold mine." "What are you talking about?" he said. Logan asked what was so unbelievable about it and called him a fool. Becoming serious again, he informed that the mine was projected to generate about 100 million in gold each year. "Do you really think I would joke about something like this?" he asked. Hearing this, Dune was left speechless. He asked if he was serious and became paralyzed. Logan touched him worriedly and he almost fell back. It seemed like the information he had just received was making him faint because he simply could not process the amount of money that mine would bring. Logan was sweating bullets, trying to get him out of this, while thinking about how the plan had progressed faster than he imagined. Except for the little problem with Ramar's injury. Elsewhere, a group of people was walking together in the forest, somewhat confused about why they had been called back again. The construction of the dam was completed in just 3 months. Not 6 as they had expected. They were the administrators that Duan gathered for a final inspection. Logan warmly greeted them, saying how happy he was to have them there, and acknowledging their busy schedules. He asked them to stay and watch the dam's inauguration. One of the administrators looked skeptically, thinking it was a waste of time, because bringing water from the Luda River to sprinkle over the desert would not make a bit of difference. He thought Logan should have invested the money more wisely, perhaps by fixing the southern wall. The other administrators also questioned why Logan had put in so much effort. They turned to Dan, who was once again just standing there with his mouth open. Din looked at the dam, realizing that it was not built just to water some desert. In fact, it was directly connected to the underground channels of the Luda River. If they could provide water continuously through those channels, the desert vessel could actually become fertile land. Logan looked around and saw that everyone was gathered. The workers, the wizards, and the administrators. He turned to Clayton and gave the signal. Cleon, without hesitating for a second, prepared to start the process. Hamar grumbled, complaining that they had worked hard so that the workers themselves could open and close the gates. But Logan explained that the first time had to be something grand. He wanted to show everyone at the Muclean property what they had built with their own hands. An image of the dam appeared, showing some golems positioned in front of the gates ready to lift them. The administrators were speechless, but they got used to it quickly. Then, Clayton shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, giving the order for the golems to open the gates. They reached out towards the gates and began to lift. Logan smiled, satisfied. But something strange happened. The golems were having trouble lifting the gates. With a killer smile, Clayton looked at Ramar, murmuring and asking what the hell he was doing. But it seemed Ramar had no idea either, since he had ordered the workers to open the gates. Seeing the situation, Logan started sweating and had a flashback to a conversation with Cleon, where he had warned that lifting the gates would be too much for the golems. Apparently, the golem's strength was just for show, and about 100 workers would be needed to turn the winches to open the gates. Thinking quickly, Logan told Clayton to order the golems to knock down the gates. Hamar and Clayton were left speechless, and Clayton asked if he was serious. Logan just told him to do what he said, since they could rebuild the gates later. Hesitating for a few seconds, Cleon did what Logan asked, and the golems started pounding on the gates. The construction team wondered if this was serious, since their hard work had just been completed. Suddenly, the gate gave way and the water began to rush down with incredible force, dragging the golems along. Everyone was confused, but Logan just smiled from ear to ear. Totally excited, the townspeople, who had worked so hard on the construction, could not hold back their tears upon seeing the water, understanding what it truly meant. In that moment, Logan thought this would solve the food problem during the Civil War. They could start planting next spring. Even Duan was happy and jumped onto Logan's back, startling him a lot, saying how wrong he was about the dam and begging for forgiveness. Logan said it was okay and started teasing him, asking why a big guy like him was crying so much. But not everyone was so happy. Amar was in the corner crying and asking how long it would take to rebuild the gates. Cleon came over and said he would help rebuild them once again. Logan then said they did not need the gates urgently, that they could take a week off and finish the mine construction afterward. He told Ramar that after this project was also completed, they would have another long vacation. This lit up Ramar's eyes and he asked if it was serious. Logan reassured him. But what Ramar did not know was that soon they would be busy again. Many farmers would want the fertile land and would need to build a new village for people to live in. Logan turned to Ramar, about to compliment him, but realized it was not the right way to do things. He called him. Ramar turned around, curious. Logan commented that construction must be tough even for someone like him, since he had never heard of dwarves being good at building. This drove Ramar crazy. He asked what Logan was trying to say and explained that after making weapons, construction is the dwarves' specialty. Logan realized that Hamar was exactly where he wanted him and commented that it was great to hear that. Ham responded a bit suspiciously that he could compliment him as much as he wanted, but it would not get him anything, and asked why he was suddenly so interested in construction. Logan disguised it by saying it was just curiosity, but as soon as Ramar turned his back, Logan thought to himself that after his week of rest, the exciting experience of building his house would begin, and then he would not be laughing. He was really afraid of meeting Ramar at night. As soon as the conversation with Ramar ended, Logan addressed the crowd at the inauguration. He repeated the promise he had made. First, that everyone could cultivate the McLean Plains. Second, that they would receive lease rights equivalent to their work, and taxes would only be 30%. Then he looked at the vassals, thinking that if he announced it this way, even they could not oppose him. In fact, they seemed radiant, realizing that the territory might finally be changing. 4 weeks later, Logan was in his office with Rick, reviewing a plan sent by Ramar, who had already finished the layout of the village and a model house. Logan commented that he knew he had chosen the right person for the job, and Rick replied that Hamara is amazing. Logan thought he never imagined that Ramara would mention the task when he approached him a few weeks ago, since he was a bit hesitant at first. In the background, events from 4 weeks ago are shown. When Hamar asks Logan if he is crazy for wanting to build a village, and Logan teases him, saying the dwarves should be construction experts. Hamar planned the streets in a cross pattern and placed houses of the same size with wells, communal bathrooms, and sewage systems. Logan thinks he tried to replicate the city plan he saw in his past life. Suddenly, a strong smell hits Logan. He turns to Rick and asks why it stinks so much. Rick says it is all Logan's fault. He asks why that stuff is selling so well, and says if it were not for that, he would not be suffering like this. At that moment, Duan bursts into the room shouting for Logan. The young man asks Duan if he will ever knock on the door again. Duan does not care and starts to tell him something about Rima. Suddenly, Duan's expression turns to pure joy. He tells Logan that Ramar sent word that they can start mining for gold now, and shows nuggets explaining they found the treasure just like that. Logan tells Ram that he did a great job and Duan hugs him, asking how they got so lucky to have him around. But Hamar just wants to rest and his eyes show that he has been awake for a long time. Logan then asks Hamar when they can start extracting. Hamar replies that everything is on schedule. A ton of gold per month, which should last at least 10 years. He insists again that the young man will rest. Logan hesitates, arguing that there is still a lot to do, like building the town, more beasts, and new weapons. He asks Ramar if that would be possible. Logan's request hits Ramar like a blow from an axe, making him sweat and grab his head. Then, Amar simply lies down on the ground to rest. Duan leans over him, calling him the treasure of the territory. Logan thinks he will be the only one to move forward, since there is still so much work to do. He tells Hamar that he will keep his promise, and that he can take his time off. Ramar starts shouting with joy and runs off like a lightning bolt. Logan wonders if he has awakened some kind of power, because the kid was way too fast. Behind him, Den starts crying tears of joy. Logan asks what happened, and Den explains that the mine will bring in 100 million in gold per year. Den tells Logan to hell with the Karazes, and their territory is safe, because they won't have to worry about anything else. Logan teases him, saying he is crying more than when the dam was finished. Then the young man calmly looks at Day and drops a crucial fact. The only one you should fear is me. Stay sharp because that mine is also mine. Logan warns. Den is terrified. Logan explains that of course, he will pay 30% in taxes to the family. But that is it. Din gets up dazed and kneels before Logan, saying he trusts his judgment. Logan warns Dane that they need to keep the mine a secret, because if the news spreads, the Bill Frogs, Kalea and Margrav will cause trouble. Dune says he will take care of it, which makes Logan a little uneasy. He thinks his father will be complicated since he made a lot of changes before his return. A week later, Logan and his father are walking by the river, admiring the beauty of the place. Logan realizes that Patrick has become an advanced knight. Patrick acknowledges that while he was away, Logan managed to accomplish a lot. Logan tries to defend himself and explain his plans, but Patrick interrupts him. Patrick says that having water flowing through that desert is incredible, and that Logan is much better at taking ownership than he ever was. Logan tries to be humble, but Patrick says he managed to do more in 3 months than he did in the last 10 years, and thanks him. Logan wants to say that he is grateful too, but he gets interrupted again. Patrick announces that from now on, Logan will take care of all the duties of a lord, because he wants to focus on training the Order of Knights. Hearing this, the young man is shocked. Patrick interrupts him again and asks if he knows what he realized during his training. He says. Patrick explains that he could not master the secret techniques, and now it is up to young people like Logan and Ragnar to try. He says that Logan helped him break through a barrier that had been blocking him for years, and that he wants to step back and be a guide. Logan nods and accepts the proposal. Patrick then turns and calls for Marianne, asking her to help Logan fulfill his role. Marianne agrees. Patrick gives Logan a little push, encouraging him to talk to his mother. The young man approaches Marianne, who is in a beautiful dress holding a parasol. She starts by saying that Logan's achievements are enough to prove his ability to be the successor. She calls him young master and says that now she only wishes for Ron's success. Logan apologizes, but she interrupts him saying that she is the one who should be sorry. She admits her vision was limited and hopes Logan will be generous. Marianne continues by saying that Logan is teaching Ron to fight, and that he has never been this happy. She asks him to keep taking care of his brother. Logan is not happy with the direction of the conversation, and shouts that parents should not use respectful titles with their children. He calls her mom, which makes her stop. Emotional. She turns and says goodbye. Walking towards Patrick, Patrick signals to Logan, showing his approval of his son's actions. Logan watches his parents walk away, and in what seems to be a state of contemplation, he and Patrick are talking. Logan says that as soon as the town is ready, they will start clearing the vegetation for agriculture. Patrick worries if the residents will move easily. Logan says yes, because they will prioritize and give rights to who move to the new town, and the new houses will be better. Logan informs that he asked Den to recruit soldiers, and Patrick agrees to train those who become knights. Patrick praises Logan's work but points out that there is still a problem. He turns around and stands in front of the Knights of the Order, calling them lost causes. He asks since when they have 2 orders of knights, and says that just his face gives him chills. Logan recognizes them as the McLean Knights who deserted from Tesseran. They act like they are on opposite sides. Logan tells them to keep their cool. Patrick comments on how he and Logan have been training so hard that they have almost killed each other while the Knights are fighting like children. Logan says it is his fault for being negligent. The Knights shout that this is not true and ask Captain Henkel to get them out of there. Henkel turns his head to Patrick and asks if he has become an advanced level knight. Patrick says he is going to set them straight, and with so much aura that the wooden sword breaks. He shouts for them to feel and learn the art of the sword firsthand. In the office, Dune was signing documents, happier than ever for not having to worry about the budget. 2 vassals were talking about the budget that Logan was monopolizing. Dune interrupts them and asks if the extra money has blinded them, and where they think it came from, telling them to just obey. He reads a paper and starts to sweat. A few minutes later, he is in Logan's office, asking what he is going to do with 10 million in gold. Logan responds that he is going to buy 100 kilograms of Mitri. Dune is left speechless and Logan pushes him against the wall, telling him to sign. Dune argues that he can't because Mitwil is 1,000 times more expensive than gold. The scene cuts to a conversation between Logan and Philip. Logan wants to buy it for the Knight's war equipment, and Philip says that is impossible. Logan is shocked. Philip explains that Mitwil is not something you buy just because you have money, but with power. This gives Logan an idea. Inside a castle, a messenger is disturbed by a message from McLean. Duke Felix, who is busy, arrives in 30 minutes to check the message. Felix greets Logan and says he misses hearing from him. Logan says he would never dare to send a personal message. Felix smiles and reveals that his wife is pregnant, and all of this is thanks to Logan. The young man congratulates him, and Felix thanks him. Felix said that when the baby is born, he wants Logan to return to the capital, because his wife wants to thank him, and he will teach the next technique. Logan thanks him. So Felix asks what the reason for the contact is. Logan gets straight to the point, wanting to know if he can get 100 kilograms of mithril that he needs. Felix's jaw drops, and he asks if Logan said 100 kilograms. Not 100. Felix says that not even he invests so much in his own parties, and that he underestimated Logan's generosity, which makes the young man think that the misunderstanding is growing. Felix says he will take care of everything, but he must go to the babyist party and call him master. Logan looks at the empty sphere, trembles, and lets out a scream of happiness. Being a disciple of the Duke of the Sword was the most incredible thing that ever happened to him. The idea was just to ask for a little help, but Felix gave him a golden opportunity. Logan thinks Ramar will be more productive after a short break. He boasts about how benevolent he is as an employer. In reality, Ramar had nightmares about Logan for weeks after taking his vacation. Around McLean Castle, a group of men under 20 appeared for recruitment. Dune asks Logan if he really needs to recruit so many people. Logan says he will take care of everything himself. He thinks expanding his forces is crucial and that he will personally select the new members, even with some disadvantages. He thinks about the new theory of the Empire that what really matters are the senses, not physical ability, and that they used 50,000 knights to crush neighboring countries. 9 years later, Logan thinks they gathered all the existing soldiers and reselected them to form a unit of knights. He believes that the civil war in Granja may be difficult, but they will have a formidable force against the Empire's invasion. He mentions that he would like to recruit people over 20. But then there would not be enough labor for the construction of the city. One of the vassals yells at the boys to be quiet. Logan asks how they used to select soldiers. The vassal says they had everyone run and chose them based on the order of arrival. Logan realizes that the selection method was rudimentary. He orders them to select only those with good vision, hearing, and quick reflexes. The first test he devised was to have the candidates walk toward an image until they could see it clearly. Some stop pretty quickly, and one of them says the image is of a chicken. Logan tells the knights to deal with the boy who called him handsome. A boy from the back raises his hand and says that seeing the comm means it must be a rooster. Logan is impressed. For the second test, Juan yells the same word several times, and the participants have to walk until they understand the world. One of the boys shouts to Duan that the answer is the world sparrow, and says that Duan also called him the son of one, and he asks if that is also part of the test. Dane panics, thinking he was talking to himself. Logan tells Duan to select the boy who just spoke and says he needs a beating. Analyzing the documents, Logan can believe that 250 people passed with flying colors. He thinks about selecting around 500 without hesitation to form a force of 1,000 in the training field. Victor is training with his sword. He swings the blade hard, catching the attention of some knights. Victor can only think about what Logan told him. If he can perform the sword technique 1,000 times without making a mistake, he can become a knight and awaken his inner strength. He grips the hilt of the sword and tells himself he needs to become a knight as fast as possible. Victory. His sister watches him with concern. Victor thinks that Logan would not wait for him forever. At that moment, Victory sees Logan. He signals for her to be quiet because he wants to check on Victor. Logan thinks he has a lot of talent, and that even swinging the sword wildly, he maintains a correct basic stance. He shouts to Victor and informs him that the next day he will be leaving the Mikkel castle property to train soldiers in the Tessalon territory, which will last until winter. He invites Vior to go with him. Vior asks if he can bring Rhea. Logan questions if it is a good idea to bring his sister to a training camp full of men, but Victor shouts yes. Logan sighs and tells Vior that Rhea can come, and he points a finger warning that if there is any problem, it will be his fault. Victor replies that he will take very good care of his sister. Logan asks if Rhea is really that precious to him, and Victor hesitates. But then he opens up. He tells Logan that his parents died because of him, and that Rhea has no peace because of him, so he has to protect her. Logan looks at him without saying a word. Then he just puts a hand on Victor's shoulder and says it is okay, and to keep up the good work. A few days later, at the castle, Tesser Kessel is training the kids selected by Logan. He makes them run 5 laps around the wall, and as punishment, the last 100 will have to run 2 more. The kids are terrified, but Salon yells at them to stop playing around and start running. Logan praises Salon, saying he has a talent for being a surgeon. The warrior replies that since he is being treated like a knight, he agreed to renew his contract. He whispers in Logan's ear, asking if he is planning to start some kind of war in the next 2 years. Logan just smiles without answering, but Salon knows that war is inevitable. The two get distracted when one of the recruits shouts something about someone being a monster. They are talking about Victor, who is in first place in the race. The others are surprised. One of them asks what he is made of, and another replies that Victor is Logan's slave. Hearing this, the first one feels motivated and starts running again, shouting that he won to lose to Victor. Quillen notices the effect of the winner that Logan talks about so much. Logan comments that he does not expect them to have exceptional physical skills, but the will to not give up is enough. He thinks that Victor will absorb strength, and that his power will soon awaken, becoming the greatest motivator for the soldiers. Afterwards, the kids are taken to the barracks, where tables full of food await. They eat heartily, thanking Logan. Rhea, she is also in the lodging, serving meals. The boys are mesmerized by her, and one of them calls her an angel. Victor notices the admiration and gives off a threatening aura. He points his finger at the boys and warns them to look away before he tears their eyes out. They fall silent. Another boy behind Vior's table looks at Rhea with a lustful gaze. Outside the barracks, Vior runs out with a piece of bread in his hand. He asked an older woman where Rhea had gone, and she said she used the back door to take out the trash. Worry takes over the young man, as Rhea should not be alone at night. He hears a noise coming from an alley and goes to investigate. What he sees leaves him speechless. The apprentice with the lustful gaze is trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears stream down her face, and the bread in Victor's hand falls to the ground. The rookie stutters, but Victor is already in action. With a powerful knee strike, he breaks the guy's nose and sends him to the ground. He stands in front of Rhea, ready to attack the apprentice Cosp again, calling him a bastard and demanding to know how a mere slave dares to touch him. But Vior lands another blow, almost knocking him out. Rhea lets out a scream in fright. Frozen, Vior grabs the man by the hair and starts punching him non-stop, growling for him to die. Around the corner, another apprentice witnesses the scene and runs to get help. Victor sees nothing but red. Each punch brings flashes of his past, memories of the night he and Rhea lost their parents. Suddenly, a voice screams from behind, pulling Vior out of his rage. He turns around and sees Logan. Logan tells him to calm down and look around. A maid enters, gently guiding Rhea away. Kesselan tries to make sense of the chaos. Logan points to the lifeless body and tells Kesselan to take care of it. Victor keeps his head down, awaiting his punishment and apologizing. Logan asks if he regrets it, and Victor says no, but that he regrets killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledges that he is not completely wrong, but points out that he should regret bringing his sister to the camp. Logan explains that his stubbornness almost hurt Rhea. He keeps saying it is better to leave Rhea in a safe place than to bring her into danger. Logan allowed Vior to bring her so he could learn the consequences of his actions. He asks Vior if he understood the lesson. Vior nods silently. Logan tells Vior that while killing is a crime, Rhea was a victim and he did well to protect her. But he warns him that next time he should ask for permission before taking such drastic action, as he does not want his future nights delayed because of some pervert. Inside the castle, Kesselan and Logan are in a deep conversation. Kesselan questions whether Logan should really decide this matter on his own, Logan replies that Vior is his property, and that he used him to rid the world of a disgusting criminal. He puts it another way, saying he used his property to get rid of a criminal, and asks what Kesselan thinks of that version of the story. Kesselan asks if Vior killed the recruit under his orders. Logan nods and begins to detail his plan. The apprentice's crimes will be exposed and his body will be hung at the castle gates as a warning. He instructs Kesselan to inform the soldiers. Kesselan changes the subject. Noticing that Logan is marking something on a map, he asks what the young man is plotting. Logan responds that it is a surprise. The markings on the map highlight areas where monsters have been sighted recently. The news of Vior's action spreads. And when they find out what the dead recruit intended to do with Raya, the shock turns into fury. The crowd wanted to dig up the body and finish him off again. Logan hears the conversation and thinks the situation has resolved itself quite well. Time passes. 3 months later. The snow covers the trees, announcing winter. Logan and Kesselan talk while observing the landscape. Logan comments that the new year is approaching, and Kesselan talks about how quickly time has passed. In 90 days of training, the group of 1,000 apprentices has reduced to 987 with 1 death and 12 dropouts. Kesselan is pleased, noting that no one else is dropping out. Logan thinks the basic training is finally over. He has already asked Ramar to make 400 more crossbows. He asks if the apprentices are ready for combat training. Patrick confirms and suggests the forest at the base of the mountain range as a suitable location. He says it is time to advance in training, as the knights will need real combat experience. Logan asks if they have mastered the Iron Blood sword technique. Patrick responds that true mastery will only come with the fight. Logan's smile widens with a psychotic touch and he agrees. Kesselan pales and a drop of sweat runs down his face, realizing where Logan inherited his intense and slightly crazy tendencies. A few days later, in the heart of the southern Mensen Mountains, Patrick shows up fully dressed in his armor. He orders the knights to unsheath their swords and control their breathing. They focus their aura and at Patrick's command, they attack the giant trees with their blades. Even the knights are impressed by the power they just unleashed. Logan, next to his dad, watches with satisfaction, but Patrick remains serene. The apprentices, however, are whispering to each other, wondering if they will ever reach that level. Logan shouts for the apprentices to stay alert, reminding everyone that this is not an ordinary forest, but a forest infested with monsters. As if by instinct, goblins began to emerge from the shadows, and the knights, eager to fight, wasted no time. The knights charged at the goblins, attacking with precision and ferocity. They sliced through them like a storm. The goblins, overwhelmed by the knights' power, tried to flee in panic, but Logan had already anticipated this. He ordered the troops to prepare their crossbows. At his signal, a rain of arrows fell on the battlefield, eliminating any goblin that tried to escape. The cavalry laughed, mocking the fear they once felt for the creatures. Their joy was short-lived. A huge and terrifying paw appeared before them, and the knights prepared to attack. A pack of wolves advanced. But these were not ordinary wolves. They had horns. The knights formed a defensive line. In an instant, one of the wolves sank its jaws into a knight's sword. The situation became difficult for the knights. Suddenly, Kesselan ordered the cavalry to use their crossbows. Arrows cut through the sky, hitting the wolves, who let out horrific cries of pain. But the arrows seemed ineffective and shattered on impact. A trembling soldier exclaimed that the arrows had no effect. Logan shouted for the knights to hold their formation. The mission was clear. No wolf could get through. The victor of Sten advanced, determined to test his strength against one of the wolves. The strike was so strong it sent the wolf flying several meters back. But a terrifying scream cut through the air behind him. When he turned around, he saw a wolf sinking its teeth into a recruit's leg, while another was paralyzed with terror. A flaming strike cut through the air, and Logan unleashed his fury on the wolf, finishing it off in a single blow. He ordered the terrified apprentice to pull himself together and take the wounded to a safe place. The recruit responded immediately and ran. Logan thought that, as he suspected, most of the apprentices were not prepared for chaotic skirmishes, but those who made it into the top 100 in the census test stood out. One of the cornered apprentices noticed another wolf approaching from behind. Vior appeared out of nowhere and slit the second wolf's throat. Vior looked at them with the bloodied sword, and a slight smile formed on his face. The other apprentices stared at him in bewilderment. Logan saw the scene and realized that Vitor had finally freed himself from his limitations. The battle was coming to an end, and the last wolf was defeated by Patrick. Logan asked the captain if that was all of them. The captain confirmed. Patrick commented that it had been a month and a half since the combat training started, and clearing all these places took much longer than they expected. The captain agreed, explaining that discovering 3 cities infested with thousands of monsters was monumental. The young man shuddered at the thought of all those monsters invading the castle at once. He thanked God for having discovered the threats in time. Logan was coordinating the knights and soldiers, insisting they hold on just a little longer and instructing them to finish bringing down a huge log and transport it to the construction site. The knights, however, complained about how they were taking down monsters and trees non-stop, without a single break. Logan ignored the complaints and remarked on how absurd it was that such valuable trees were left unused, just because there were monsters around. With his signature deadly smile, he thought the situation was perfect, as he was managing to train the soldiers and gather wood for the city at the same time. Patrick watched it all and thought Logan seemed more interested in getting wood than in training the troops. Logan continued to wonder if awakening his own strength required a sixth sense, a survival instinct. Everything went as planned during the civil war in Grandia. They could quickly reinforce their forces for the inevitable conflict with the Empire. Hamar noticed a smile on the young man's face and asked what was amusing him. Logan ignored him and changed the subject, saying that with enough wood, they could move forward with the construction of McClint Town. Logan asked if Hamar could finish the project on time, and Ramar nodded confidently. He explained that with the support of the mages and the motivation of the workers, the task would be manageable. Logan wondered if Hamar had always been so reliable and attributed that to his vacations. But just when Hamar's confidence was at its peak, Logan reminded him of another task, the magic tower. Cleon cast a spell conjuring a wall of earth, and the workers watched in awe. Logan insisted they stop admiring and start collecting the soil as planned. Logan approached Clayton, thanking him for fulfilling his requests. Cleon dismissed the concern and said that with the promise of an annual support fund of 10 million euros, it did not matter much if the place was a small town. He said that if everything went as planned, the town would become the center of the region. Logan interrupted him, stating that his only goal was to make the town a nice place for people to live in peace. Cleon was surprised and exclaimed that Mincy was really a territory for the people. He dramatically shouted that Logan had his vote. Logan ignored his comment and told Cleon that the earth walls were good enough, as this place would never become a battlefield. Because I will never let this happen. After all, am I planning to invade someone else before that happens? He said. In the silence of the night, Logan was in the forest holding his sword in an unusual position. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, he lunged forward. A single radiant beam of light shot from the sword, tearing through the darkness. The beam exploded, and when the light faded, it was clear that the young man was aiming to destroy a massive rock. Logan inspected the result and realized that the beam not only pierced the rock, but continued through the trees behind it. He thought that the technique he had just used was the second form of the divine sword secrets. He needed to get stronger. 2 months later, the construction of the village is complete. Families are starting to move in, and the beginning of summer brings a sense of liveliness to the new settlement. In the office, Logan and Duan discuss the progress of the town. Duan reports that the recovery of the area is going well but notes a shortage of labor. Logan reassures him, saying that refugees are arriving constantly and instructs to accept all newcomers. Duan asks about Hamar and is informed that he is still on vacation. Logan wonders if he gave him too much time off, but quickly dismisses the thought. Duan asks about a rumor that Hamar received a large amount of mitrio before leaving. Logan confirms this and explains that he gave mitrio to Ramar so he could create new weapons for the knights. Duan raises an eyebrow and comments that this does not sound much like a vacation. Logan responds that working with rare metals is a dream for dwarves and that Ramar must be thrilled. Far away, Viscount Max Perita was seething with anger, pounding his fist on the table. The Muckle managed to reclaim the desolate land. He scoffs, saying that land like that could never be farmed. The vassal explains that rumors are circulating about the origin of their wealth. Some say Logan made his fortune in business, others that he discovered a gold mine. The Viscount ignores the gossip and asks about the harvest of the reclaimed land. The vassal estimates that the production will be at least double theirs. The news only fuels the Viscount's anger, realizing they can't just sit still. He asks if they can come up with an excuse to invade. The vassal suggests using the people who fled to Mucklin as a pretext to infiltrate and claim the reclaimed lands as compensation. The Viscount identifies the problem. It would be risky to act alone. He devises a plan. He will reach out to the Viscounty of Silva, since their people must have fled as well, and together they can defeat the McClins. In Logan's office, the atmosphere is heavy. Patrick, Logan, Dane, and Hinkle are discussing training and military expansion. Logan informs that he has selected about 300 talented recruits, and Patrick questions if he really believes they are worthy of becoming knights. Logan nods and Danen comments that it seems like a lot of people. Hinkle throws out an absurd number, arguing that even with intense training for 10 years, only one firestarter awakens their strength. Logan remains unfazed and asserts that they will keep the training system. Dune yells that they are throwing money away, but Logan replies that the neighboring territories will provoke them anyway. Patrick asks him to explain. Logan clarifies that with Meekland City booming and the fertile land, the Viscounties of Sivan and Perita won't stay quiet. Hinkle interrupts him, stating that they have no excuse. Din yells, interrupting Hinkle, and insists that the real problem is the influx of refugees. Logan asks his father to consider the number of refugees they have been receiving, and to think about how many might have come from Perita or Sylvan. Duan, furious, yells at Logan, demanding to know why he did not stop the situation. Patrick seems to be putting the pieces together, and directly asks Logan if his goal was to start a war. Logan's answer is straightforward. They are enemies, and we will have to deal with them eventually. So why wait? Silence fills the room, and everyone from Rink Aiden looks disappointed. Patrick wonders if he gave up his authority too quickly. Rick enters the room looking for Logan and says that Sylvan and Parita sent a voice message. Logan says that things have already started, and they need to discuss how to handle the situation. Outside, 2 flags flutter in the breeze. They belong to the emissaries from Sylvan and Parita. The silent emissaries admire the beauty of the city. They notice how the houses are organized around a big intersection, and how the people seem clean and happy. They conclude that the city is worth taking. One of them tries to strike up a conversation with a soldier, who says all the credit goes to the young master. Logan. The soldier praises Logan's skills, saying he is far more advanced than any other prince his age, and that Logan prioritizes the well-being of the land and his people. The soldier continues sharing an anecdote about Logan, but the envoys do not want to hear it. In the meeting room, the envoys stand before Logan and Patrick. They demand the return of the refugees and control over the Tessin Plains. Logan and Patrick simply lower their heads. Logan thinks they are asking for a war and Patrick agrees. Hingel decides to take control and asks if Sylvan and Parita really want to go to war. Chaos breaks out in the hall and everyone starts shouting. One of the terrified emissaries points at Logan and Patrick, saying they can't intimidate the envoys like that. Patrick is furious but keeps his composure and warns that they are the only ones declaring war and that the McLeans do not fear it. The envoy says that if war breaks out, nothing but ashes will remain of the McLeans. Logan feels a knot in his stomach and enters the conversation questioning how the refugees can be used as bargaining chips. He tells his father that the emissaries have forgotten their duties as nobles and that there is no need for negotiation. The knights surround the emissaries, pointing their swords at them. The envoys ask if Logan and Patrick are trying to start a war. Logan comes down the stairs and responds that it is total war. He says they have the audacity to enter his castle and uses offensive words against him. Logan draws his sword, and one of the envoys tries to say that he is crazy, but he can't finish the sentence. Logan kills the guards in seconds and approaches the envoys. One of them, terrified, begs him not to come closer. Logan ignores him, raises his sword, and kills him on the spot. The other envoy falls to his knees, saying he will serve McLean's will and report every detail to his lord. Logan turns to his father, who nods. Logan then orders the knights to prepare for war, and they all celebrate. On the same day, the McLeans send a magical transmission to the Viscounts, demanding compensation for the envoy's insolence. Viscount Soto Sylvan becomes furious. Sylvan dismisses the demands, saying the McLeans do not have the strength to fight. Logan and Patrick watch the magical broadcast globe that summarizes Silva's demands. Return the servants, pay 10 million in gold, and hand over the plains of Tesram. Patrick asks why the rush, since the Messin have the power to crush the 6 counties. Logan warns that they need to take Sivan as quickly as possible. Quiselin enters the room and informs that the count is complete. 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries already. Logan praises Kesselan's work and asks about the armaments. Kesselan assures that armor, spears, and crossbows have been provided, and that they would not be outmatched. Logan believes they would not lose to Sylvan and Parita, even if they attack together. But he can't draw the attention of the factions vying for the throne. He wants the third prince to become king, as he is the only reasonable choice. Logan asks Kesselan if he has good news. Quillen replies that he does. Vitor has awakened his strength, and is waiting to report this directly to him. Logan gets excited and tells Kesselan to bring him in. Vior enters and Logan interrupts him, telling him to show what happened. Vior concentrates his power and a gray smoke begins to envelop him. His power explodes and Logan and Patrick are left speechless. Logan tells Vior that he did a great job and promotes him to knight by tearing up the slave document. Vior is happy, but gets irritated when Logan says that his promotion will be postponed until the end of the war. Logan burns the slave document, thinking that Vior just wants to fight. He thinks he has already prepared an opponent for him. Runion. Logan tells his father that they should send a response to Sylvan. Patrick tells his son to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. Logan smiles and encourages the soldiers to march to the county of Sylvan. Logan shouts for Soto Sylvan to come face him. Soto Sylvan is furious and Captain Kellen asks for permission to lead the attack with 120 knights and 25 12 soldiers. Sylvan feels relieved because although the number of Mechlin soldiers was greater than he expected, they still had the advantage, and Kellen was also a high-ranking knight. Sylvan fears that Parita will betray him and concludes that McLean and Parita have joined forces against him. He screams in anger and orders Kellen to contact the barony of Bifrost to prevent Parita from making any moves. Kellen confirms the orders. In front of the castle, Hanel, Logan, and Patrick discuss the strategy. Hinkle asks if it would not be better to provide covering fire, but Patrick responds that they can't risk Viscount Sylvan escaping. Logan agrees and explains that Sylvan thinks his forces are superior and will soon come out. Heel is suspicious, as Logan seems to know Soto Sylvan. The gates of the county of Sylvan open and Sylvan's knights advance. Patrick assesses the situation and comments that Sylvan has 3,000 regular soldiers. Heel says that is 1.5 times more than the McLeans. Kanan tries to say something, But Patrick orders his soldiers to advance. Can calls them insolent and says the McLean's soldiers are a bunch of rabble. The saloon orders the mercenaries to ready their crossbows. Kanan wonders what Patrick is thinking and tells his men to raise their shields. Queesaland orders the soldiers to fire, and a shower of arrows falls. Can smiles, thinking they would not have an effect. But the arrows pierce the shields. Kanan becomes furious and shouts for his men to charge with full force. Queelan orders everyone to spread out, which confuses Kanan. The crossbow cavalry splits and aims at the soldiers, and Can gets soaked with fear. He thinks about retreating, but it is too late. Patrick appears and challenges the Sylvan Knights to face him. Kanan is impressed by Patrick's power, who takes down 4 knights at once. Kay realizes that Patrick has reached the advanced level. Patrick gives the order for the Mucklin soldiers to annihilate the opponent. The Mucklin Knights charge in and massacre the Sylvan enemies. Heel recognizes that 2 months ago the Sylvan Knights were a threat to them. Heel smiles happily seeing his knights becoming more powerful. He then looks at Logan and Patrick and comments that his lord's training was not in vain. On the battlefield, Heko is in a duel and Samora comes to help him. They did not count on Heko's strength, who disarmed 2 of them. The knights realize that Heko is a high-ranking knight, thanks to his mastery of the iron blood sword technique. Logan charges at Ken, who realizes he is in trouble. Logan recalls his training, having mastered the second form of the divine sword secrets along with its barrier. Logan and Kan draw their swords. Kanan falls back with each attack, frustrated, and calls Logan hard-headed. Ken strikes with full force, but Logan dodges, and the blade only slices his ear. Logan applauds the move and admits he did not think all of Kanan's swords were real. Kanan summons another sword, but Logan does not seem worried. Kanan realizes that the closer he gets, the more his swords fail. Logan tries to provoke him by calling him weak. Kellyan becomes visibly irritated and prepares to strike Logan once again. Logan closes his eyes, and his core seems to shift, transforming into a 2-star core. He dodges Kanan's attack and ends up behind him. The battle turns in Logan's favor, and he manages to wound Kanan severely. Kan realizes that Logan has become a high-ranking knight. Logan raises his sword and focuses his aura, ready to take him down. Logan channels his raw strength and leaps high into the air, determined to defeat Kellyan in the most spectacular way possible. He focuses his aura and prepares his secret technique, the Divine Wave, releasing a massive surge of energy. Kellyan tries to block, but it is useless. Logan defeats, and the Sylvan troops realize the fight is over. Logan stands tall and shouts that he has taken down the enemy leader. Seconds later, Patrick announces Soto Sylvan's capture and orders everyone to surrender. Logan smiles and thinks to himself, after the war, the Sylvan fief lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. The Monklands, on the other hand, lost only 5 knights and no soldiers. A man is informed by his vassal that Sylvan has fallen to the mines and concludes that it is time to take action. Back in the Sylvan Viscounty, Soto Sylvan kneels before Patrick, who gives him one last chance. He must apologize, take only the essentials, and leave the lands with his family. Looking up, Soto Sylvan says that the takeover will not be tolerated by the royalty. Behind him, Logan thinks that is the worst thing he could have said to Patrick. The fall of the McLeans can be attributed to the Count's poor management at the time, but it was Bifrost who sparked a rebellion to profit from the chaos. Logan thinks that, thanks to the royal intervention, Bifrost had no authority to command the McLean house. But just hearing the name already depresses Patrick. Patrick asks Sylvan if he wants to die. Soto tries to say something, but Logan cuts his throat and lets him bleed out until he dies. Logan explains to Patrick that he respected him by giving him an honorable death. Patrick nods and says he did a good job. Logan thinks he hopes other nobles want to use this to attack them, especially Bifrost, who is an enemy they still can't face. A few weeks passed, and at Sylvan Castle, Logan and his father Patrick were having a conversation. Logan mentioned that despite being on alert, Perdita had not shown signs of attack. Patrick then asked if there was any reason for her to do that. The young man responded with another question about what if Perdita attacked the castle of Tessirian. Patrick downplayed the concern, telling Logan to relax since Clayton was there. The young man agreed that brute force was not the only thing that helped them defeat Viscount Sylvan. The truth is they won because Silvao underestimated them, while the Mucklines gave it their all, using everything they had, not to mention their trump card, Clayton himself and his hidden stone golems in the castle of Tessirian. Even with all that help, Logan knew managing 3 castles like that would not work. They needed a way to streamline things. The young man proposed to his father that they move the center of their lands to the cities, which would make administering the 3 castles much easier. 2 close vassals agreed, as they had cleaned the monster-infested forest, and leaving minimal forces in Mechlin would not be a problem. They could keep the knights in the cities, ready to march to Tessirian or Sylvan at any moment. Patrick thought the idea was great. Logan, happy, said he would not have to handle everything alone now. His father then congratulated him and asked how many knights they had captured. Logan replied that there were 75, all locked in cells, with 8 of them being intermediate knights. The young man asked if he could try to convince them to serve the McLeans. Logan thought that a single battle had yielded so many knights that it was more efficient than selecting young talents. But he also considered that if Sylvan had been more cautious, they would have had many more casualties and captured only a quarter of the knights. He thought it was unlikely to happen again, and they should not cling to that victory. Patrick, on the other hand, was beaming, telling Logan that with these forces, even Parita did not seem intimidating. He praised, stating that it was all thanks to his sons, and smiled like the proudest father in the world. Seeing his father's reaction, Logan blushed and fell silent. Patrick then told him to enjoy it. At least for that day, the joy of the father and son did not last long. A messenger arrived with news from Bifro, leaving Logan and Patrick surprised. The messenger read the letter aloud. Bifro referred to himself as the Lord of the Southwest and expressed his discomfort with the Melkol family's annual wars. Patrick nearly had a fit just hearing Bifro call himself the Lord of the Southwest. The messenger continued reading. Nada, the Lord said that at the request of Viscount Sylvan, Parita and the Muklins should cease the conflict immediately. With every word, Patrick grew more and more furious, complaining that they were the ones who started the war, and now they were asking for intervention. Logan thought they should finish listening to the letter. Bifro acknowledged that the conflict was ongoing, because he himself failed to fulfill his duties as Lord, nor did he promote coexistence in the region. Therefore, Roger Bifro, on his 50th birthday next month, was inviting the heirs of each family in the Southwest to discuss the future of the region. Peck lost his composure, calling everything nonsense, and tearing the clothes off the vassal who was reading the letter. He kept shouting that there would be no trip, as the McLeans did not serve the Bifros. The letter ended by saying that not attending would be seen as a refusal to engage in dialogue, and Patrick declared that they would not bow to threats. But Logan went against his father, thinking the invitation sounded interesting. Patrick looked at his son with an expression he had never seen before and, despite saying he respected his wishes, began shouting again. Tearing the last piece of paper that covered the vassal, he swore that the McLeans would not kneel before Bifros, even if he died. It was then that Logan grabbed a plant and asked his father if he wanted a burial now. But one of the knights accompanying them interrupted the fight, saying there would be no parricide here. Patrick calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was thinking. Logan explained that there was no way to defeat Bifros now. The young man recognized the truth. They had about 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking ones, and a total of more than 300 knights. And that was just a fraction of Bifros' forces. Things seemed good for the McLeans, but they were walking on eggshells. They needed time to unite the Sylvan Knights and get Parita to serve him. Besides that, Logan needed time to learn the third style of the divine sword secrets, and for the other knights to train. Patrick understood everything, but warned that the Southwest was different because, unlike other lords, Bifrost could not demand loyalty from the other nobles. Logan disagreed, saying that in the capital he found out that Percival and Hotman swore loyalty to Bifrost a long time ago, which shocked Patrick. Logan smiled, happy to have permission to go. He told his dad not to worry, that he knew his skills, and that they would see the trip as an opportunity to see how the ancestral lands had changed. The next morning, back in the town of McLean, Logan was approached by Hamar. Hamar asked if it was true that he was being sold to the enemies, but Logan had no idea what he was talking about. Realizing the situation, Warrior Logan got angry. He punched Ramar in the face and told him to stop believing in stupid rumors. Amar then replied that most of the rumors about Logan were true, and that it was not his fault. Logan was speechless. Ramar pulled something from his back, unwrapped it, and asked Logan to take it. It was a sword made of pure mithril, which left Logan speechless. On the property of Bifros, Plon Parita, heir to the Parita estate, arrived by carriage and noticed something strange. A man in a cloak traveling alone. He soon realized it was Logan Mokol and was shocked that he had managed to occupy the barony of Silva. He thought the McLean family must have suffered great losses for Logan to be traveling alone. Clone got out of the carriage and wondered why he was receiving the same treatment as someone who seemed like a nobody. A guard tried to intervene, but Clone ignored him. He introduced himself to Logan and said he had heard about him, especially how he killed 6 knights in the blink of an eye. Clone noticed that Logan's sword was clean, and while shaking the young man's hand, he commented that he looked much younger and that the stories about him must be exaggerated. Logan smiled and shook Plone's hand so hard that he almost broke it. It was at that moment that Plone realized Logan was much stronger than he thought. They let go of each other's hands with Plone trembling, and Logan apologized, saying they misunderstood his intentions as a strength competition. Plone held back tears and, calling him an idiot, pulled out his sword ready to teach McLean a lesson. The guard tried to warn him that personal fights were prohibited, but Logan took off his cloak and told Plone he was talking too much. Plone was furious and ordered his knights to attack Logan. The young man prepared himself, concentrated his aura, and passed by each of the guards in an instant, ending up behind them with his sword at Plone's neck. Plone did not feel any strength coming from Logan and realized that the blow came only from the power of the sword. A guard approached asking where he had bought the weapon, and Logan curtly replied that it was rude to ask. Plone thought Logan was just a lucky guy who found a good sword somewhere. At that moment, A man in full armor appeared at the gate. It was Sir Frums, the Moon Knight, a knight of such high level that Biff could only have sent him to greet them for a good reason. Sir Frums looked at Logan, asked if he was a McLean, and expressed his surprise at seeing such a young intermediate knight. Plone and his knights were left speechless. Plone realized that this must be the reason for Logan's strength and not just his sword skills. From a high-ranking knight, there was a unique energy that could not be hidden, and Logan thought it best to show only the strength he had to reduce the attention on himself. Logan placed his hand on his chest as a sign of respect and said he was striving to one day be as powerful as Frums, who advised him not to settle and to aim to become superhuman. Then, Sir Frums took them inside, informing them that the heirs of Percival and Hoffman had already arrived, and that they should wait until the party tomorrow night. Plone tried to mock Logan again, saying he did not have clothes for the party and offering to lend him pajamas. But Logan ignored him and asked a servant where his room was. Logan thought that Plone really did not understand his situation, and that occupying Parita would not be difficult. Logan looked at the building. Remembering what Plone had said, he thought that he had no intention of taking off his armor anyway, since he was on the land that his ancestors had lost, and could not let his guard down. Logan was standing in front of Bifrost, who ordered him to draw his sword. The young man lowered his head, greeted the mister, and wished him a happy birthday. The people around found Logan's behavior foolish and called him a hick. Logan observed the castles and cities and was surprised to see that the people were quite friendly and said that Bifrost was a good man. Vior opened his arms and said that since he had come from so far, he assumed that the Marlins would follow his wishes. Logan replied that if Bifrost's wishes were for peace, they would always be ready to march by his side. Vior praised him, called him enlightened, and invited him to enjoy the party. The young man realized that Bifrost was also impressive. He was a fifth circle mage, which made him as formidable as an advanced knight in a war. Logan's thoughts were interrupted by an announcement. Count Vior was giving a speech. Vior started by thanking everyone who attended his birthday, and also the second prince for granting him the Tear of the Sun. People were shocked by the intimacy Bifrost had with the prince himself. Bifrost continued saying it was time for the Southwest to leave traditions behind and unite as the second prince, the main candidate for the throne, wanted. Logan thought this was just an elegant way for Bifrost to tell everyone to submit to the prince's command. Bifrost ended by saying that Logan was a great young man, the standout who led the McLeans to victory in 2 wars, and a genius who became a knight at 21. Bifrost extended his hand saying he did not intend to force such a talented man, but just wanted to make an offer. He revealed that Count Valtramini, the second prince's grandfather, was looking for talented guys like Logan to be his apprentices. The young man was speechless, but replied that he felt honored, but already had a master. Bifrost asked if it was his father, but Logan said he was trained by a great man and regretted having to decline. Bifrost commented that youth really acts fast, and said that the fiery sword would soon appear and asked Logan to receive some instruction from him. He warned that he would make the same offer to all present heirs, and that Logan could even call his own teacher for the lesson. The young man then stopped caring about the teaching and more about the fact that Bifrost was trying everything to involve the McLeans. Logan thought it would be hard to refuse again, and luckily he had already taken precautions. He thanked them for the compliments and said he could not refuse the request since Bifrost was so insistent. Bifrost thanked Logan for agreeing and said that his choice would be the first step to unite the Southwest. He added that Pivel and Rothman had already agreed to join, and that as gratitude, he would personally gift those heirs. Bastos brought a table into the room with 2 artifacts, a sword and a hammer. Logan thought that of course the Count would give a gift of at least 12 million gold. He wondered if Bifrost would really give something like that as a gift, and as if he were reading his thoughts. Bifrost called Raymond Percival and Eric Rotman from the crowd. He asked if they would swear loyalty, and both knelt down. Bifrost then granted Raymond the sword of Lambton and Eric the hammer of Jackson. Bifrost promised that those who served him would receive their due rewards. Staring intently at Logan, Parita, drunk, emerged from the crowd and asked if Logan's sword did not look better. He insisted that Logan's sword looked much better, further insulting the Count. Logan thought that Parita had dug his own grave. The sword called Lux had a power that rivaled most artifacts. Logan thought that in the worst-case scenario, he would use the sword to negotiate or buy time. But Parita had ruined everything. Bifrost asked if Logan's sword was that extraordinary, and the young man replied that he was lucky to have a weapon forged by dwarves. Bifrost asked if he could inspect the sword, but Logan knew that if he handed it over, he would never have it back. He said that even though he was young, it was hard to give up his partner. Bifrost suggested that instead of handing over the sword, Logan should demonstrate his strength in an exhibition fight against Raymond. The young man smiled, said that the situation had taken an unexpected turn, but there was no reason to refuse. Logan drew his sword and said he would follow through with the order. In the training room, he and Raymond faced each other. Raymond offered the first attack, but Logan declined, saying he did not want to hear it after he gained any advantage. Raymond called him arrogant and began to charge his aura. The women in the room commented on the beauty of Raymond's sword. Logan wondered if he was trying to draw too much attention. which would make him a perfect target to be killed. In contrast, Hammer's weapon was very simple, but it had perfect balance, a sharp edge, and resilience. Raymond asked if Logan's pretty little sword could face an artifact. Logan thought Raymond was even dumber than Parida. Raymond charged forward, ready to take down Logan. The young man looked at the audience, spotted Sir Franz, and thought he needed to hide his strength and confidence. He needed to trip, get scratched, and occasionally make a good counterattack. He should show some vigor and, after defeating him, finish with a catchphrase. Logan held the sword to Raymond's neck and said he was lucky. Raymond shouted that it was all a mistake, that he was not used to the sword. Bifrost said that Raymond had disappointed him. Logan was also disappointed. Bifrost apologized to Logan and said he would open his treasure, letting the young man choose any artifact he wanted. Logan thought Bifrost was trying to keep him there at all costs, confident that no matter what Logan took, he would be able to get it back. At that moment, a servant entered informing the Count that the Duke of the Sword had made contact for his birthday. The news left Bifrost perplexed. Felix Esperanza congratulated the Count, one of the most reliable pillars of the kingdom, and regretted not being able to attend. Bifrost thanked him. Suddenly, Felix noticed Logan in the back and asked Bifrost if it was really him. Everyone in the room was shocked. Bifrost started to sweat. Logan realized his request had been granted and stepped forward, calling Felix master. Everyone was surprised. Felix turned to Bifrost and asked if it was true. Bifrost changed his mind and said that if the sword itself desired Logan, he could put off his own needs. Logan thought he had made the right decision by asking Felix for help, since being a neutral superhuman meant his orders could not be denied. Felix winked at Logan, saying he could hardly wait to see him in the capital. Logan lowered his head and thanked him. Bifrost almost had an aneurysm. The next day, Logan was in Bifrost's artifact room. A guard informed him that he had 1 hour and could choose only one treasure. Logan looked at the 30 or more relics, ignored the weapons, and noticed that all the energy was converging on a pair of armored boots in a glass display case. He was skeptical, as he did not feel any magic emanating from them, but he noticed they continued to drain his energy. He wondered what would happen if he kept supplying his strength to them. And surprisingly, his energy began to be drained like a wave. Logan screamed defiantly, "Let us see who wins." He continued to pour more and more energy into the boots. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the boots and Logan was thrown back. His strength returned. In that moment, he realized something. That night, Bifrost asked if Logan Mecklin had already left. With 3 days left until the party, he concluded that the young man really wanted to harm him. Furious, Bifrost ordered his knights to follow him and retrieve the artifact. Logan was relaxing by a campfire. Suddenly, he felt a murderous intent that made him jump. Looking at the trees, he realized it was a pursuer sent by Bios. A hooded man emerged from the bushes, and Logan quickly realized that Bifrost had sent a group of 4. The man in front warned his accomplices that they could do whatever they wanted as long as they did not kill him. The 3 men attacked Logan, but he did not wait and charged forward. The guys panicked, not understanding how a mid-level knight could move so fast. Logan thought he had made a great choice with those boots. Besides allowing a triple jump in the air, they also self-repaired and were adjustable in size. He concluded that the boots were, at the very least, an artifact above level 4, and the fitting name would be Boots of the Wind God. The men asked for permission to aim for vital points, and the hooded figure let out a sound of disgust, saying it was shameful. The man jumped from behind with a silver aura, and Logan was surprised. He managed to block, but was pushed back. Logan concentrated his aura, preparing for a brutal fight. He told the man that he never imagined the title of Moonlight could be earned with sneaky tactics. Soon after, he recognized the true identity of the man. Sir Franz. Sir Franz revealed that Logan was not only hiding his true strength but surpassing it, and that he knew about the artifact Logan possessed. Sir Franz said he would take the artifact as payment for the lesson he was about to give. Logan asked what the lesson was, since Sir Franz should be ashamed of his title, the Knight of Moonlight. Sir Franz replied that was why he intended to teach a hard lesson. Logan wondered what was wrong with his peculiar stance that seemed to be holding a whip. His friend began to use his strength, attacking Logan with a force blade that moved like a whip. Logan blocked the attacks and commented that they were relentless. He realized he could not last much longer and needed to use everything he had. He charged his aura and managed to attack Sir Franz from behind. However, he did not feel a single scratch. Suddenly, he noticed something. He did a somersault, dodging one of Sir Franz's strikes. Sir Franz asked how he managed to dodge his attacks, and if it was the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword. Logan did not seem interested in what he was saying, thinking that if S. Franz was still standing, his attack had not been good enough. He thought that if he did not have the Wind Gog boot skills, he would have taken the attack head-on. Logan replied that he was not using any secret art and asked Sir Franz to wait a moment, as he would show him a secret technique. Sir Franz, arrogantly, said he would wait. Logan thought that Sir Franz's arrogance made things easier. He charged his aura, focusing on the sword, thinking that if he lost, he would not just lose Lux in the boots, But Sir Franz would also ensure he never held a sword again. He opened his eyes, declaring that the time was now. Sir Franz attacked him. But the moment he was about to stab his sword into the young man's heart, everything exploded around them. Sir Franz had not accounted for the strength Logan truly possessed. The warrior managed to conjure an aura blade, the third form of the divine sword secrets, and was ready to take down Sir Franz. Sir Franz fell to the ground. He realized he was in real danger. The impact of the attack was so great that the knights accompanying him began to search for him. Sir Franz spat blood. He managed to dodge, but said it would have been better to die next to Logan than return defeated. Logan rode on his horse thinking about how he had hesitated. He remembered when Sir Franz attacked him while he was using the third style and the coin-sized hole in his chest. He thought the conversation and excitement were just a facade. But at least one thing was certain. With his skills and the treasures he had, he could definitely defeat an advanced knight. Suddenly, he fell off the horse which kept going. At the McLean mansion, Rick and Day were left speechless seeing him in rags and asked what had happened. Logan said he had fallen off the horse. His return caused a commotion. The incident was brushed aside. Patrick was embarrassed, saying that Logan was enduring all these hardships because the family had no power. Logan told his father that they could repay soon. But for that, he needed to reorganize his forces. In the training field, Reina wielded his sword. He remembered what Logan had told him, that the war would be easy and he did not need Reina, who should improve his skills. Reina thought he could no longer let Logan treat him like a child. He was interrupted by Logan, who invited him to take a break and introduced the person he would be training with from now on. Though Reina was stunned. Vior wore a new, shiny armor. Reina asked if the armor fit well, but she could only think that Vior seemed to be her age and wondered if he was also a user of the Force. Logan confirmed that Vior had recently awakened his strength and was the same age as Reina, which would be a good motivation. Reina asked Logan what he meant by training together, and Logan replied, "Fight." They stared at each other, ready to fight. Logan signaled for them to start. Vior attacked Reina's neck, but he managed to dodge and noticed that Vior was using the blood iron sword. Reina decided to counterattack, charged forward, ready to take down Vior. Vior realized he was in trouble. Reina unleashed a powerful wave of energy, but Vior managed to dodge by jumping high into the air. He prepared his next attack, trying to catch Reina by surprise. Vior plunged his sword into the ground, creating a crater. But Reina moved at the last second and called him a monster. Vior did not seem bothered. Logan started laughing, asking Reina who was calling him a monster. Reina regained her stance, thinking she should give it her all. Vior smiled, looking very relaxed. Logan watched the fight from a safe distance and realized his thinking was correct. They had synergy. Vior had perfected his iron sword skills and was adjusting it to his style. Reina, who already had experience, moved without sticking to forms. Reina shouted that Vior could not use punches, and the other replied that anything goes in a fight, which made Logan laugh again. He asked them not to go too hard, and thought they still had 7 years until the Empire's war started, and that Reina and Vior would be ready in 5 or 6 years. He thought it would be great if Vior learned the secrets of the divine sword, but he would need a catalyst to keep her there. In Logan's office, Cleon and his disciples were shocked by what he told them. Vior could see the mana flow. Logan tried to make Vior learn something she liked to keep her in the castle. When Vior said she wanted to learn to move clay dolls with that yellow thread, Logan was stunned. Cleon interrupted, asking if she could see where he was sending his mana. Vior pointed to one of the disciples, calling him old, and said he was sending his mana over there. They tried again, and Vior said Cleon was sending it to the water bottle. Clayton grabbed Vior by the shoulders and said she was special, that not even the great wizards of legend could see Vermana with their own eyes. Logan wondered if Vermana was really that impressive. He asked Victor if she was sure she wanted to learn magic. She replied that if that was how she would control the giant puppet, then yes, she wanted to. Logan insisted, and Vior explained that if she could control it, she could do so much more. Logan told Clayton he would trust Vitor to him, but the young man had already disappeared. Cleon shouted for someone to bring a measuring tape while he measured Victor. Logan thought Vitor had the talent to become a great wizard, and that the two brothers were geniuses. He pondered that their strengths were growing stronger, and that maybe it was time to go to Grant. Since he had made a promise to his master, he thought he would go alone. But not everything went as planned. 7 knights surrounded Logan, ready to defend him. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squadron of the McLean Knights introduced himself, but Logan looked annoyed and told them to disappear. Patrick had warned that it would be rude to the Duke of Swords, and that Logan should at least bring the minimum number of attendants. Logan asked Rick what he was doing there, and Rick replied it would not be appropriate for the heir of a noble family to wander around without a personal servant. Logan did not believe it and asked if Rick had gone because he wanted to visit the capital. Rick started to sweat and said yes, because no one else in his territory spoke to him, and he needed to get married. Logan put his fingers in his ears and remarked that they would only slow him down. Logan had 2 goals for the trip. First, to identify possible changes in the future, and second, to find the third prince to create a bond with the hill. He remembered the story of the royal family. The current king, Samuel Vaughan, had no hair until he was 40. Then he had 2 sons with concubines. 10 years later, the queen gave birth to the third prince, who surpassed his brothers and became the successor. Logan knew that in the winter, shortly before the third prince came of age, the civil war would begin with the king's death. The first prince, Juan Douglas, a six-circle wizard, and the second prince, Jordan Walterman, would have the support of their grandfathers. Logan saw the third prince about to be executed, but Felix appeared claiming that the king's wish was for the third prince to live. Despite coming out on top, the third prince ultimately led the country to ruin in the following 5 years. Therefore, Logan's goal was to never allow that man to become king. He thought the second prince was the same and needed to see for himself if the third prince was worthy of being king. Inside the castle, Logan's servants were left speechless. Rick approached and asked Logan if he did not think it would be good for the family to make some connections and asked for a little help getting closer to one of the maids. Logan, annoyed, hit Rick on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. A man approached to greet Logan and took him to Felix's office. The man introduced himself as Louis Ryan, the Duke's supervisor, exactly who Logan had met in his past life. Lois Lee had given the secrets of the divine sword and asked him to memorize them and pass them on to someone talented. Logan could not remember anything else Louis had given him. Louis took him to the office and said the Duke was waiting inside. Louis turned around and a voice shouted. Logan smiled and turned to the voice. He greeted the Duchess, Felix's wife, congratulated her on the birth of her heir, and said he was open to questions. She placed her hands on her belly and asked him to choose the name of the baby. Logan was surprised. Felix joined the conversation saying that he and the Duchess had been discussing this for some time. Thanks to Logan, they wanted him to choose the name. The young man was still speechless. He thought about how a name decides and lights the path of a child. They had only met twice and Logan knew it was a big responsibility. He said it would be an honor. Felix and the Duchess were radiant. Felix asked the Duchess to go rest. He leaned against the door and commented that he was not good with words. Then he told Logan that they should talk about their bodies. Logan did not understand. Felix looked at him and said he was surprised by how quickly his level had risen. He wanted to see how strong Logan was now, in the training field. Felix and Logan faced off. Logan charged, but Felix dodged and appeared behind him, ready to counterattack. Logan huffed and redirected his attack, but Felix easily blocked it. The young man thought that in a battle against his own master, he could test his limits, but Felix told him to stop. Felix asked what the hell he was doing. Well folks, that is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel and leave a like. Thanks for watching and see you next time. Thanks for